Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the movie of What if Deku was stuck in weird relationship now. Before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The soft hum of the engine filled the car, a backdrop to the muffled sounds of Kirishima's cheerful chatter. Bakugou Katsuki gripped the wheel tighter than necessary, his knuckles pale against the altiture, while Midoriya Izuku sat awkwardly between the mysterious cushions in the back seat. The streetlights outside flickered past, casting fleeting shadows over the tense silence that lingered after Kirishima's last joke. Kirishima, ever the energetic bridge between the two, lounged in the front seat, his grin infectious. "So, Izuku," Kirishima began, leaning forward just enough to catch his friend's eye, "how does it feel to have Kaken personally chauffeur you to the party? Pretty fancy treatment?" Izuku's face spread with a smile immediately. "It's not like that. I mean, thank you Kaken," glancing nervously at Bakugou, who rolled his eyes in response. "Don't make it weird, nerd," Bakugou grumbled, his crimson eyes firmly on the road. "You live on the way. It's not a big deal." "So, Midoriya," Kirishima said, turning slightly to face the green-haired hero, breaking the quiet. "You've been keeping busy, huh? UA teacher by day, hero by night. You're like some kind of superhero cliché." Izuku scratched the back of his head, his freckled face flushing. "Why yeah, it's been a lot to juggle. But it's nothing compared to what everyone else is doing." Bakugou snorted, his crimson eyes fixed on the road ahead. "Stop downplaying yourself, nerd. You don't have time to get cocky, but you're not useless anymore." Izuku blinked, startled by the rough compliment, and quickly nodded. "Thanks, Kaken." The conversation meandered after that, mostly carried by Kirishima's laid-back energy. Izuku occasionally chimed in, but Katsuki remained unusually quiet, his jaw tight as if he were wrestling with something unsaid. Katsuki spoke again, his voice quieter, almost hesitant. "Oi Izuku." Izuku turned to him, blinking in surprise. "Why Katsuki's gaze stayed fixed on the road, his jaw visibly tight. "You ever thought about working under me?" The question hung in the air, and Izuku stared at him in shock. At your agency?" Katsuki's hands flexed on the steering wheel. "Yeah. You're not totally useless anymore. I could use someone who knows what the hell they're doing." His tone was casual, gruff as ever, but there was an underlying tension in his words that Izuku couldn't quite place. Izuku's face turned a deep shade of red. "That's kind of you, Kaken. But I don't think I could. Between my classes and patrols, I wouldn't have the time." Kirishima, who had been quietly observing, burst out laughing. "Oh, you've really got no clue, do you, Midoriya?" Izuku blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" Kirishima chuckled and glanced meaningfully at Katsuki, who immediately shot him a warning glare. "Shut it, shitty hair," Katsuki growled, his ears tinged pink. "Forget I said anything, I don't know what I'm saying." Kirishima laughed teasingly, and quietly said, "Man, you really just got rejected?" Kirishima leaned back, his grin widening as he let the subject drop, though his knowing laughter lingered in the car. Izuku, oblivious as ever, looked back at Katsuki with a mix of guilt and curiosity but decided against pressing further. The party hummed with energy, a blend of laughter, music, and clinking glasses that made the room feel alive. Class 1A had grown over the years, but their dynamic had remained surprisingly familiar. Despite their successes, whenever they came together, it was like nothing had changed. Izuku found himself cornered by Kaminari and Mina, who were in the middle of debating the latest fashion trends for heroes. Katsuki stayed on the outskirts. He was a silent observer, his sharp gaze flicking between the groups of their old classmates. Occasionally his eyes lingered on Izuku, though he'd never admit it. Eventually, Izuku escaped Kaminari's enthusiastic rant about fluorescent hero suits and made his way toward the refreshments. Katsuki was already there, pouring himself another drink. "Having fun, Kaken?" Izuku asked, his tone light. "They are too loud," Katsuki muttered, though there was no real bite in his voice. "What about you? Kaminari didn't fry your brain with his nonsense." Izuku chuckled nervously. He was, passionate as always. Katsuki smirked faintly, swirling his drink before taking a sip. There was a beat of silence, the kind that had become more comfortable between them over the years. As Bakugou's attention was taken by Kaminari's stupid joke, someone else caught Izuku's attention. It was Uraraka. She was sitting next to Jairu, her warm smile lighting up her face as she chatted animatedly. Something about her genuine energy made Izuku pause, his gaze softening without him realizing it. Katsuki noticed immediately. Of course he did. "Oi, nerd," he muttered, nudging Izuku with his elbow. "What are you staring at?" Izuku was startled, nearly spilling his drink. I wasn't staring." "Yeah, sure you weren't," Katsuki scoffed, his voice low. He motioned toward Uraraka with a subtle nod. "Go talk to her already. You're not a DMN kid anymore." I can't just walk up to her like that." Izuku stammered, his face turning red. "What would I even say?" Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Figure it out. You're a hero, right? Act like one." Izuku hesitated, glancing between Katsuki and Uraraka before shaking his head nervously. Maybe later." Katsuki huffed but didn't push further. Instead, he took a long sip of his drink and leaned back. "Hey, Kaken," Izuku asked suddenly after a pause, swirling the remnants of his soju drink. Do you ever think about marriage?" Katsuki, who had been mid-sip, froze for a fraction of a second before setting his glass down with a sharp click. "What kind of stupid question is that? Why are you asking me that?" he grumbled, his tone defensive. Izuku fidgeted, his cheeks heating up. "I mean, it's not that weird of a question. We're 25 now, and everyone's starting to settle down. Kirishima's dating Mina, and even Todoroki's thinking about proposing. It just made me wonder if you've ever thought about it." "I guess I'm just being curious." He turned and smiled at Katsuki. Katsuki scoffed, crossing his arms. "I've got better things to do than worry about CRP like that." Izuku tilted his head, studying Katsuki's expression. There was a hint of something under the surface, an edge of discomfort that he couldn't quite place. Then, avoiding Katsuki's gaze, he said softly, "I don't know. I think it's kind of nice having someone to come home to after a long day. Someone who understands you, supports you." Katsuki caught the fleeting look of longing on Izuku's face, and for a moment he felt something tighten in his ear. He didn't know what to say, his mind wrestling with the weight of Izuku's words. Finally, he settled on the strong truth, or at least the version of it he could force himself to say. "That sounds like some unnecessary bullshit," Katsuki muttered, though his gaze shifted to the side, avoiding Izuku's eyes. Izuku hesitated as if weighing the words. Then, with a small, earnest smile, he said quietly, "If you ever meet her, I think she'll be really lucky, Kaken." Katsuki turned to him, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly before a sharp laugh escaped his lips. "Yeah, right," he said, his voice tinged with bitterness but masked by a faint, crooked smile. "Like anyone could put up with me." Izuku blinked, momentarily taken aback. The words were casual, almost dismissive, but the bitterness in Katsuki's tone lingered in the air, heavier than either of them wanted to acknowledge. For a second, Izuku thought he saw something flicker behind Katsuki's sharp gaze, a vulnerability he rarely showed, but it was gone as quickly as it came, hidden behind the mask of his usual bravado. Izuku blinked and then started laughing. "Why do you say it like that? You're amazing, Kaken. You're strong, determined, loyal. Whoever you choose would be lucky to have you." Katsuki stared at him for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then he looked away, shaking his head with a faint scoff. "You are a dumb Izuku." Izuku's face dropped for a second. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Means you don't know what you're talking about," Katsuki said, his voice quieter now, almost resigned. Izuku opened his mouth to argue but stopped himself, unsure of what to say. The conversation drifted into silence, and Katsuki leaned back in his chair, his gaze flicking briefly toward Uraraka across the room. The cool night air wrapped around them as the party finally drew to a close. Katsuki walked ahead toward the car, his hands jammed into his pockets, his steps heavy but unhurried. Kirishima was beside him, rambling about Kaminari's antics during the dance-off, but Katsuki wasn't listening. His sharp eyes flicked back briefly to Izuku, who trailed behind them, lost in thought. Something about his expression, a mix of hesitation and determination, pricked at Katsuki's teeth. His green eyes darted toward the street behind them, where the faint sounds of footsteps and scattered chatter of people heading their separate ways echoed softly into the night. The distant glow of the streetlights illuminated the fading silhouettes of those departing, and his gaze lingered, drawn by something or someone. He turned back to Katsuki, his face flushed with sudden resolve. "Kaken," Izuku said hurriedly, his voice a little breathless. "I just remembered something I needed to do. I need to catch up with someone," Izuku explained quickly, his face flushing slightly. He glanced again toward the street. Before Katsuki could say anything, Izuku stepped back, his smile nervous but genuine. "Thanks for everything, Kaken. Good night, Kirishima." And then he was walking, his footsteps light but determined as he headed toward the street corner in the other direction. Katsuki stood frozen, his mouth open as if to call Izuku back, but the words stuck in his throat. Instead, as Izuku glanced back and waved one last time, Katsuki raised his hand, waving back. Their gazes met for a fleeting second, and then Izuku turned, running into the night. The world around Katsuki blurred. The faint glow of the streetlights, the distant murmur of the city, all of it faded into a haze. It was as if everything else had ceased to exist. The only thing that remained sharp, painfully vivid, was Izuku. The way his green curls bounced with each step, the way his figure seemed to glow under the streetlights, the way he disappeared, little by little, into the shadows. Katsuki's eyes stayed locked on him, his teeth tightening as the distance grew. He didn't see where Uraraka had gone off to, didn't need to know. Izuku was chasing her. He thought of their childhood, of Izuku trailing behind him with wide, hopeful eyes that never seemed to waver. Back then, Katsuki had hated it, how Izuku looked at him like he was something untouchable and worth admiring. He'd pushed him away, and tried to crush that admiration, but it had only grown stronger. He was a stupid, insecure kid, that he could admit now. Then came UA, where everything changed. Izuku had started standing on his own, proving himself in ways that Katsuki hadn't expected. Watching him rise, watching him surpass every limit, it had been infuriating, humbling, and, somehow, impossible not to admire. Izuku made him a better hero, something in the past that was strong to admit. And then there was the suit. Katsuki remembered the late nights spent with Class 1A, pooling their resources to make the gift perfect, to give his dream back. The memory of Izuku's face when he opened it, his wide eyes, his shaky hands, the way his lips trembled into that stupid, grateful smile, burned in Katsuki's mind. It had been a moment of connection, of pride, of something deeper he couldn't name. Now, as he stood there, watching Izuku run off after someone else, it hit him all over again. "If everyone's special to you," Katsuki muttered, his voice breaking slightly, "then nobody's really special." The bitterness in his words was sharp, cutting through the quiet night. It wasn't just a criticism of Izuku, it was the truth Katsuki couldn't ignore. Izuku gave everything to everyone, scattering pieces of himself until Katsuki couldn't tell if he was just another face in the crowd. Katsuki stood frozen, torn between 1,000 things he couldn't say and a truth he couldn't deny. Finally, Katsuki turned and trudged toward the car, his steps heavy with an unspoken weight. Sliding into the driver's seat, he gripped the wheel tightly, his knuckles pale against the Elticha as the engine roared to life. Beside him, Kirishima sat in uncharacteristic silence, lost in his own thoughts, oblivious to the storm of pain that lingered in Katsuki's crimson eyes. As the car rolled forward, Katsuki cast one last glance at the street corner. Izuku was gone now, swallowed by the night, leaving Katsuki behind in a world that suddenly felt far too empty. Somewhere out there, Izuku was chasing someone else, and Katsuki could do nothing but watch. It wasn't like Izuku was disappearing from his life, they were still best friends, at least in Katsuki's eyes, but something was undeniably different. He was losing Izuku in a way he hadn't expected, in a way that felt quieter but cut deeper. And maybe that's just what happens when you grow up. Izuku wasn't chasing him anymore, hadn't been for a while. They weren't chasing the same dreams, the same fights, the same future. And now, it was Katsuki running after someone who didn't even seem to be in the race. Katsuki's heart ached with the realization that, for the first time, he was running alone, without Izuku. The city skyline shimmered against the warm hues of the setting sun as Izuku sat across from Uraraka at a cozy cafe tucked away from the bustling streets of Mizurufu. It had been a month since the Class 1A reunion, and in that time, their relationship had grown steadily. They had fallen into an easy rhythm, taking evening walks, sharing meals, and rekindling the bond they once had at UA. The familiarity between them felt natural, almost inevitable, as though no time had passed. On this particular October evening, it was Uraraka who had called Midoriya. She'd suggested unwinding at a cafe after a long patrol shift. Izuku had agreed without hesitation. The thought of spending time with someone who truly understood the chaos of their lives was both comforting and nostalgic. "So, how's your agency coming along?" Izuku asked, a soft smile playing on his lips as he stirred his coffee. Uraraka leaned back in her chair, her fingers wrapped around a steaming cup of tea. A faint blush tinted her cheeks. "Busy but rewarding. It's not Ryukyu's level yet, but we're making steady progress. Honestly, I'm just grateful to be doing what I love." Izuku's smile widened, his admiration evident. "You've always been incredible at juggling everything. It's really inspiring, Uraraka." Her blush deepened as she waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, stop it. Midoriya. You're the one saving the day every week and juggling teaching. Pretty sure you've got me beat." Izuku laughed sheepishly, scratching the back of his neck. "It's definitely a lot, but I wouldn't trade it for the world. Helping people, it's everything I've ever dreamed of." Their conversation flowed effortlessly, meandering through work updates, shared memories, and funny stories about their UA days. It felt like slipping into an old rhythm, one that neither of them realized they'd missed so much. For the first time in a while, Izuku felt a rare sense of peace. As the evening deepened, their topics turned more personal, dipping into memories and unspoken thoughts. Uraraka swirled her tea absently, her gaze thoughtful before she glanced up with a shy smile. "Midoriya," she began hesitantly, her voice soft, "can I ask you something?" "Of course," he replied, his green eyes sparkling with curiosity. She hesitated, her fingers tracing the edge of her cup. "Back in you, did you ever notice that I had a crush on you?" Izuku froze, his spoon pausing mid-stir. He blinked, the words settling over him like a sudden breeze. Uraraka laughed nervously, her gaze darting away. "I mean, it's silly now, but back then, I couldn't help it. You were always so determined, so kind. It was inspiring." His face turned a brilliant shade of red as he fumbled for a response. I had no idea. You really liked me." She nodded, a wistful smile tugging at her lips. "Yeah. But you were so focused on becoming the greatest hero that I figured you didn't notice. And honestly, I admired that about you. It pushed me to grow, to be more independent. You inspired me to become the hero, and the person I am today." Her voice carried a quiet pride, and the determined glint in her eyes was unmistakable. Izuku felt his heart twist, a mix of emotions bubbling to the surface: flattery, nostalgia, and a faint hint of regret. If he'd known back then, would things have been different? "I'm sorry," he said softly, his voice tinged with sincerity. "I never meant to overlook you." Uraraka shook her head, waving off his apology with a gentle laugh. "Don't be. It's all in the past and I've moved on. I just wanted to tell you." Izuku's lips curled into a small, contemplative smile. "Thank you for sharing that. It really means a lot to me." Their conversation drifted to lighter topics for the rest of the evening, but Uraraka's confession lingered in Izuku's mind long after they said their goodbyes. Her words echoed in his thoughts, igniting something new and uncertain in his heart, a spark he couldn't quite name yet but felt deeply nonetheless. 3 months had passed since Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka began spending more time together. What started as casual camaraderie had grown into something warmer, a connection filled with laughter and subtle glances that lingered just a moment too long. Izuku couldn't deny it anymore. He had feelings for her. But those feelings came with a weight he didn't know how to carry, so he did what he always did when life overwhelmed him. He sought advice. And who better to ask than Katsuki Bakugou? Or so he thought. The training room was a sprawling, state-of-the-art facility, a testament to how far they had come from their UA days. The walls were lined with reinforced steel panels, polished to a faint gleam that reflected the bright overhead lights. Rows of high-tech equipment filled the space, treadmills with built-in monitors, racks of gleaming weights, and punching bags suspended from thick, industrial chains. The air smelled faintly of sweat and metal, a comforting familiarity that came with years of relentless training. Izuku was at one of the weight benches, pressing a barbell with focused determination. The rhythmic clinking of the plates added to the steady hum of the room. Across from him, Katsuki stood by the punching bags, his fists hammering into one with precision and force. The sound of LTHR meeting canvas echoed with each strike, Katsuki's sharp breaths audible even over the noise. Izuku gritted his teeth as he pushed the barbell up one last time, the muscles in his arms trembling slightly. He let out a controlled exhale as he re-racked the bar, grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat from his face. He glanced over at Katsuki, who hadn't slowed down for a second. Katsuki wore a fitted black tank top that clung to his sweat-soaked skin, accentuating the sharp lines of his shoulders and arms. His shorts, loose but practical, moved fluidly with his every motion. The scars on his body, especially the faint ones around his eyes, seemed more pronounced under the bright lights, a testament to countless battles. But it was his expression that caught Izuku's attention. Despite the ferocity of his movements, there was an unexpected softness to Katsuki's face between strikes. When he paused to adjust his gloves or catch his breath, the tension in his features eased slightly, and for a fleeting moment he looked peaceful. The faint dimples that appeared when his lips pressed together made him seem almost angelic, a stark contrast to the fiery intensity he usually carried. Izuku tore his gaze away, shaking his head as if to clear his thoughts. "We're all growing up, aren't we?" he thought, a faint pang of nostalgia hitting him. They had come so far since their days at UA, and yet here they were, still training, still pushing themselves to be better. But life was different now. They weren't kids anymore. The weight of adulthood, of responsibilities, lingered in the air, unspoken but ever-present. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stood, grabbing his water bottle as he walked over to Katsuki. "Kaken," he called out, his voice cutting through the sound of punches. Katsuki stopped mid-swing, steadying the bag with one hand. His crimson eyes flicked toward Izuku, sharp and questioning. "What?" he asked, his voice gruff. Izuku hesitated, his grip tightening on the bottle. "I wanted to ask you something about Uraraka." Katsuki's brow furrowed slightly, his lips pressing into a thin line. "What about her?" Izuku looked away briefly, scratching the back of his head. "I've been thinking about telling her how I feel. But I'm not sure if it's the right time. I don't want to mess things up between us." Katsuki let out a sharp breath, crossing his arms as he leaned against the bag. "You're overthinking it. If you like her, just tell her. It's not rocket science." "It's not that simple," Izuku protested, his voice tinged with frustration. "What if it changes everything? What if, Katsuki interrupted, his tone laced with irritation. "You sound like a DMN broken record, nerd. You're always so scared of screwing up that you don't do anything. It's pathetic." The harshness of Katsuki's words made Izuku flinch, but it was the underlying edge in his voice that stung the most. "Why are you so angry about this?" Izuku asked, his voice softer now. "I thought you'd want to help." Katsuki's jaw tightened, and he looked away, his fists clenching at his sides. "Maybe I'm tired of hearing you whine about CRP that doesn't matter," he muttered. The words hit Izuku harder than they should have. He stepped closer, his brows furrowing. "Kaken, have I done something to upset you?" Katsuki didn't answer right away. He stared at the floor, his shoulders tense. "You didn't do anything," he finally said, his voice low. "This is just how things are." "That's not true," Izuku said firmly. "We've been distant. For months now. And I don't understand why." Katsuki's fists tightened even more, his knuckles white. "Because you're too dense to see it, idiot," he thought bitterly. The truth burned in his eye, but he shoved it down, unwilling to admit it, to Izuku or himself. Watching Izuku grow closer to Uraraka, seeing him stumble through his feelings with the same determination he brought to everything else, was like reopening an old wound he didn't know he still had. You wouldn't get it, Katsuki muttered, his voice laced with frustration. Just go tell her already. Stop wasting time, or somebody else might sweep her off her feet. Izuku stared at him, his teeth tightening at the weight of Katsuki's words. Kaken? He wanted to keep pushing to understand what really was Katsuki's deal. Katsuki's eyes flickered with something, anger, maybe both, but he quickly masked it with a sharp glare. Figure your CRP out and leave me out of it, he snapped at Midoriya. Izuku nodded, a quiet understanding passing between them. Katsuki's walls were too high right now, and whatever was brewing beneath them wasn't going to be resolved tonight. Fine, Izuku said softly, his voice steady but his heart heavy. Beaut, if you ever want to talk about it, whatever it is, I'll be here. Katsuki didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned away, his hands clenched, his jaw tight. After a moment, he muttered under his breath, just loud enough for Izuku to hear, "Yeah, well then hold your breath." He didn't fully understand what Katsuki was going through, but he knew one thing for certain. There was more to his childhood friend than anger and pride. Without another word, Katsuki turned back to the bag, landing another punch that echoed through the room. Izuku took a step back, his heart aching with the weight of everything unsaid. As he returned to the weight bench, the distance between them felt wider than ever. The days blurred together in a haze of patrols, paperwork, and sleepless nights. Izuku Midoriya had always been the type to overthink, but this was different. The fight with Katsuki lingered like a dull ache in his ichi, an unresolved chord that refused to fade. Every moment they weren't speaking, every time Katsuki's sharp gaze avoided his in the training room, every dry interaction during joint patrols, it all gnawed at him. Their casual hangouts, once a treasured part of their week, had dwindled to non-existence. Katsuki had drawn a line, and Izuku didn't know how to cross it. It wasn't just Katsuki. The distance between them was bleeding into everything else, spreading like cracks in the foundation of his life. The apartment was dark as Izuku walked back inside after another long patrol. He dropped his keys onto the counter, turned on the light that sat next to the brown Elterkush and flopped onto it, his thoughts a swirling storm of confusion and guilt. The apartment was quiet, almost too quiet for someone as lively as Izuku. It bore the marks of someone who spent more time outside than within, scattered items that hinted at his hectic life and a faint layer of dust in the corners from his long absences. Yet, despite the clutter and chaos, the space was undeniably his, nestled in a modest yet modern complex. The space was small but functional, designed to accommodate his busy schedule. The apartment featured a cozy living room that doubled as a workspace. The couch faced a wall-mounted television, though it was clear the latter didn't see much use. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with a mix of hero memorabilia, reference books, and stacks of lesson plans. A corkboard hung near the desk, covered in sticky notes, printed schedules, and motivational quotes, some in All Might's bold handwriting. The kitchenette, just a step away from the living room, was compact but efficient. The countertops were perpetually cluttered with protein bar wrappers, a half-empty jar of instant coffee. Above the sink, a small window let in enough natural light to brighten the space during the day, though Izuku rarely had time to cook elaborate meals. The bedroom was simple and functional, its centerpiece a twin bed tucked against the wall. The quilted comforter was forest green, a subtle nod to his hero costume, and often half-made, a casualty of Izuku's rushed mornings. A nightstand held a small clock, a charging dock for his phone, and a framed photo of Class 1A on graduation day, their smiles a testament to how far they had come. As he sat on his comfortable couch with his head tilted up to the ceiling, his last conversation replayed in his head, Katsuki's harsh words, the tension in his jaw, and the sharpness in his crimson eyes. For all their years of knowing each other, Katsuki's anger had always been easy to decode. It was loud, explosive, and direct. But this was different. This wasn't the fire of frustration. It was something colder, quieter, and far more painful. Izuku's phone buzzed, pulling him out of his thoughts. It was a text from Uraraka. Uraraka, hey, do you have time to talk? There's something I wanted to ask you about. He hesitated for only a moment before replying. Izuku, sure, want to meet at the cafe. Her response came almost immediately. Uraraka, perfect. See you in 20 minutes. This cafe had become a small but significant part of their routine. It was where they met to unwind, to catch up, and sometimes just to sit in comfortable silence. The familiarity of the walk, the warmth of the staff who always greeted them with knowing smiles, and the soothing ambience made it a refuge from their hectic schedules. For Izuku, the walk wasn't just a physical journey but a mental one, a time to transition from the weight of hero work to the lighter, more personal conversations he shared with Uraraka. Tonight, however, his thoughts were heavier, the usual comfort of the cafe tinged with the weight of unresolved tension with Katsuki. But as he reached the door and saw Uraraka's warm smile through the glass, he felt a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, this familiar routine could help him find the clarity he needed. As Izuku pushed open the door to the cafe, a small brass bell jingled overhead, signaling his arrival. The scent of freshly brewed coffee and warm pastries greeted him, wrapping around him like a comforting embrace. The interior was cozy and inviting, with wooden beams crisscrossing the ceiling and soft amber lighting casting a gentle glow over the space. The walls were painted a deep forest green, adorned with framed photos of scenic landscapes and handwritten quotes about the joys of coffee and companionship. A chalkboard menu hung above the counter, the day's specials written in cheerful cursive. Behind the counter, a barista with a knowing smile glanced up and waved as Izuku stepped in. He waved back awkwardly, his cheeks already warming at the memory of their last visit when the staff had teased him and Uraraka. Izuku couldn't help but remember the first time the barista, an older woman named Ayako, had asked them point-blank if they were together. It had been a particularly busy evening, and they'd just finished ordering when Ayako leaned over the counter with a mischievous grin. So, she said, her voice playful but loud enough to draw a few glances from nearby customers, how long have you two been dating? Izuku had frozen, his face turning scarlet as Uraraka let out a nervous laugh. We're not dating, she stammered, though the redness in her cheeks betrayed her embarrassment. Ayako had raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Really? You two look so cute together. I just assumed, Izuku had mumbled something unintelligible, and Uraraka had waved her hands in denial, but neither of them had managed to completely dismiss the assumption. In truth, neither of them had wanted to. The idea hung in the air between them, unspoken but undeniable. From that day on, the staff seemed to treat them with a mix of amused affection and subtle encouragement. Their drinks often came with little hearts drawn in the foam, and their table was always reserved for them, even on busy nights. Their usual table was tucked into a quiet corner near the back, framed by a large window that offered a view of the street outside. The seat had a particular charm, a small vase of fresh flowers that changed weekly, a testament to the cafe's attention to detail. The corner was secluded enough to feel private but close enough to the counter that they could easily chat with the staff. As Izuku made his way to their usual spot, he noticed the familiar vase on the table, filled this time with bright red anemones. He slid into the booth, running a hand over the smooth wooden surface as he glanced out the window. The soft glow of the streetlights outside added to the NTMT ambience, making the cafe feel like a world of its own. Ayako approached their table moments later, a playful glint in her eyes. Your usuals, she asked, already jotting down their orders. Izuku nodded, offering her a shy smile. Thanks, Ayako. The warm hum of the cafe offered a comforting backdrop as Izuku stirred his coffee absently, the small spoon clinking softly against the porcelain cup. He was lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the swirling liquid. Across the table, Uraraka watched him with growing concern, her own tea cooling in her hands. Midoriya, she called softly, her voice almost swallowed by the cafe's gentle buzz. He didn't respond, his movements mechanical as he continued to stir his coffee. His focus was miles away. Uraraka sighed, setting her cup down carefully. Izuku, he said again, more firmly this time, but still, he didn't react. Finally, she reached across the table, placing her hand gently over his, stopping the repetitive motion of the spoon. The warmth of her touch snapped him back to the present. His eyes blinked rapidly, darting from the coffee to her hand and then to her face, which was etched with concern. Uraraka, he stammered, pulling his hand back slightly but not enough to break the contact. Sorry, I didn't mean to. You were somewhere else, she said softly, her hand lingering for a moment longer before pulling it back. Midoriya, what's going on? You've been so distant lately. Even now, it's like you're not really here. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, his face flushing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. It's just... He trailed off, his gaze dropping back to his coffee as he searched for the right words. It's just what? Uraraka pressed, leaning forward slightly. Her voice was gentle but insistent. You can tell me. Is it work? The students? Or, her voice faltered, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of her sleeve. Did I do something wrong? His head snapped up at that, alarm flashing in his green eyes. Oh. Uraraka, you didn't do anything wrong. It's not you. He hesitated, his grip tightening on the edge of the table. It's Kaken. Uraraka's lips quirked upward into a knowing smile, her brows raising slightly. Of course it is, she said, her tone light but laced with affection. It's always about Bakugou one way or another, isn't it? Izuku blinked, caught off guard by her teasing but finding no room to deny it. It's not like that, he protested weakly, his cheeks heating. It's just, he's been acting different lately. Different how? She asked, her teasing edge softening as she leaned forward, her full attention on him. Izuku hesitated, the words stuck in his throat. He felt embarrassed to admit how much the fight with Katsuki had shaken him. His hand fidgeted with the spoon in his coffee cup, spinning it slowly as if it would stir the courage he lacked. He hated feeling this vulnerable, especially about something he didn't fully understand himself. Midoriya, Uraraka said, her voice cutting gently but firmly through his hesitation. She leaned forward, her tea momentarily forgotten. Her tone carried more seriousness now, her usual lightheartedness giving way to concern. If something happened between you two, you need to fix it. Izuku blinked, startled by her directness. His first instinct was to brush it off, to say it wasn't a big deal, but the weight in her gaze made him pause. I know it's not my place, she continued, her voice softening, but I can see how much this is affecting you. I think it's affecting him too. He bit his lip, his grip tightening on the edge of the table as he tried to find his voice. You think it's affecting him? He asked, his tone uncertain but tinged with hope. Uraraka nodded, her expression thoughtful. Yeah. I mean, I don't know Katsuki as well as you do, but Mina said he's been more distant. Even Kirishima mentioned he's been unusually quiet lately. And if Kaken's being cold toward you, Midoriya, then something's definitely bothering him. Izuku looked down at his coffee, her words sinking in. He'd been so caught up in his own guilt and confusion that he hadn't stopped to consider how Katsuki might be feeling. He thought about their interactions, the tension in Katsuki's jaw, the way he avoided Izuku's eyes, the dry, clipped responses during patrols. It wasn't just anger. It was hurt. Izuku's grip tightened on the coffee cup, the ceramic warm against his palms. Uraraka's words were beginning to peel back the layers of his own confusion, but the guilt remained heavy. I didn't think about how he might feel, he admitted quietly. I thought it was just him being Kaken. You know how he is. Uraraka gave him a small, encouraging smile but didn't let him off the hook. I do, but I also know he's human, Izuku. And humans get hurt, no matter how tough they are. Izuku nodded, his gaze dropping to the table. Before he could say more, Uraraka's eyes widened slightly, and she leaned forward as if something had just clicked in her mind. Wait a second, she said, her tone laced with curiosity. Mina mentioned something about Kaken asking you to be hero partners. That's what started all of this, isn't it? Izuku blinked, startled. Hero partners, he repeated, confusion flickering across his face. No, that's not what happened. He didn't ask me to be his partner. He asked me to work with him, as his sidekick. Uraraka frowned, leaning back slightly as she processed his words. Are you sure that's what he meant? Because from the way Mina talked about it, It sounded more like he wanted you two to work together, like, side by side. Izuku opened his mouth to respond but stopped short, her words planting seeds of doubt in his mind. He thought back to the conversation with Katsuki, to the way his voice had wavered slightly, the uncharacteristic hesitation in his tone. At the time, Izuku had been too preoccupied to think much of it, but now, with Uraraka's words hanging in the air, the memory took on a different weight. I thought he just needed extra help, Izuku said slowly, his brows furrowing. He said something about needing someone who wasn't useless anymore. I assumed he meant as a sidekick. Uraraka sighed, her smile tinged with sympathy. Midoriya, that's Bakugou we're talking about. Do you really think he'd come out and say it directly? He probably didn't know how else to ask. He buried his face in his hands, the weight of his mistake pressing down on him. I didn't even think about it, Eiichi said, his voice muffled. I just said no. And now he probably thinks I don't care. Uraraka nodded, her voice softer now. You rejected him, bluntly. And for someone like Bakugou, who never asks for anything, that must have hurt his pride. Her words settled over him like a blanket, comforting yet heavy with truth. I didn't mean to hurt him, Izuku murmured. I never wanted that. Uraraka sighed softly, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the rim of her teacup. Her gaze drifted toward the window, where the soft glow of streetlights illuminated the quiet world outside. The golden light cast a faint reflection of her profile against the glass, highlighting the gentle curve of her jaw and the determination in her eyes. Her expression was thoughtful, almost wistful, as if she were sifting through the complexities of her own emotions. Midoriya, she began, her voice quiet but steady, I think it's something we all go through as we grow up. We're not the same kids we were at UA, chasing dreams that were so tightly bound to what we thought we had to be. As she spoke, her lips pressed into a faint, bittersweet smile, her brows knitting slightly in a way that conveyed both understanding and acceptance. Her eyes, framed by the warm, muted light of the cafe, held a deep sincerity that seemed to cut straight through the hum of the world around them. Izuku found himself captivated, his own coffee forgotten as he took her in. There was something about the way she looked at that moment, so composed, yet so vulnerable, that made his sissy tighten. She wasn't the wide-eyed girl he'd first met at UA, filled with uncertainty and self-doubt. She had grown into a woman of remarkable strength, someone who could face loss and still find a way to move forward, someone who had found her own voice. She continued after averting her gaze to look Izuku in the eyes. People change, and sometimes that means growing apart from others, even people who mean a lot to us. It's okay to have different dreams now, even if that means letting go of some of the things we used to hold on to. Izuku blinked, her words settling uncomfortably in his ear. The idea of growing apart from Katsuki, of letting go of the connection they'd fought so strong to rebuild, didn't sit right with him. He didn't say it aloud, but the thought of their bond fading into something distant, something resigned to the past, gnawed at him. That wasn't what he wanted, not for himself, and not for Katsuki. He wanted to preserve what they had, to nurture it, even if it meant navigating the growing pains of adulthood. But he stayed silent, letting her words linger between them for some time. Uraraka hesitated, her expression shifting as a flicker of vulnerability crossed her face. She looked down at her tea, her voice quieter now. You know, when she died, I felt guilty for so long. I didn't know how to handle it. She was someone I thought I'd hate forever, but she wasn't what I thought she was. And in the end, we weren't so different. She and I, Uraraka began, her gaze distant as she stared into her tea. We talked about you a lot, you know. During our fight, it wasn't just about fighting. Toga, she said she was in love with both of us. You and me. Izuku blinked, startled. He remembered Toga's confession during the war, how she had admitted her feelings for him amidst the chaos. But hearing this, knowing that she had loved Uraraka too, shifted something in his understanding of what had happened between them. Uraraka continued, her voice trembling but growing steadier as she spoke. At first, I thought she was just being her, you know, saying something to get under my skin. But she meant it, Izuku. She loved us both in her own way. And somewhere, Deep down, I think I understood that. She paused, her fingers curling lightly around the rim of her teacup. There was something about her. The way she smiled, that look in her eyes when she talked about the things she cared about. She was appealing in her own wild way. Izuku's heart ached at the rawness in her voice. He watched her closely, noticing how her expression softened, a small, bittersweet smile tugging at her lips. For a long time, that held me back, Uraraka admitted. I didn't know how to make sense of it. How to reconcile those feelings with everything else. Everything she did, everything we were supposed to be. And after she was gone, I felt guilty. Like maybe I owed it to her to hold on to that part of myself. Like pursuing anything else would mean I was letting her go. Her voice wavered slightly, and she glanced up at Izuku, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. But that wasn't fair. Not to her and not to me. Toga, she lived authentically, for better or worse. She didn't apologize for who she was or what she wanted. And somewhere along the way, I realized that I shouldn't either. Uraraka took a deep breath, her gaze steadying as she met Izuku's eyes. That's why I started letting myself dream again. Letting myself think about what I want without holding back. And you, her voice softened, her cheeks faintly pink as she hesitated for just a moment. You're part of that, Izuku? Izuku's heart skipped a beat, her words sinking in slowly, their weight both gentle and profound. He opened his mouth to speak, but she held up a hand, stopping him. I'm not saying this because I expect you to feel the same way, Essie said quickly, her voice calm but resolute. I'm saying this because it's the truth. Because for the first time in my life, I'm not holding myself back. My life is stable now, my work, my goals. And that's why I think it's time. It's time to stop apologizing for what I need, want, and feel. Her hand moved across the table, brushing lightly against his. The touch was tentative but warm, deliberate in its quiet intimacy. Izuku stared at her, his mind reeling. He thought about the strength it must have taken for her to share this, to lay her feelings bare. He thought about Toga, about the strange, tangled emotions that tied them all together. She had laid her heart bare, speaking with a courage he hadn't expected, and all he could do was sit there, stunned. Finally, he let out a nervous laugh, his hand coming up to scratch the back of his head. You really beat me to it, didn't you? He said, his voice wavering between embarrassment and sincerity. Uraraka tilted her head, her lips curving into a soft smile. Beat you to what? This, he said, gesturing vaguely between them. His cheeks flushed as he avoided her gaze, his fingers tapping nervously against the edge of the table. I'm supposed to be the guy, right? The one who makes the first move, says something brave. But here you are, being all strong and honest, and I'm just sitting here feeling stupid. Her smile widened, and a small laugh escaped her lips, light and teasing. Izuku, you don't have to feel stupid. This isn't a competition. Her hand moved closer, her fingers brushing lightly against his. The touch sent a shiver up his spine, and he looked down, his heart pounding in his. Besides, she added with a playful glint in her eyes, it's not like you've missed your chance or anything. I'm still going to feel stupid about it, he said with a sheepish grin, his hand tentatively turning to meet hers, their fingers brushing more deliberately now. The talk with Uraraka helped wind himself down. Still didn't know how to approach Kaken or what to do, so he decided to give him space to think things through and not push it any further. In Bakugou's agency in the evening, all that echoed through the gym was Bakugou's quiet breaths as he pushed the weights up and down up and down. Katsuki gritted his teeth as he pushed the bar up again, his muscles straining with each movement. The burn in his arms was welcome, a distraction from the storm swirling in his mind. But no matter how strong he pushed, the thoughts refused to quiet. He paused at the top of the bar, staring at nothing in particular as he tried to make sense of the situation. I asked him to partner with me without thinking about where he is in his life. What he wants. I didn't ask, I just expected. Dropping down the weights, Katsuki clenched his fists, his shoulders tightening again. Of course, he's focused on his own dreams. That's what he's always done, chasing them like his life depends on it. And me. I just assumed mine lined up with his. He forced himself to sit up on the bench, hands gripping the edges as he sat heavily. His he rose and fell, and for a moment he let the silence settle around him. He's right to focus on what matters to him, he thought, jaw tight. And I get it now. Some dreams change. Some things don't stay the same, no matter how much you want them to. The weight of his admission settled deep in his ist, heavy but undeniable. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling as sweat trickled down his temples. He'd spent so much of his life defining himself through Izuku, through their rivalry, their connection, their endless, unspoken push and pull. He made a choice then and there. A choice that, for him, felt like the only way forward. A step toward healing, a chance to redefine who he was without constantly orbiting around Izuku. But deep down, he couldn't deny it. Letting go was going to be harder than he ever expected. The mission was supposed to be simple: investigate a suspected smuggling ring operating in the industrial district. Solo missions like these were Katsuki Bakugou's specialty, straightforward, action-packed, and free of distractions. Yet, as he stood outside a dimly lit warehouse, the cool night air brushing against his skin, he couldn't shake the lingering thoughts clinging to him like a second shadow. Stop it, he told himself, jaw tightening. Focus on the job. The intel had been solid, and Katsuki moved swiftly, his boots silent as he slipped through the shadows. Inside, the air was thick with the acrid tang of oil and rust, muffled voices drifting from deeper within the building. Crouched behind a stack of crates, his crimson eyes scanned the area for threats. Lost, or just really good at sneaking around? The voice was smooth, teasing, and startlingly close. Katsuki whipped around, a spark of fire flaring instinctively in his palm. Standing behind him was a man with a grin that was equal parts playful and daring. Sharp features softened by mischief, messy black hair, piercing green eyes, and a worn altitude jacket that looked like it had seen better days. "Easy there, hotshot," the man said, raising his hands in mock surrender. "I'm not your enemy." Katsuki narrowed his eyes, his palms still glowing faintly. "Who the hell are you?" "Call me Ren," the man replied, his grin widening. "And you must be Dynamite." "Didn't answer my question," Katsuki growled. "What are you doing here?" Ren gestured lazily toward the warehouse. "Same as you, I guess. I'm with the intel team. Thought I'd tag along, see what all the fuss was about." Katsuki's glare didn't falter, but he lowered his hand slightly. "You don't look like intel. And you don't look like the type to wait for backup," Ren shot back, smirking. "But here we are." He pulled out a card. Katsuki recognized it as the hero license, with Ren's hero name written on it, Pulse Sight. He took a long look, making sure it was the real deal. You never know what these criminals might come up with to get close enough to you. Katsuki huffed, irritation mounting. "Whatever. Just stay out of my way." Rin gave an exaggerated bow. "Yes, sir. Lead the way." As they moved deeper into the warehouse, Ren's quirk, Pulse Sight, proved surprisingly useful. He pinpointed movements and hidden passageways with unsettling precision. Katsuki begrudgingly admitted to himself that the guy wasn't completely useless. "Two guys up ahead," Ren murmured, pressing his hand against the floor. "They're heading toward the loading docks. That's probably where they're keeping the stash." "Good. Stay close and don't screw this up," Katsuki ordered. As they rounded a corner, a commotion broke out. A young boy, no older than 12, appeared in the shadows, clutching a school bag to his seat. His wide eyes darted between the villains, his small frame trembling but rooted to the spot. "What the hell?" Katsuki hissed, his crimson eyes narrowing. "Who brings a kid to a place like this?" "Wrong place, wrong time," Kiddo Rin muttered, his tone unusually grim. Before Katsuki could react, one of the villains grabbed the boy, yanking him forward. The child yelped, dropping his bag as the villain's hand crackled with ominous energy. Well, the man sneered. "What we got here? A little hero in training." "Let me go," the boy shouted, SWing his fists widely. It connected with the villain's shin, earning a cruel laugh. "Got guts, kid," the villain growled, raising his hand threateningly. "But guts won't save you." Katsuki didn't hesitate. "Let him go," he roared, a deafening explosion cutting through the tension. He launched forward, his gauntlet sparking as the villain staggered back, shielding his face. The boy stumbled, falling to the ground as another blast sent the villain crashing into a stack of crates, unconscious. Katsuki turned, stomping his way. What the hell were you thinking? You trying to get yourself killed? The boy glared up at him, his hands trembling. I didn't need your help. I could have handled it. Yeah. Looked like you were about to get fried, Katsuki retorted, crossing his arms. I don't care, the boy yelled, his voice cracking as he squeezed his knuckles tighter. I could have handled this on my own, and shown everyone I'm not weak. But you got in my way. Katsuki froze. The defiance in the boy's voice struck a chord, like looking into a mirror of his younger self. He came closer and crouched down. The boy watched his every move with wide eyes. Listen, brat, Katsuki said, his tone softening. Charging in like that doesn't make you brave, it makes you reckless. You don't get to be the best by acting like an idiot. The boy's tough facade wavered as his hands continued to shake. He bit his lip, his anger faltering. But I didn't want to run away, to look like a coward, he muttered, his voice small. You've got guts, kid, Katsuki said, ruffling his hair. But guts don't mean you don't need help. Thinking you can do everything on your own is just dumb. The boy blinked up at him, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Katsuki sighed, jerking his thumb toward the exit. Come on. Let's get you out of here. After the police arrived and the villains were restrained, Bakugou and Rin began the walk back to their agencies. The quiet of the night was broken only by the distant hum of sirens and, to Bakugou's growing irritation, Ren's casual whistling as he strolled beside him. Bakugou's jaw tightened, the sound grating against his nerves like nails on a chalkboard. His fists clenched at his sides, and he opened his mouth, ready to bark at Ren to knock it off. But before he could, Ren glanced at him with a smirk, his whistle fading into a low chuckle. You're about to tell me to shut up, aren't you? He said, his voice laced with amusement. You've got that about to explode look going on. Bakugou scowled, his teeth grinding. Demon right I was? Ren laughed, unbothered by the harshness in Bakugou's tone. Hey, I wasn't trying to annoy you. Just keeping the mood light. You know, you could try it sometime, it won't kill you to relax. Relax? Bakugou barked, glaring at him. We just dealt with a bunch of idiots, a terrified kid. How the hell am I supposed to relax after that? Rin shrugged, still smiling. Fair point. But if anyone needs a lesson in chilling out, it's you, Dynamite. Bakugou growled under his breath, shoving his hands into his pockets. I'm this close to blasting you into the next district? You're good, said Ren, changing the subject. I mean, I knew you were, but seeing it up close... Katsuki's anger simmered down at the compliment. He shrugged, his hands stuffed into his pockets. It's my job. Sure, Ren said, his voice laced with teasing amusement. But you're a little more than that, aren't you? Bakugou rolled his eyes, a scoff escaping him as he brushed off the obvious attempt at flattery. Teeth, spare me the butt-kissing. It's not gonna get you anywhere. Ren glanced at him, his expression shifting from playful to curious. So, what do you do when you're not blowing things up? Got any hobbies? Or is it all hero work all the time? Katsuki raised an eyebrow, side-eyeing him. Why the hell do you care? Call it professional curiosity, Ren said with a shrug. I just don't picture you as the type to knit scarves in your free time. Katsuki snorted at that, his smirk widening. He searched for an answer for a while. I cook. Ren stopped in his tracks, staring at him. Cooking? You're serious? What's so surprising about that? Katsuki asked, his tone defensive but not angry. Ren laughed, a genuine sound that seemed to catch Katsuki off guard. I just didn't peg you as the type. I figured you were all gym, motorcycles, and blowing stuff up. Yeah, well, Katsuki muttered, his ears tinged pink. I don't give a damn in what you think. Ren grinned, catching up to him. No need to get all defensive, Chef Dynamite. Honestly, I think it's cool. What's your specialty? Katsuki hesitated, glancing at Ren out of the corner of his eye. Curry. Spicy. Of course it's spicy, Ren said, shaking his head with a laugh. Bet you make it so hot it could melt steel. That's the point, Katsuki said, his smirk returning. What? You can't handle heat? Rin chuckled again, raising his hands in mock surrender. I can handle plenty, but I'm not trying to burn my taste buds off. The conversation flowed easier than Katsuki expected, Ren's teasing tone somehow managing to disarm him. For the first time in a while, Katsuki found himself laughing. Not out of politeness, but because he genuinely found Rin funny. It was strange, but not unwelcome. As they reached the agency's entrance, Rin turned to Katsuki, his grin softening into something more genuine. Hey, thanks for letting me tag along. It was interesting. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. You didn't exactly give me a choice. Fair, Rin admitted, his grin returning. As Rin walked away, whistling to himself, Katsuki lingered for a moment, watching him go. It wasn't often that someone surprised him, let alone managed to keep up with him. And for reasons he couldn't quite pinpoint, that stuck with him. Later that night, Katsuki sat on his couch, the faint scent of curry still lingering in the air from dinner. He thought about Ren, about his confidence, his curiosity, and the way he didn't seem fazed by Katsuki's sharp edges. It was different. And maybe, just maybe, Katsuki didn't mind it. Bakugou woke to the faint vibration of his phone rattling against the wooden surface of his nightstand. The low hum cut through the stillness of the early morning, dragging him reluctantly from sleep. He groaned, rolling onto his side, his arm flopping out to silence the noise. His bedroom was as no-nonsense as he was. The walls were painted a muted gray, the only splash of color coming from the deep red curtains that blocked out most of the morning light. A single shelf above his dresser held a few framed pictures, one of him with his old classmates at UA, another of his parents, and a third of him and Kirishima on a fishing trip. His hero costume hung neatly on a stand in the corner, ready for the day ahead. The bed was a simple platform with crisp, dark sheets that he hadn't bothered to fully untangle himself from. Beside him, on the nightstand, was a digital clock displaying the time, 6:12 a.m. His phone buzzed again, the screen lighting up with a flood of notifications. Grunting, Bakugou grabbed the phone, squinting at the brightness. His lock screen was filled with missed messages from Kirishima, Mina, and even a few from his media manager. Great, he thought, rubbing his eyes. What the hell do they want this early? He sat up, his fingers swiping through the barrage of texts. The faint scent of last night's curry still lingered in the air, and his hair stuck up in wild spikes from sleep. As he scrolled through the messages, his scowl deepened. Whatever they wanted, it was bound to ruin his morning. Bakugou's scowl deepened as he scrolled through the endless stream of messages on his phone. Notifications lit up his screen like a fireworks display. Kirishima, Mina, and even Kaminari all seemed to have something urgent to say. With a groan, he opened one of the first texts. It was from Mina. Mina, bro. You're trending. Did you see the video? Video. Bakugou's brow furrowed as he clicked on the link attached to the message. The next thing he knew, his screen was filled with footage of himself crouched beside the boy from last night's mission, speaking softly as the kid clutched his school bag. He cringed when he saw himself ruffle the kid's hair and, of all things, smile. The video cut to a close-up, his expression surprisingly gentle as he guided the boy to safety. The headlines below the video were relentless. Dynamite's rare moment of kindness. Soft side of an explosive hero. Katsuki groaned as he scrolled through his phone, tossing it back onto bed in frustration. His peace was shattered further by a call from Siko, the girl who was responsible for his hero image or whatever that meant. What? He snapped, answering the phone. Katsuki. Siko's voice was practically bubbling with excitement. This is amazing. Do you have any idea how good this is for your image? I don't care about my image, Katsuki grumbled. Well, the public does. You're trending everywhere, and for once, people are calling you charming. Can you believe it? Charming. Was she for real? I'm always charming. Bakugou thought to himself, his scowl deepening. Charming my butt. Like I need anyone to tell me that, he muttered internally, running a hand through his messy hair. Still, the idea that the public saw this moment as something out of character grated on him. It's not like I'm a heartless bastard. People just don't pay attention. Before Siko could say anything more, he hung up on her. Katsuki sighed, flopping onto the couch and staring at the ceiling. He thought of the kid, the fire in his eyes, the way he'd fought so strong to hold back his tears. Maybe being sappy wasn't so bad after all. As his thoughts spiraled, his phone buzzed with another message. It was from Kirishima. Kirishima, yo, bro, got a minute? I have an idea I think you'll like. Katsuki frowned, immediately suspicious. Kirishima's ideas often involved dragging him into situations that tested his patience, but they usually had a way of working out. He sighed and typed back. Bakugou, spit it out. Kirishima replied almost instantly. Kirishima, okay, so Mina and I are working on this project called Heroes Table. The idea is to help families and individuals who are struggling financially, especially with food. It's like a cooking show, but instead of just showing off, we make meals that are affordable, healthy, and easy to cook. We also talk about food insecurity and offer resources to help people. And, Mina said we need someone who actually knows how to cook. Interested? Katsuki blinked at the message, rereading it twice. His first instinct was to scoff and move on. He wasn't some celebrity chef. But then the image of the boy flashed through his mind, and the words, help people, stuck in his head like glue. He frowned, typing quickly. Bakugou, why me? You can find someone else. Kirishima, because you're awesome at it, dude. Seriously, you're one of the best cooks I know, and this isn't just about cooking. It's about showing people that heroes care about more than just fighting. Katsuki scowled, feeling both irritated and strangely flattered. Kirishima's enthusiasm was strong to ignore, and the idea wasn't terrible. Helping people directly, feeding them, giving them something tangible to hold on to, wasn't that different from being a hero. It just wasn't something he'd ever considered. Bakugou, fine. But if Mina gets on my nerves, I'm out. Kirishima, yes. You won't regret it, man. I swear, this is gonna be amazing. The next morning, Katsuki stood in his kitchen, staring at a spread of ingredients on the counter. Eggs, flour, fresh vegetables, and a tray of chicken stared back at him, waiting for him to decide. Could he really do this? Could he take something that had always been personal and use it to help people? Katsuki had felt an unexpected urge to do more. Maybe this was a way to channel that feeling. Maybe he could use his skills for something that didn't involve explosions or fists. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he was taking a step toward something new. Something that wasn't just about proving himself or chasing a rival. Something that could actually make a difference, and not by just beating villains. Izuku Midoriya sat on the couch in his modest apartment, his laptop open but untouched in front of him. The evening sun cast long shadows across the room, and the soft hum of the city outside filtered in through the cracked window. His eyes weren't on his assignments or the reports he was supposed to be reviewing for work. Instead, they were glued to the glowing screen of his phone. The headline read, Pro Hero Dynamite shows a softer side in upcoming charity cooking show. Beneath the text was a picture of Katsuki Bakugou standing in a kitchen, a smirk tugging at his lips as he held a spatula like a weapon. The article was plastered with captions praising the unexpected angle to Dynamite's image and emphasizing how he'd taken a personal interest in helping families struggling with affording something so simple as food. Izuku's lips curled into a small smile, pride swelling in his eye. That's just like Kaken, he thought. Taking something he's good at and turning it into a way to help people. It was impressive and he was happy for him. Really, he was. His finger hovered over the screen, itching to open the article and read every word. Instead, he locked his phone and set it down with a sigh. He leaned back against the couch, his gaze drifting to the ceiling as a hollow feeling settled in his eye. The last few weeks had been strange, almost surreal. His relationship with Uraraka was blossoming. They spent evenings at the cafe, talking about everything and nothing. They went on patrols together, their movements synchronized like they'd been working as a team forever. And yet, despite how right everything with her felt, there was a void he couldn't ignore. Katsuki wasn't in his life the way he used to be. Katsuki had always been there, a constant presence pushing him to be better, to aim higher. And now, without him, everything felt quieter. Too quiet. He was respecting the space Bakugou unintentionally set between them. It wasn't that he and Kaken weren't on speaking terms, They were, technically, but the distance between them was palpable. They didn't train together anymore, didn't hang out after missions, didn't exchange the sharp banter that had always been their way of communicating. I miss him. The thought came unbidden, and it hit harder than he expected. Of course, he missed him. They'd spent years at each other's sides, through every triumph and failure. But this was different. The bond felt like it had shifted into something distant. The soft glow of the television bathed Izuku's living room in flickering light. The familiar sounds of an action movie filled the space, but Izuku's mind was elsewhere. He sat on the couch, one arm draped over the backrest, his body angled slightly away from Ochako Uraraka, who sat close enough for their knees to brush. It had been 3 months since they started officially dating. 3 months of warm smiles, shared laughter, and quiet moments like this. But something still felt off. Uraraka shifted, her hand resting lightly on her knee, her eyes fixed on the screen but not really watching. Her thoughts churned as she snuck a glance at Izuku. He looked relaxed, his gaze on the movie, but his body language told a different story. The space between them, the way his arm was positioned, it was almost like he was subconsciously creating a barrier. Her frustration bubbled beneath the surface. She cared deeply for Izuku, but the dynamic between them felt stalled. They were dating, yes, but it didn't feel like it. He hadn't made a move beyond holding hands or the occasional chaste hug. She tried to be patient, to let things unfold naturally, but 3 months was a long time to wait for something that should feel more natural by now. She wasn't asking for fireworks or dramatic confessions, just something. A sign that he saw her as more than a friend he occasionally held hands with. As the movie credits began to roll, she couldn't hold it in any longer. She turned to him, her voice cutting through the fading music. Izuku. He jumped slightly at the suddenness of her tone, turning to face her with wide, green eyes. Why haven't you kissed me? She asked bluntly, her voice steady despite the butterflies in her face. Izuku froze, his cheeks flushing a deep red. He stammered, his hand flying to the back of his neck. I don't. Uraraka raised an eyebrow, her gaze unwavering. We've been dating for 3 months, Midoriya. 3. And you haven't kissed me. Not even once. His face went from red to scarlet, and he looked everywhere but at her. I didn't think it was. I didn't want to rush you or make you uncomfortable or make me uncomfortable, she interrupted, her tone a mix of incredulity and amusement. Midoriya, I'm the one who's uncomfortable because I'm starting to think you don't want to. Her words hit him like a bolt of lightning, and he sat back, his gaze finally meeting hers. Of course I want to, he blurted, then immediately clamped a hand over his mouth, mortified. By his outburst, Uraraka blinked, taken aback by the force of his words. Then, slowly, a small smile crept across her face. You do. I do, he admitted, his voice quieter now. I guess I've been overthinking it. I didn't want to mess things up or do it wrong. She stared at him for a moment, then let out a soft laugh. Midoriya, there's no wrong way to embrace someone you care about. And honestly, it's not something you need to plan out like one of your hero strategies. Izuku scratched the back of his head, his embarrassment still clear. I'm sorry, Uraraka. I didn't mean to make you feel like I wasn't interested. I've just never been good at this kind of stuff. Her smile softened and she reached out, taking his hand in hers. You don't have to be perfect, Izuku. I don't need perfect. I just need you. Her words eased some of the tension in his eye, and he gave her a small, sheepish smile. I'll do better, he promised. You could start now, she teased, leaning in slightly, her eyes bright and expectant. Izuku's heart pounded in his tea, but he nodded, his determination kicking in. Slowly, nervously he leaned forward, closing the gap between them. Their noses brushed, and for a moment he hesitated, his mind screaming at him to pull back. But then Uraraka closed the distance, her lips pressing gently against his. It was soft, simple, and over too quickly, but it was enough to send his heart racing and his mind spinning. When they pulled apart, her smile was radiant, her cheeks tinged pink. Not so strong, right? Izuku chuckled nervously, his own cheeks burning. Not so strong. But as they settled back into the couch, the warmth of the moment lingering between them, Izuku couldn't shake the nagging thought at the back of his mind. The kitchen was alive with the sound of sizzling pans and chopping knives as Bakugou stood in the middle of the controlled chaos. His arms were crossed, his eyes sharp as he watched Kirishima enthusiastically demonstrate some basic knife skills to the filming crew. "This is gonna be awesome," Kirishima said, looking over his shoulder at Bakugou. His broad grin was as infectious as ever. "You cooking, me helping, it's the perfect combo. The viewers are gonna eat this up." "Tisich," Bakugou scoffed, leaning against the counter. "I'm not here for the fans, shitty hair. I'm here to show people how not to waste time burning water." Kirishima laughed, not missing a beat. Yeah, Mr. Efficiency. Just try not to scare off the audience with all your yelling." Bakugou smirked despite himself, shaking his head as Kirishima turned back to the crew. Helping struggling families by teaching them affordable, healthy cooking methods and raising money that later would be given back to low-income families had felt surprisingly worthwhile. And while Bakugou would never admit it, he enjoyed being in the kitchen more than anywhere else, save for the battlefield. As they wrapped up the filming, Bakugou was wiping down the counter when a familiar voice cut through the noise. "DMN, Dynamite. I didn't know you had a whole other side to you," Ren drawled, leaning casually against the doorframe of the studio kitchen. His green eyes gleamed with amusement, his usual smirk firmly in place. Bakugou straightened, his eyes narrowing. "What the hell are you doing here?" he asked, his tone sharp but not entirely hostile. Ren shrugged, pushing off the doorframe and strolling toward him. "Heard about your little project. Thought I'd drop by and see it for myself. You know, get a glimpse of Chef Dynamite in action." "Don't call me that," Bakugou muttered, turning back to the counter to busy himself with cleaning utensils. "And I don't need you snooping around." "I'm not snooping," Ren said, his voice lower now, softer. He leaned against the counter, close enough that Bakugou could feel the heat of his presence. "I'm curious. There's a difference." Bakugou glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, his lips pressing into a thin line. "Well, now you've seen it. You can leave." Ren laughed, the sound light and teasing, before tilting his head as if in thought. "Hey, doesn't all this cooking make you hungry?" he asked, his tone casual but with a hint of something more. "How about we go to dinner?" Bakugou froze for a moment, his hand tightening around the rag he was using to wipe the counter. He turned his head slowly, giving Ren a sharp side-eye. "Dinner?" The comforting aroma of miso broth and grilled pork wafted through the small ramen shop as Bakugou pushed open the sliding door, the warm glow of the interior contrasting sharply with the cool night air outside. It was one of those hole-in-the-wall places he frequented when he wanted to avoid crowds and attention. The shopkeeper gave him a nod of recognition, and he returned it with a curt one of his own before making his way to the counter. They both sat down, pulling out the menu despite Bakugou already knowing what he wanted. The shopkeeper didn't need him to say a word, nodding knowingly and retreating to prepare his usual. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the sounds of the bustling kitchen and the occasional chatter of other patrons filling the space. Ren sipped his sake leisurely, his gaze occasionally flicking to Bakugou, who was busy demolishing his bowl of ramen with singular focus. "So," Ren started, his tone casual but laced with curiosity. "Ever bring anyone here? Or are you the lone wolf type when it comes to eating out?" Bakugou paused mid-bite, glaring at Ren over his bowl. "What kind of question is that?" "Just making conversation," Ren replied with a smirk. "Figured someone like you must have a line of women trying to get your attention. Don't tell me you're all work and no play." Bakugou scowled, shoving another bite of noodles into his mouth to avoid answering immediately. Ren waited patiently, clearly enjoying watching him squirm. Finally, Bakugou set his chopsticks down, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "I don't have time for that, see," he said gruffly, reaching for his glass of water. Ren raised an eyebrow, leaning back in his seat. "No. So, it's not that you're not interested, then?" Bakugou's jaw tightened, his gaze fixed on his bowl. "It's not like that." "Ah," Ren said softly, the teasing edge in his voice replaced with something more thoughtful. "So, not women, then?" The question hung in the air, unspoken but unmistakable. Bakugou didn't respond immediately, his mind racing as he debated how to answer. He wasn't ashamed of who he was, but talking about it wasn't exactly his style. Finally, he sighed, his shoulders relaxing slightly. Yeah? Ren's grin returned, but it was softer this time, more genuine. Fair enough. I gotta say, though, I didn't see that coming. Bakugou shot him a sharp look. Why not? Ren shrugged, swirling the sake in his glass. I mean, you've got that whole tough guy vibe going on. Gym, explosions, the whole tough guy deal. Figured you'd be the type to have half the women in Muzutafu fawning over you. Bakugou snorted, his lips twitching upward in the faintest hint of a smile. Shows what you know. Ren chuckled, raising his glass in another toast. Guess so. Cheers to surprises, then. Bakugou rolled his eyes but clinked his glass against Ren's before taking a sip. The conversation shifted after that, meandering through lighter topics, quirks, work. Ren was easy to talk to, Bakugou realized, his laid-back demeanor a stark contrast to the high-pressure world. They both navigated. As the night wore on and the shop emptied out, it had grown quiet as the night stretched on, the steady hum of conversation and clinking dishes replaced by the occasional murmur from the staff cleaning up. Bakugou and Ren sat at the table, their bowls long emptied but their conversations still flowing. The shopkeeper approached, a kind smile on her face. We're about to close up for the night, gentlemen. Ren nodded politely. Of course. Thanks for the great meal. Bakugou slid a few bills across the counter, standing as Ren followed suit. The shopkeeper waved them off as they stepped outside into the cool night air, the quiet of the street a stark contrast to the warmth of the ramen shop. Ren grinned, his hands slipping into his jacket pockets. So, what now? Heading home. Getting some air? Bakugou muttered, his pace slowing as they turned down a quieter alley behind the shop. Ren didn't push, falling into step beside him. The alley was dimly lit, the glow from a nearby street lamp casting long shadows against the walls. For a moment, they walked in silence, the night air cool against their skin. Ren's gaze flicked to Bakugou, studying him with an intensity that made the blonde shift uncomfortably. What? Bakugou snapped, his crimson eyes darting to Ren. Ren shrugged, his smirk returning. Just trying to figure you out. Maybe you should stop, because you're bad at it, Bakugou shot back, though there was no real heat in his voice. Ren chuckled maybe. Ren stopped walking and turned toward Bakugou, his playful smirk fading into something more serious. His green eyes locked onto Bakugou's, glinting under the faint glow of the street lamp. Then, as if pulled by some invisible force, he stepped closer. Bakugou's breath hitched, his teeth tightening as he instinctively took a step back. His shoulders hit the cold, unyielding wall behind him, and he cursed himself for retreating. The quiet alley seemed to amplify every small sound, the scrape of Ren's boots against the pavement, the faint flicker of the street lamp above, the unsteady rhythm of Bakugou's own breathing. He clenched his fists at his sides, trying to steady himself, but his usual composure felt miles away. You ever let anyone in, Bakugou? Ren asked, his voice soft but pointed. The question caught Bakugou off guard, his usual sharp retort caught in his throat. He didn't answer, his eyes darting away as his jaw clenched. Ren tilted his head, his gaze never wavering. Katsuki, Ren said softly, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. He was close now, too close, his presence filling the air between them. What the hell are you doing? Bakugou managed, his voice low and sharp, but it came out weaker than he wanted. Ren tilted his head slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips, but his gaze remained unwavering. Just testing something, he murmured, his tone unreadable as he leaned in closer. Bakugou's breath hitched, his body tensing as Ren closed the last bit of distance between them. His heart pounded in his ear, a chaotic rhythm that matched the storm brewing in his mind. It wasn't rushed, wasn't forceful. Ren's movements were slow and deliberate, giving Bakugou every chance to pull away. But he didn't. He stayed rooted in place, his crimson eyes wide as Ren's lips brushed against his in an embrace that was soft, warm, and completely unexpected. For a moment, Bakugou froze, his mind scrambling to catch up. But then something shifted. The tension in his shoulders eased, his hands twitching at his sides before one of them hesitantly reached up to Ren's cheek. The embrace deepened, and Bakugou found himself leaning in, his usual sharp edges softening in a way that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. When they finally pulled apart, both of them were breathing heavily, the night air cool against their flushed faces. Ren's grin returned, though it was softer now, less teasing. For once, the walls Bakugou kept so carefully constructed felt a little less daunting. And maybe, just maybe, letting someone in wasn't as impossible as he thought. The Hero Commission's conference room was bustling with activity, a hive of coordinated effort and simmering urgency. The polished oak table at the center was flanked by an array of individuals, heroes, police officers, detectives, and support staff, each engrossed in their respective tasks. High-backed Eltfer chairs were arranged neatly around the table, though some stood empty as people moved around the room. The frosted glass walls occasionally displayed holographic screens filled with mission data, maps, and villain profiles, glowing faintly in the dim lighting. At the far end of the table stood the lead investigator, a sharp-eyed woman with her hair pulled into a severe bun. She commanded attention, her voice steady as she detailed the mission objectives. "We're dealing with a highly organized villain group," she explained, gesturing to a 3D map projected on the wall. The industrial complex depicted was sprawling, with abandoned warehouses, twisting alleyways, and hidden underground bunkers. They're manufacturing quirk-enhanced weapons, and we have intel suggesting they're planning to distribute them in bulk within the next 48 hours. Izuku Midoriya sat near the center of the table, flanked by Bakugou Katsuki on his right and Ren on his left. Across from them, the familiar faces of other heroes added a sense of camaraderie to the tense atmosphere. Eraserhead leaned back in his chair, arms crossed and his ever-watchful gaze scanning the room. Beside him, Suneater scribbled notes on a pad, while Nijire Hato tapped her pen against her chin, her usual energy subdued by the gravity of the situation. A few seats down, a group of police officers conferred with detectives, their quiet conversation punctuated by nods and the occasional murmur of agreement. One officer, a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair, spoke up. "We've got officers stationed at the perimeter, but the villains have been using underground tunnels to move supplies. We'll need a team that can navigate tight spaces and neutralize threats quickly." "That's where you four come in," the lead investigator said, turning her attention to Izuku, Bakugou, and Ren. "Midoriya, your adaptability and tactical mind will be critical for identifying and disarming these weapons. Dynamite," she continued, her gaze shifting to Bakugou, "your firepower and experience in high-pressure situations make you indispensable. And Ryoko with Ren will provide the protection needed to ensure the team's safety while neutralizing the enemy." Bakugou scoffed, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed. "I don't need anyone protecting me." Ren smirked, his tone light but teasing. "Of course not. I'm just here to make sure you don't blow yourself up." The remark earned a few chuckles from the room, but Bakugou's glare silenced them quickly. Izuku glanced between the two, the dynamic tugging at something unfamiliar inside him. Eraserhead cleared his throat, drawing attention back to the mission. "Focus," he said, his voice calm but firm. "This operation requires precision and coordination. The villains are armed and dangerous, and there's a high likelihood of civilian hostages in the area. Keep your personal baggage out of this." The room fell silent, the weight of Eraserhead's words settling over them like a heavy blanket. Izuku straightened in his seat, determination flashing in his green eyes. "Understood. We'll handle it." The industrial complex loomed ahead, jagged silhouette cutting into the cloudy evening sky. Rusted metal walls and broken windows gave the site a sinister aura, the kind of place that seemed to breathe danger. The air was thick with the scent of rust and decay, mingling with the faint hum of machinery echoing from within the abandoned warehouses. Police officers and support heroes secured the perimeter, their radios crackling with updates as the main team approached. At the edge of the operation, the main team gathered near a newly uncovered tunnel entrance. A faint breeze wafted out, carrying the metallic tang of the villain's workshop deep underground. Ren crouched near the entrance, his hand pressed against the concrete as his quirk, Pulse Vision, mapped the vibrations within. "It's active down there. I'm picking up about a dozen movements, scattered." weapons production lines further back. Looks like they've got a few layers of defenses, but we should be able to navigate through. Among them stood Ryoko, a veteran pro hero known for her quirk, Shadow Stride, which allowed her to move seamlessly through dimly lit areas. Ryoko, tall and composed with a sharp tactical mind, had been brought in to assist with navigation and coordination for the mission. Her presence added a sense of weight and professionalism to the team. Ryoko nodded, her gaze sharp. Rin, lead the way. We'll follow your cues. Stay alert, everyone. Bakugou leaned against the wall, his arms crossed and his scowl firmly in place. Fantastic. Adine CRT mission, he muttered, his crimson eyes flicking to Izuku. Izuku ignored the jab, adjusting his gloves as he addressed Ren. Can your quirk pick up traps or just people? Ren raised an eyebrow at the question, then smirked. Mostly vibrations, but I can sense irregularities in the structure. If there are traps, I'll find them. Izuku nodded. Good. The villains here have been using enhanced tech. We don't know what tricks they might have. Bakugou scoffed. Great. I'll add following to my skill set, he muttered darkly, shoving off the wall. Can we just get this over with? Izuku turned to Bakugou as they prepared to move deeper into the tunnel. Kaken, I didn't ask to be on this mission either, you know, he said quietly, his voice measured. I'm here to do my job, same as you. The distance Bakugou seemed to want was something Izuku had tried, really tried, to honor. But missions like this didn't care about personal boundaries. They demanded teamwork, efficiency, and familiarity, and Izuku couldn't help but feel the irony of being forced into proximity with the one person he was trying not to push. Bakugou didn't respond immediately, his crimson eyes scanning the darkened path ahead. His jaw worked as if chewing on his words before spitting out, yeah, well, someone probably thought pairing us up was a good idea. A nice, cozy way to ease you back into hero work. The words weren't spat with venom, but there was a weight to them that made Izuku flinch. He frowned slightly. It's not like that. Sure it isn't, Bakugou muttered, his voice low. But here we are, anyway. Izuku's frustration simmered just beneath the surface. Well, I don't need you babysitting me, he said, trying to keep his voice steady. Good, Bakugou replied, his tone clipped. Izuku fell quiet, his fingers curling into fists at his sides. He hated this uncomfortable in-between tension that felt like a million miles from where they used to be. He hadn't chosen this mission or the pairing, but he couldn't shake the feeling that it was his fault they were like this at all. Ahead of them, Ren glanced back, the glow of his pulse shield casting faint shadows across his features. His dark eyes flicked between Izuku and Bakugou, the unspoken tension between them palpable. Though he said nothing, his quirk-sensitive awareness picked up on the charged air around them, and his brows furrowed slightly. All right, Ren said, breaking the silence as they reached a fork in the tunnel. Left is clearer. Less interference with my quirk. We'll move faster this way. Izuku nodded, quickly falling into strategy mode. Right? Kaken, you can, don't, Bakugou interrupted, his voice low and warning. He motioned for Rin to lead on, his focus narrowing to the task at hand. Let's just get this over with. Izuku pressed his lips into a thin line, swallowing whatever response he might have had. He could feel the weight of Bakugou's frustration pressing against him, but he chose not to push further. As they moved deeper into the tunnel, the team's footsteps echoing softly in the confined space, Izuku couldn't help but glance at Bakugou out of the corner of his eye. He didn't miss the tension in his friend's shoulders, the way his fists clenched and unclenched at his sides as if battling his own thoughts. For all Bakugou's silence, Izuku could still feel the storm brewing beneath the surface, and he wondered, hoped, that maybe they could weather it together. As they approached a larger chamber, Rin signaled for the group to halt. We're close, he murmured. The main assembly line is just ahead. I count at least 8 hostiles directly in the room, maybe more in the back. Ryoko nodded. All right. Run, keep an eye on the hostages and cover us if things get messy. Midoriya, Bakugou, you take the flanks. I'll handle the center. The team moved swiftly, their entry startling the villains. Chaos erupted as the villains scrambled to defend their operation. Izuku darted toward the left flank, taking on 2 opponents with a flurry of calculated strikes and quick thinking. Kaken, The guy in the back has a quirk boosting their speed. I'll take him, just watch the right. Don't tell me what to do. Bakugou snapped, blasting his way through a wall of debris as he targeted the center of the room. His explosions lit up the chamber, disorienting the villains and giving Ryoko the opening she needed. Ren activated his pulse shield, deflecting a barrage of quirk-enhanced projectiles aimed at Bakugou. Clear on your side, Dynamite? Bakugou didn't respond, already launching himself forward with a feral grin. The battle raged within the sprawling industrial complex, the air thick with the sound of explosions, shouts, and the clash of quirks. Sparks illuminated the dim, cavernous space as heroes and villains clashed in a chaotic dance of power and strategy. Izuku darted across the battlefield, his sharp eyes scanning the movements of their enemies. He coordinated with the others, shouting orders and adapting to the shifting tides of the fight. His adrenaline surged, and his mind raced as he calculated his next move. That was when he saw it. A villain with some kind of high-tech gun. A shockwave-generating one that sent waves of destructive energy tearing through the ground. He had positioned himself strategically, the gun glowing with a menacing red energy aimed directly at a group of hostages. I've got them! Izuku shouted, pushing off the ground with a burst of energy. His body moved in an arc as he leapt toward the villain, aiming to neutralize the threat before they could release another wave. But he miscalculated. The villain's stance shifted, redirecting the energy ray gun toward Izuku instead. The sudden change caught him midair, leaving him vulnerable with no way to evade. His heart lurched as he realized his mistake, the red glow growing brighter in his vision. Time slowed. Bakugou caught the scene out of the corner of his eye. His sharp instincts honed in on Izuku's precarious position. He saw the attack forming, the danger coiling like a spring ready to strike. Deku, he roared, his voice cutting through the chaos. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward, propelling his body with a massive explosion. The force sent him hurtling toward Izuku at breakneck speed, his focus razor-sharp. The attack fired. Bakugou collided with Izuku midair, the force of his momentum carrying them out of harm's way just as the shockwave tore through the space they had occupied. The energy exploded behind them, sending debris and a deafening blast rippling outward. They hit the ground strong. Izuku's breath knocked from his lungs as Bakugou rolled to his feet in one fluid motion. Get up, nerd! Bakugou barked, his crimson eyes blazing with fury as he planted himself between Izuku and the villain. His palms sparked dangerously, the glow illuminating his determined expression. The villain, undeterred, readied another blast. Bakugou's lips curled into a feral grin. Big mistake, he growled. With a deafening roar, Bakugou launched himself forward, his body a blur of explosive energy. He closed the distance in an instant, his palms crackling with volatile power. The villain barely had time to react before Bakugou unleashed a calculated blast, the force slamming into them with pinpoint precision. They crumpled to the ground. The battlefield fell into a brief, eerie silence. Bakugou turned back to Izuku, his face twisted in equal parts anger and worry. What the hell was that, Deku? He snapped, his voice sharp but not without a trace of concern. Izuku, still catching his breath, pushed himself to his feet, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. I'm sorry, he muttered, his voice tinged with guilt. I thought I had it under control. Bakugou scoffed, his eyes narrowing. You're lucky I was here to save your butt? Despite the harshness of his words, there was an unspoken layer of relief beneath them, a silent acknowledgement that things could have ended much worse. Izuku met his gaze, a flicker of gratitude in his green eyes. Thanks, Kaken, he said softly. The aftermath of the mission settled around them as police officers and support heroes secured the scene. Villains were restrained, hostages escorted to safety, and the once chaotic industrial complex was finally quiet. Izuku stood on the sidelines, his gaze fixed on Bakugou and Ren, who were talking a few feet away. Ren clapped Bakugou on the shoulder, leaning in slightly with a grin that seemed to come effortlessly. Nice work, Dynamite. And that save back there. Pretty impressive. Bakugou scoffed, though there wasn't the usual venom in his tone. Don't make it a big deal. Oh, I wouldn't dare, Ren teased, his smirk widening. I just think it's interesting. The tough, explosive guy risking his neck for someone he says annoys him. It's almost soft. Bakugou rolled his eyes, but the corner of his mouth twitched, almost forming a smile. Shut up, he muttered, though there was no real bite to his words. Izuku's eye tightened as he watched the exchange. He couldn't remember the last time Bakugou let someone tease him without blowing up, literally or figuratively. And the way Ren leaned closer, the casual friendliness between them, felt different. Comfortable. Too comfortable. His gaze lingered as Ren walked away, tossing a parting quip over his shoulder. Catch you later, Bakugou. Bakugou didn't respond, but his eyes followed Ren for a moment, his expression uncharacteristically relaxed. Izuku caught the faintest flicker of a smile before Bakugou's face returned to its usual sharpness. What the hell? Izuku thought, his stomach twisting. When did they even become friends? Who is this guy? Closer than he'd ever seen Bakugou with anyone, even Kirishima. Now, watching this dynamic unfold, he felt an unfamiliar pang of jealousy. He felt hot and unsettled, and the feeling was all wrong. He had no right to be jealous. He thought to himself, Bakugou can make friends, form relationships. That's his life, not mine. The words repeated in his head like a mantra, but they didn't erase the knot forming in his esti. Why did seeing this new dynamic feel like such a loss? Shaking himself out of his thoughts, Izuku mustered his courage and stepped forward. Kaken, he called, his voice steady despite the storm in his esti. Bakugou turned to him, his sharp crimson eyes narrowing slightly. What? Izuku hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. I just wanted to thank you for earlier. You didn't have to save me, but you did. And I really appreciate it. Bakugou shrugged, his expression unreadable. You don't need to make a big deal out of it. It's not like I was gonna let you get killed. I know, Izuku said quickly, feeling the words tumble out before he could overthink them. But I still want to show my gratitude. Let me buy you a drink, just as a thank you. That's all. Bakugou stared at him for a long moment, clearly debating whether to say yes or brush him off. His gaze flicked toward where Ren had disappeared, then back to Izuku. Finally, with a sigh that sounded more like surrender, he muttered, Fine. But just one drink. Izuku's shoulders relaxed slightly, a small smile tugging at his lips. Thank you. It's the least I can do. As they began to walk toward the exit, Izuku couldn't help but glance at Bakugou out of the corner of his eye. He wasn't sure what he was hoping to find. Maybe some resemblance of their old rhythm, some hint that things hadn't changed as much as they seemed. But Bakugou's expression remained closed off, his focus straight ahead. The bar was dimly lit, the quiet hum of conversation and the clinking of glasses filling the air. Izuku sat stiffly at the high-top table, nervously spinning his glass of soju between his hands. Bakugou sat next from him, his posture relaxed but his sharp eyes scanning the room as if on constant alert. They hadn't exchanged more than a few words since arriving, the silence between them awkward but not unbearable. Finally, Bakugou broke it. So, how's Uraraka? He asked, his tone casual but his gaze flickering toward Izuku with a hint of curiosity. You two still what's the word? Going steady? Izuku blinked, startled by the question. Yeah. We're doing fine. Bakugou raised an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair. Fine. That sounds like code for you overthinking everything again. What's eating at you, nerd? Izuku frowned, staring down at his drink. I'm not here to talk about that, Kaken. Bakugou snorted. Tough luck. You dragged me out for a drink, so you're talking. Spill it. Izuku hesitated, feeling his cheeks heat up. He'd been avoiding thinking too deeply about this, let alone saying it out loud. But the persistent look on Bakugou's face left him little choice. I just feel lame, he admitted, his voice quieter than usual. She kissed me first. I didn't even have the guts to make the first move. What kind of guy does that make me? Bakugou stared at him for a moment before letting out a low chuckle. You're an idiot, you know that? A sick twist was starting to taking space in his tea, and he regretted asking about Uraraka. Izuku blinked in surprise, his embarrassment quickly turning to indignation. Hey, I'm trying to be honest here. You're not lame because she kissed you first. Hell, we're not living in the DMN Stone Age. If anything, it shows she knows what she wants. You should be lucky someone's that into you. Bakugou said, smirking. Izuku paused, mulling over Bakugou's words. I guess I didn't think about it like that. You should. And besides, Bakugou added, taking a swig of his drink, you're not the only one who's been in that boat. Izuku tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. What do you mean? Bakugou's smirk faltered for a fraction of a second, and he quickly downed more of his drink. Forget it. Drink up, too. You'll feel better. Not entirely convinced, Izuku nodded and sipped his beer, the warm liquid helping to loosen some of his tension. As they ordered another round, the conversation became lighter, drifting from hero work to Bakugou's new charity work, about their old classmates and old memories of UA, and back to hero work. By the time they were halfway through their third drink, Izuku was noticeably tipsy, his cheeks flushed and his words slightly slurred. You know, Kaken, he started, leaning forward with a conspiratorial whisper, you and Rin seemed really close during the mission. Bakugou stiffened slightly, his hand tightening on his glass. What about it? Izuku blinked, his drunken mind struggling to string the words together. I mean, you don't usually let people tease you like that. And you looked happy, comfortable even. Since when are you two such good friends? Bakugou's expression darkened, and he leaned back in his chair, his defenses rising. What's your point, Deku? I'm just saying, Izuku trailed off, his brow furrowing as he tried to articulate the question in his mind. It's different. That's all. You're not usually like that with people. Bakugou rolled his eyes, muttering something under his breath before taking another swig of his drink. After some beat he replied, I guess that happens when two people embrace. They get closer. That's how it works, right? The words hit Izuku like a brick. He blinked, his brain scrambling to process what Bakugou had just said. Wait, what? What does that have to do with Ren? He asked, his voice rising slightly. Bakugou snapped, glaring at him. Izuku stared at him as gears turned in his head, the 3 glasses of beer not helping slowing the process. After some time Izuku gasped, wait, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. The last part was said whispering. Bakugou's scowl deepened, a faint flush creeping up his neck. What of it? Izuku nearly fell out of his chair, his drunken state doing nothing to help his balance. You kissed him. Like kissed. Bakugou groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. People embrace. Big deal. But isn't he? Izuku trailed off, his mind spinning. He'd never even considered the possibility that Bakugou might be into men. And yet, looking back, it wasn't as shocking as it should have been. Bakugou had never shown interest in girls, but Izuku had just assumed he wasn't the type to get involved in relationships at all. Bakugou glared at him, clearly annoyed. What? Got a problem with it? No. Izuku said quickly, his hands waving defensively. No problem at all. I didn't know. Bakugou huffed, looking away. Not like I had to tell you. Izuku nodded awkwardly, the conversation hanging in the air like a live wire. He wanted to say something reassuring, something to ease the tension, but his drunken mind couldn't find the words. Instead, he took another sip of his drink, hoping it would help him make sense of everything. To fill the awkward silence after the confession, Bakugou picked up the conversation where they had left off before Izuku asked about Ren. The words began to flow again, much like the drinks they were steadily consuming. The alcohol seemed to dissolve their tightly held barriers, letting memories and emotions swirl freely between them. They started reminiscing about their first year, sharing laughs over funny moments with their classmates. Izuku chuckled as they recalled Todoroki remodeling the entire dorm to fit a traditional Japanese interior, and Bakugou, with a smirk, remarked how it sounded just like him. Their laughter faded into a comfortable quiet before Izuku spoke again, his voice softer this time. Hey, Kaken, why do you think we're so bad at talking about how we feel? Bakugou blinked, his grip tightening around his glass. What the hell kind of question is that, Deku? Izuku shrugged, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. I mean, don't you think it's strange? After everything we've been through, we still act like it's easier to yell or fight than to just say what we're thinking. Bakugou scowled, his gaze dropping to the table. Because talking about feelings is useless. It doesn't change anything. It might not change what happened, Izuku said, his tone thoughtful, but maybe it could change how we feel about it. Like, maybe it'd make things easier. The silence between them felt heavy, yet not uncomfortable. Izuku took a long sip of his drink, his cheeks slightly flushed, before a sudden memory lit up his face. Do you remember, back at UA, during the joint training battle? He asked, his voice laced with nostalgia and amusement. When I unleashed Black Whip for the first time. Bakugou raised an eyebrow, unamused but curious. What about it? Izuku laughed, the sound spilling out before he could stop it. It was so silly. Minoma was saying some bad stuff about you, something I can't even remember now. But I got so mad, I lost control. Bakugou's eyes narrowed. That wasn't the version he remembered hearing before. I mean, Izuku continued, grinning wide, I was so embarrassed after that. I couldn't even admit to you or All Might why I lost it. You're drunk, Izuku, Bakugou said flatly. Izuku waved him off, the alcohol loosening his tongue and giving his words a careless edge. No, Kaken, that wasn't even the first time I lied about something like that. He leaned towards Bakugou, his grin steady and unguarded, clearly savoring the freedom the drink had given him. Remember the training camp attack? I was so focused on saving you that I didn't even call you by your real name. I yelled, Kaken is in trouble, and charged in like a total lunatic. Bakugou's face stiffened, and the faintest tinge of pink began to creep up his neck. Izuku was still laughing, his voice light, completely oblivious to the weight his words were dropping onto Bakugou. I mean, how ridiculous is that? I didn't even stop to think how stupid it sounded in front of everyone. To Bakugou, it didn't feel funny. It didn't feel light. It felt raw and exposed, like Izuku was tearing open wounds and waving them around carelessly. Izuku grinned, the alcohol making his words flow freely as he leaned back in his chair, still laughing about the training camp memory. His face was flushed, both from the drink and the excitement of reminiscing. Oh, Kaken, do you remember when we fought 9? Izuku said suddenly, his eyes lighting up as another memory hit him. He leaned forward, clutching his glass. We were so cool, 2-1 for alls and everything. That was crazy, right? Bakugou froze, the words slamming into him like a freight train. He didn't remember any of it. Nothing. Just vague flashes of that battle, the overwhelming pressure, and then, nothing. Bakugou froze, his hand gripping the edge of the table. What the hell are you talking about, Deku? Izuku laughed nervously, waving his hand as if to brush off the tension. Yeah, I mean when I transferred it to you during the fight. And we were all squished together, reaching out to each other like something straight out of a movie. He snorted at the thought, the image playing vividly in his mind. You were amazing with it. Seriously, the way you used it. Wow. He exclaimed, throwing his hands up dramatically, the alcohol amplifying his enthusiasm. The more Izuku talked, the more Bakugou felt the blood drain from his face. His heart pounded, and his fists clenched under the table. Why is he saying all this now? And why the hell is he laughing like it's a joke? As Izuku kept spilling embarrassing stories from their U8 days, Bakugou's grip on reality began to shift. Each revelation felt like a punch to the gut, things he didn't know, things he thought he should have known. These weren't just silly memories, they were moments that mattered. A storm of anger and betrayal brewed in him, the weight of nearly a decade of silence crushing him. It wasn't just the words or the memories, it was the fact that they had been kept from him for so long. Suddenly, Bakugou shot up from his chair, his voice sharp and cutting through the haze of the conversation like a blade. This conversation is over. Izuku blinked, his laughter faltering mid-breath. What? Kaken, come on, I didn't mean. The room fell into an oppressive silence. Bakugou's jaw was tight as he grabbed his jacket from the back of his chair, his movements stiff with anger. Night's over, Deku. Go home. Without another word, Bakugou stormed out of the bar, the door slamming shut behind him. Izuku was left sitting alone at the table, the remnants of his laughter hanging awkwardly in the air, now feeling misplaced and hollow. As the weight of the moment finally settled, Izuku stared down at his drink, his fingers tightening around the glass. He replayed the scene in his mind, his earlier excitement giving way to a sinking feeling of regret. Had all this information really been that embarrassing? Or was it something else? Izuku's brows furrowed as the thought gnawed at him. Did Katsuki hate remembering those times? Did it bring back something painful he hadn't considered? The questions circled in his head, each one heavier than the last. He'd wanted to share a laugh, to let the alcohol loosen the tension between them, but now he wondered if he should have better left everything untouched. The cool night air hit Bakugou's face as he walked quickly, trying to push Izuku's words out of his head, but they clung to him like a stubborn shadow. His mind replayed the conversation over and over, the lightness in Izuku's tone twisting the knife deeper. What the hell is wrong with him? Laughing about all that syrupy like it's a joke. He shoved his hands into his pockets, his pace quickening. His face burned, not just with anger but with the faintest hint of embarrassment. Why does he think it's so damn funny? Bakugou's jaw tightened as he remembered Izuku's grin, the carefree way he'd admitted giving one for all to him a secret. That Bakugou had accepted his hand. Is he laughing at me? At my feelings? At everything we've been through? I had wanted to accept that outstretched hand of Izuku for so damn long, Bakugou thought, the weight of years pressing on his He had hated the missed opportunities, the countless moments where he could have taken it, but his pride had always held him back. And yet, it turns out he had done it. He had forgotten about it. Izuku remembered it clearly enough to laugh about it now, to treat it like it was just another story from their UA days. As if it didn't matter. Bakugou felt the bile rise in his throat. He wanted to vomit. The scene at the river flashed vividly in his mind, when they were just brats. Izuku's outstretched hand, so simple, so earnest, had ignited a fire of anger and pride in Bakugou that burned for years afterward. Years later, he still couldn't stop thinking about it. He wished he could have another chance. Another moment to take Izuku's hand, not because he had to, not out of desperation, not out of circumstance, but because it could mean something for both of them. But reality came crashing down with a cold, brutal clarity. That chance would never come. Izuku would never hold his hand just because he wanted to. Izuku would never choose him, never look at him the way Bakugou secretly yearned for. The dream, the silly, impossible dream Bakugou had buried so deep inside, exploded in his raw and undeniable. A lump began to form in his throat, tight and unrelenting, choking back the emotions he could no longer suppress. Before he knew it, he was running. He didn't want to go home. He didn't want to face the suffocating silence of his room or the empty reminders of the night's disaster. His legs carried him instinctively, powered by raw emotion and the need to escape. The familiar rhythm of his feet pounding against the pavement became a numb blur, guiding him to the only place that had ever felt like a true escape. The wind carried a faint chill as it rustled through the tall cedar trees, their branches swaying gently under the deepening twilight. The path to the overlook at Midoriya was carpeted with a thin layer of leaves, their vibrant reds and golds crunching softly underfoot. Bakugou kept his hands shoved deep in his jacket pockets, his head down as he walked. With every step higher into the mountains, the distant hum of the city faded, leaving only the whispers of the wind and the faint rustle of trees. Finally reaching the overlook, Bakugou paused to catch his breath, gripping the cold metal railing tightly as he leaned forward. The city stretched out below him, a sea of glittering lights against the inky backdrop of the night. His ego heaved as he tried to push the thoughts plaguing him out of his mind, but they clung stubbornly, refusing to be shaken off. Then he heard it, soft, deliberate footsteps crunching through the leaves behind him. Bakugou cursed under his breath, his grip tightening on the railing. Of course. Even here, I can't escape. Somebody always has to ruin it. He straightened and turned, ready to unleash his frustration on whoever had dared intrude. But when his eyes locked onto a flash of red hair emerging from the treeline, his scowl faltered. It was Kirishima. The overlook at Midoriya had always been their spot. It wasn't much, just a sturdy railing and a weathered bench set back from the edge, but it offered an unparalleled view of Mizudafu, a view they'd shared countless times. For years, they had come here together to blow off steam, to talk, or sometimes just to sit in silence. You've been coming here a lot lately, Kirishima said as he approached the railing, his voice breaking the stillness. He leaned beside Bakugou, resting his forearms on the cool metal. Used to be our spot for unwinding. Now it feels like you're hiding out. Bakugou's expression twisted into a glare, though it lacked its usual bite. What the hell are you doing here? Are you following me? Kirishima laughed softly, scratching the back of his neck. Kind of, actually. I wanted to ask if you wanted to hang out, and he hesitated, glancing at Bakugou's unimpressed face. I might have checked your location. You know, since I've had it on my phone ever since you lost your phone at that party a while back. Bakugou's eyes narrowed. You're spying on me now. That's freaking weird. It's not like that, Kirishima said quickly, holding up his hands defensively. I wanted to make sure you're okay. You've been weird the past few months, unusually cold toward everyone. And I don't know, it seemed like maybe you needed someone to talk to. The words hung in the air and, for a moment, the only sound was the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. Kirishima's gaze was steady, free of judgment. He turned back toward the railing, gripping it again as he stared out over the city. I don't need anyone to check on me. I'm fine. Kirishima chuckled softly, though his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Since when did you stop calling me shitty hair? Don't push it, Bakugou muttered, his voice low. The wind tousled his blonde hair. He wanted to push Kirishima away, to yell at him, to tell him to leave and to make everyone stop worrying about him. He didn't need anyone poking around in his business, and the weight of their concern only made the ache in his eye worse. He opened his mouth, ready to snap, to tell Kirishima to get lost, but before the words could escape, Kirishima spoke first. I'm not leaving, man. His voice was calm, steady, but resolute. You can yell at me all you want. You can tell me to PSS off, but it's not gonna work this time. Bakugou froze, the words catching in his throat. He turned his gaze back to the city below. This is about Midoriya, isn't it? The name hit like a spark in the quiet night, and for a moment, Kirishima thought Bakugou wouldn't answer. But then his hands clenched into fists. What about him? Bakugou said finally, his voice sharp but strained. I was there, remember? Kirishima said, his tone softer now. When you asked him to partner with you. And he said no. Bakugou's jaw tightened, and his crimson eyes flicked toward Kirishima briefly before returning to the skyline. Yeah. So what? He's got his own SHT to deal with. Doesn't matter. Kirishima frowned, stepping closer. It does matter. You don't just ask people to work with you, Katsuki. That was a big deal. And when he said no, you didn't even try to push back. You just shut down. I don't need to beg anyone for anything. Bakugou snapped, his voice louder now, though it cracked slightly at the end. That's not what I'm saying, Kirishima said, his voice steady. I'm saying it hurt you. Bakugou's throat was closing up, he couldn't keep it in. It's not about him saying no, he muttered, the words heavy. It's about everything else. What do you mean? Kirishima asked, his tone filled with curiosity, his concern clear. He could see it, Bakugou's usual defenses weren't just down, they were completely shattered. The alcohol had stripped away his sharp edges, leaving him raw and unusually vulnerable. Everything's changing, Bakugou said, his voice low but raw. Everyone's got their own SHT now, new goals, new dreams. Deku's teaching, Uraraka's got her agency, and you're climbing the ranks like it's nothing. And me. I'm still chasing the same diamond thing I've been chasing since we were kids. Kirishima stayed silent for a moment, letting the weight of Bakugou's words settle. That's not a bad thing, man. You've always been clear about what you want. Bakugou shook his head, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. Yeah. And what happens when that's not enough anymore? When you wake up and realize everyone's moving forward, and you're just standing there. The vulnerability in Bakugou's voice made Kirishima's SHT tighten. He'd seen Bakugou angry, he'd seen him determined, but he'd rarely seen him like this, uncertain, raw, and hurting. Katsuki, Kirishima said softly, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder. You're not being left behind. You're still you. You're still moving forward, even if it doesn't feel like it. Bakugou shook his head, his voice trembling. I hate feeling like I don't know what the hell I'm doing anymore. I hate that, that it feels like everyone's leaving me behind." The words hit Kirishima like a punch to the gut, but what really broke him was the sight of Bakugou's eyes glistening with unshed tears. His hands tightened on the railing, his jaw clenched as he tried to hold it together. "Just go," Bakugou muttered, his voice low and strained, his hands trembling as he gripped the railing. He tried to shove the emotion back down, bury it beneath his usual anger, but it kept clawing its way to the surface. "I don't need your demon pity, shitty hair," he yelled, but the words came out weak, cracked, lacking their usual venom. Kirishima didn't move, his eyes steady on Bakugou's hunched form. As the wind shifted, he caught the faint smell of alcohol on Bakugou's breath, the sharp bitterness mingling with the chill in the air. "You think this is pity?" Kirishima asked softly, his voice steady but firm. "I'm not here because I feel sorry for you, man. I'm here because I care." Bakugou's eyes snapped up, his expression a mix of frustration and embarrassment. "DMN it, Kirishima. I don't need you here." He gestured wildly toward the overlook, his voice rising. "What the hell do you think you're gonna do, huh? Fix it? You can't fix this." "I'm not trying to fix anything, Katsuki," Kirishima said, his voice calm but unwavering. Bakugou turned away, his shoulders heaving with the effort of holding himself together. For a long moment, the only sound was the wind rustling through the trees and the distant hum of the city below. Finally, Bakugou spoke, his voice raw and quiet. "I've been chasing after that nerd my whole DMN life. First to beat him, then to keep up with him. And now..." His hands clenched so strong they looked like they could explode. "Now he doesn't even want that. He doesn't want to be my rival anymore. So what the hell am I supposed to do?" Kirishima's brows furrowed, his teeth tightening at the vulnerability in Bakugou's words. Bakugou's voice growing louder, more frantic. "That stupid suit, I thought it was something for him. Something to push him, to keep us on the same DMN level." His voice cracked, the frustration pouring out. "But it wasn't about him. It was about me. About keeping the rivalry going because I don't know how to function without it." The confession hung in the air, raw and heavy. Kirishima took a step closer, his heart aching for his friend. "That's not true, man. You're more than just his rival. You've always been more than that." Bakugou shook his head, letting out a sharp, bitter laugh. "No, I'm not. That's all I've ever been," he muttered. His eyes remained fixed on the sprawling city lights below. "And now he's got his own life, his own goals, and I don't even know what the hell I'm supposed to be chasing anymore." He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "He acts like nothing matters, like the things we went through are just funny memories to laugh about." Keeping it vague, unwilling to admit the details of his earlier conversation with Izuku, Kirishima's patience snapped, his voice cutting through the night like a blade. "That's bullshit, Katsuki. You've always known what you want. You've always been so DMN confident about your dreams, about everything you do. So what? You didn't get what you wanted this time, and now you're just gonna whine about it. That's not you." Bakugou whipped around, his crimson eyes blazing, his voice rising in raw frustration. "You think I don't know that? You think I don't hate myself for this? For not knowing what the hell I'm supposed to do now? For watching Deku, watching him with her and not?" He stopped abruptly, his jaw snapping shut as if the words had escaped before he could stop them. Kirishima's breath caught. "Her?" he asked cautiously, his mind racing to piece together Bakugou's outburst. "You mean Uraraka?" Bakugou's fists clenched at his sides, his gaze darting away. "Forget it. It doesn't matter." "No, Katsuki, it does matter," Kirishima said, stepping closer, his tone softer now but no less insistent. "What are you trying to say?" "It doesn't matter." Bakugou barked, but his voice cracked, betraying the turmoil beneath the anger. He turned back toward the railing, gripping it tightly as though it was the only thing keeping him grounded. Kirishima thought, his eyes widening as realization began to dawn. "Katsuki," he started carefully, his voice barely above a whisper. "Are you saying it's not just about being his hero partner and rival? Or even his friend?" Bakugou didn't answer, his silence speaking louder than words. His shoulders trembled. Kirishima pressed gently, his own heart breaking as he spoke the words he could see Bakugou couldn't. "Are you in love with him?" The question hung in the air, heavy and undeniable. Bakugou didn't move, didn't flinch. He just stood there, his hands gripping the railing so tightly it seemed like he might crush it. And then Kirishima saw the faintest glimmer of tears escaping down his face, illuminated by the faint glow of the city lights below. His ached, the weight of the moment settling deep within him. For all of Bakugou's strength, his fire, his indomitable will, Kirishima saw now what he had always missed. Bakugou was, at his core, human. A man with a heart that yearned as fiercely as it fought, a heart that carried its own quiet dreams of love and warmth. The realization struck him like a bittersweet melody. Even the strongest crave the gentleness of connection, the solace of being seen and accepted. To witness Bakugou's walls falter, to see the raw, unguarded truth of him, was both devastating and profoundly appealing. Seeing Bakugou's pain, it dawned on him, maybe all of Katsuki's gestures, all of his intensity toward Izuku, had been acts of love he didn't know how to give. The thought floored Kirishima. He didn't know what to say, what advice to offer, because nothing seemed big enough, good enough. And yet, this wasn't the time for Kirishima's own thoughts to run wild. He forced himself to snap back, pushing away the shock. What mattered was that his friend was hurting, and he needed someone, anyone, to be there for him. Kirishima took a steadying breath, his heart twisting as he looked at Bakugou's trembling form. The answer wasn't words. Not now. Maybe not ever. Katsuki, he said softly, stepping closer. His voice carried none of his usual cheer or bravado, only quiet understanding. Without waiting for permission, he reached out, pulling Bakugou into a firm embrace. Bakugou stiffened at first, his body rigid as if rejecting the vulnerability the gesture brought. But Kirishima held on, his grip unyielding, anchoring his friend in a moment that Bakugou clearly didn't know how to ask for. Slowly, hesitantly, Bakugou's resistance faltered. His hands twitched at his sides before clutching at Kirishima's jacket, his head dropping against Kirishima's shoulder as the tears came in earnest. "It's okay," Kirishima murmured, his voice steady despite the ache in his psyche. "You don't have to say anything. I've got you." And for the first time in a long while, Bakugou let himself fall apart, cradled not by strength or pride but by the simple, unspoken comfort of being held. About half a year ago, on a humid summer evening, Bakugou received a surprise invitation during one of their regular hangouts at Kirishima's rooftop terrace. The air was thick with the aroma of grilled meat, Shiro's yakitori skewers, half-burnt but strangely delicious, and the faint buzz of cicadas in the distance. Mina had just finished recounting a wildly exaggerated tale of her latest hero escapades, her laughter ringing out as Kaminari teased her. Kirishima, unusually quiet, sat back with a calm smile, holding his beer bottle loosely in one hand. Then, with a decisive clink of glass against the table, he grabbed everyone's attention. "Guys," Kirishima began, his tone warm but carrying an uncharacteristic solemnity. The usual chatter died down as Kaminari's chopsticks froze midair and Jair leaned forward, curious. Even Bakugou, who had been reclining in his chair with his arms crossed, narrowed his eyes at his friend. "What, you finally decided to grow a spine?" Bakugou quipped, his sharp voice cutting through the pause. Mina promptly smacked his arm, her grin wide and unrepentant. "Shut it, Bakugou," she scolded playfully before glancing around the group. "We're getting married." For a moment, the group was stunned, the weight of her words settling in. Then the rooftop erupted into chaos. Kaminari nearly toppled his chair in his excitement, cheering loudly, while Shiro raised his skewer like a toast. Jairu offered a quiet but sincere smile, her eyes sparkling. Bakugou, however, stayed silent, his crimson eyes flicking between Kirishima and Mina as though trying to gauge if they were joking. Finally, with a grunt, he muttered, "About dim time." Kirishima laughed, the sound filled with relief and warmth, as he clapped a hand on Mina's shoulder. "Thanks, guys. But wait, there's more." He turned fully to face Bakugou, his expression soft but serious. "Bakugou, I want you to be my best man." The rooftop grew quiet again, the others exchanging knowing glances as all eyes turned to Bakugou. For a moment he just stared at Kirishima, the words hanging heavy in the humid air. Finally he scoffed and rubbed the back of his neck, his signature scowl softening ever so slightly. Like I have a choice, he muttered. Mina beamed, clapping her hands together in excitement. And Jair, you're going to be one of my maids of honor. I need your help to keep everything organized. Jairu raised an eyebrow, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. I guess I can make room in my schedule, she said nonchalantly, though her small smile betrayed her excitement. Oh, and Kaminari, Shiro? Kirishima interjected, pointing at them with his usual enthusiasm. You're my groomsman, of course. You can't get out of it. Kaminari threw his arms up in mock celebration. Yes. Groomsman Kaminari, reporting for duty. Shiro snorted, leaning back in his chair. Guess I'll have to up my suit game. Mina clapped her hands together again, nearly bouncing with excitement. It's going to be a winter wedding. We're thinking something traditional but with our own twist. Maybe December, when the snow's falling. Can you picture it? Lanterns, candles, and snow everywhere. It'll be perfect. The conversation spiraled into a whirlwind of ideas. Kaminari threw out increasingly absurd reception themes, like superhero cosplaying or karaoke battles. Shiro offered to help with decor, earning a skeptical look from Mina after he suggested something involving giant banners. Through it all, Bakugou remained quiet, his sharp features betraying none of the emotions swirling beneath the surface. Kirishima, catching Bakugou's contemplative look, gave him a light elbow to the ribs. Hey, don't zone out on me, man. You're the best man, you've got responsibilities now. Bakugou snorted, shoving Kirishima's arm away. I didn't agree to plan your stupid wedding, just to stand there and make you look less dumb. The group burst into laughter, and for a fleeting moment, Bakugou's scowl softened. Despite his gruff words, there was a flicker of warmth in his eyes, a silent acknowledgement of how much these people, this moment, meant to him. It had been half a year since that humid summer evening on Kirishima's rooftop when the group first learned about the wedding. A long-awaited day had arrived, and the setting couldn't have been more stunning. The wedding was being held at a sleek and modern luxury hotel on the edge of Mizudafu. Nestled against a backdrop of snow-dusted mountains, the hotel's design embraced both elegance and comfort, making it the perfect venue for a winter wedding. The ceremony space was located in the hotel's glass pavilion, a contemporary architectural marvel with floor-to-ceiling windows that framed the snowy scenery outside. The soft glow of string lights draped from the pavilion's rafters bathed the room in warmth, while tall, slender candles lined the aisle, flickering gently. The air smelled faintly of cedarwood and winter blossoms, a blend Mina had insisted on to complement the season. Rows of minimalist wooden chairs, their seats upholstered in plush velvet, faced a modern arch adorned with deep red and white roses, baby's breath, and evergreen sprigs. A subtle hint of gold ran through the decor, gold accents on the table linens, delicate gold edging on the arch, and even the shimmer of Mina's chosen color palette for the groomsmen's ties and bridesmaids' dresses. Bakugou adjusted the sleeves of his tailored suit, a deep burgundy that contrasted sharply with his pale complexion. It had been Mina's idea, of course. Burgundy brings out your eyes, Bakugou. And Kirishima had backed her up, grinning sheepishly when Bakugou had protested. Now, as he stood near the altar, waiting for the ceremony to begin, he had to admit they weren't wrong. Guests were already seated, their soft murmurs creating a gentle hum that blended with the faint strains of music playing in the background. Bakugou's sharp gaze scanned the room, landing briefly on Izuku Midoriya, who had just arrived with Uraraka. Dressed in a classic black suit with a jade-green tie, Izuku looked out of place, his usual nervous energy subdued by the solemnity of the occasion. The sight of Izuku sent a flicker of unease through Bakugou. The memory of their last real conversation burned in his mind, how he'd charged out of the bar, frustration and hurt coursing through him, only to find himself later on a cold mountain edge, shaking his heart out to Kirishima. That night had been a whirlwind of vulnerability, his psyche cracked open in a way he hadn't thought possible. Now that Kirishima knew his secret, things felt different. Not bad, exactly, but there was an edge of awkwardness that Bakugou couldn't quite shake, even though he was grateful beyond words for the comfort Kirishima had given him that night. Forcing his gaze away from Izuku, Bakugou set his jaw and focused instead on Kirishima, who stood nearby in his tailored black suit, looking every bit the beaming groom. His red hair had been tamed into something close to orderly, though it still spiked rebelliously in a few places as if to remind everyone that this was still Kirishima. "Ready?" Kirishima asked, his voice low but brimming with excitement. Bakugou smirked, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "You're the one getting married, dumbass. Shouldn't I be asking you that?" Kirishima laughed, the sound warm and grounding. "Fair point." As the ceremony began, Bakugou found himself unexpectedly moved. Mina's radiant smile as she walked down the aisle, Kirishima's unfiltered joy, it was all almost too much. Bakugou stood to the side, hands shoved into his pockets as he tried not to fidget. He kept his eyes on Kirishima, but the words Kirishima spoke pulled at something deeper inside him. "I've always thought of myself as someone strong," Kirishima began, his voice thick with emotion. "But it's you, Mina, who's shown me what real strength is. It's not just about standing tall in battle. It's about being vulnerable, about letting someone in, about building a life together no matter what. You've made me better in every way, and I promise to keep being better for you every day." Mina's smile was radiant as she spoke her vows, her voice warm and steady. "You've always made me feel seen, never letting me doubt myself, even in the moments I wasn't sure of anything. You've shown me that love doesn't need to be perfect or," she glanced at the guests with a playful smirk, "unbreakable." Laughter rippled through the crowd. Turning back to meet Kirishima's eyes, her expression softened with deep affection. "And I promise to always love you, even when you steal the last slice of cake?" The room erupted in another soft laughter, and even Bakugou felt a small smirk tug at his lips. But as Mina continued, her voice steady and warm, Bakugou's eyes drifted, inevitably, to Izuku. Izuku, seated near the front, was leaning slightly forward, his wide green eyes glistening as he watched the couple. He was smiling, of course. That same stupidly earnest, endlessly hopeful smile made Bakugou want to punch him and hold him all at once. His hands rested on his lap, fidgeting with his suit cuffs, the way he always did when he was trying to hold back his emotions. Mina's next words cut through Bakugou's thoughts like a blade. "Love isn't always easy. It's not always loud or obvious. Sometimes it's quiet. It's stubborn. It's being there for someone, even when they don't know how to ask. And it's about choosing them over and over again." Bakugou's breath hitched, her words slicing through him with precision. He tried to shake it off, to ground himself in the moment, his eyes flickering between Kirishima and Mina. Over and over again. The phrase echoed in his mind, weaving through the tight spaces in his isi and settling there, heavy and unyielding. He swallowed strong, his lashes lowering briefly as he tried to collect himself. When he opened his eyes, they betrayed him, instinctively finding their way to Izuku. And this time, Izuku wasn't watching the couple. He was watching him. Their eyes locked, a silent exchange that made the noise and commotion of the room fade to nothing. In that instant, as Kirishima and Mina kissed, the applause, the cheers, the celebration, it all dissolved into the background. The thread between them stretched taut, fragile, and unspoken. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the thread snapped. Izuku broke the connection, his gaze dropping to the floor. Bakugou's heart stuttered, the silence in his mind shattering under the weight of reality. The reception hall was a breathtaking mix of warmth and elegance, an enchanting space that seemed to blur the line between indoors and outdoors. The glass ceiling stretched high above, letting in the soft glow of the winter night sky. Twinkling fairy lights were draped across the beams, their warm golden hues casting a romantic shimmer throughout the room. The walls were lush with greenery, with vertical gardens climbing up toward the rafters, creating an atmosphere of being nestled in an ethereal winter forest. Long wooden tables were meticulously arranged with deep red and earthy green accents. The centerpieces featured cascading garlands of greenery, punctuated with flickering white candles of varying heights. Gold-rimmed plates and polished silverware sparkled under the soft light, while the air was infused with the faint aroma of pine and cinnamon, adding a seasonal touch to the celebration. Overhead, hanging lanterns swayed gently, their amber glow complementing the candlelight below. The entire room felt alive, as though it pulsed with the joy of the occasion. Guests milled about, their laughter and chatter filling the space, the sound weaving seamlessly with the gentle melody played by a string quartet tucked into one corner of the room. The dance floor was framed by towering potted trees wrapped in more string lights, giving the impression of a magical grove. At its center, Kirishima and Mina twirled together in their first dance as a married couple, their happiness infectious as guests cheered and clapped along to the rhythm. The reception was a perfect blend of rustic charm and modern elegance, a testament to the love and thought Mina and Kirishima had poured into every detail. It was a space designed for connection, celebration, and memories, a setting where magic seemed entirely possible. Izuku sat at a table near the edge of the room, his fingers absently tracing patterns on the rim of his glass as he tried to focus on the conversations buzzing around him. Uraraka was seated beside him, chatting animatedly with Jairu, but Izuku's mind was elsewhere, stuck on memories he couldn't shake, emotions he couldn't untangle. He hadn't been able to stop thinking about Bakugou, not since the look they shared in the ceremony, and not since their fight, many fights that had happened the last few months. Guilt gnawed at him, a constant weight he couldn't shake. He tried to give Bakugou space, tried to be patient, but it was impossible to ignore. Across the room, Bakugou was standing near the head table, his sharp features illuminated by the warm glow of the overhead lights. He looked every bit the best man Kirishima had chosen him to be, confident, composed, and undeniably striking in his tailored suit. Izuku's gaze lingered longer than he intended, drawn to the way Bakugou's shoulders relaxed ever so slightly as Kirishima clapped him on the back. The room quieted as Bakugou stepped forward to give his speech, and Izuku couldn't tear his eyes away. Katsuki cleared his throat, his usual scowl softened just enough to show that this moment meant something to him. His voice, rough yet steady, carried over the crowd as he spoke about Kirishima and Mina, his words a mix of heartfelt sincerity and his trademark bluntness. Kirishima's been a dumbass since the day I met him, Bakugou began, his trademark bluntness drawing a round of laughter from the room. But he's the kind of dumbass who'd do anything for the people he cares about. And Mina? She's just as ridiculous, but in all the best ways. She's the kind of person who balances him out, who pushes him to be better, just like he does for her. He paused, his voice softening ever so slightly as his gaze flickered between the couple. And I guess that's the most important thing in love. Finding someone who makes you want to be better and sticking by them, no matter what. The room erupted in cheers again, and Mina waved at him dramatically from her seat, clearly touched. Bakugou's lips quirked into a small smile, and Izuku felt something catch in his ear. He couldn't remember the last time he'd seen Bakugou smile like that, genuine, warm, and completely unguarded. The sound of his laugh followed, light and unexpectedly charming, and it hit Izuku like a punch. He blinked, caught off guard by the sudden thought that flitted through his mind before he could stop it. Kaken is appealing. The thought struck Izuku like a sudden gust of wind, unbidden, undeniable, and impossible to ignore. Sure, Kaken was handsome. That much was obvious, a truth so universally accepted that admitting it felt safe, easy, even normal. But appealing. That was different. That word carried weight. It wasn't just about appearances, it was about how someone made you feel. His mind betrayed him, pulling him back to the wedding ceremony. He could still see it, the way Bakugou's expression had softened during Mina's vows, the quiet sincerity that had replaced his usual intensity. For a fleeting moment, he'd looked almost angelic, his sharp edges smoothed into something gentle and raw. It was a side of Kaken that Izuku had rarely seen, and it had stayed with him, vivid and unshakable. And now, here it was again, that same feeling flooding his refusing to be ignored. Appealing wasn't just an observation. It was a realization. Hey, Uraraka's voice cut through his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. She was watching him closely, her brow furrowed with concern. You okay? You've been quiet all night. Izuku forced a smile, but he knew it didn't reach his eyes. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking. Uraraka tilted her head, her gaze was soft but unyielding. About Bakugou? The question startled him, and he opened his mouth to deny it, but the look in her eyes stopped him. She knew. Of course she knew. He'd never been able to hide much from her, and his constant glances toward Bakugou must have made it obvious. Uraraka reached out, placing a hand on his arm. "Maybe you should talk to him," she suggested gently. "You've been distracted all night, Izuku." Izuku frowned, his gaze dropping to the table. "I don't even know what I'd say. Every time I try, it feels like I just make things worse." Uraraka's expression softened, and she gave his arm a reassuring squeeze. "Just be honest with him. You're good at that, wearing your heart on your sleeve. It's one of the things I've always admired about you." Her voice grew quieter, more reflective. "And I think it's one of the reasons he admires you too, even if he'd never admit it. Wearing my heart on my sleeve." Izuku's eye tightened as the words echoed in his mind. Thinking about everything now, those words feel like a lie. A mask I wear so well it even fools my friends. "Thanks, Uraraka. What do you say we go dance now?" He blurted out, a big, obviously forced smile plastered across his face. He felt the weight of unease pressing against his ear, the conversation about Kaken's stirring thoughts he wasn't ready, or willing, to confront. Uraraka blinked at his sudden shift but returned his smile, albeit hesitantly. "Sure, let's go," she said, her cheerful tone hiding her concern. As they stepped onto the dance floor, Izuku latched onto the rhythm of the music, letting it pull him away from his thoughts. He moved mechanically, his body going through the motions while his mind scrambled to contain the storm. He couldn't let himself dwell on Kaken. Bakugou stood at the edge of the festivities, nursing a glass of sake that he wasn't really drinking. He watched from the sidelines as Kirishima twirled Mina across the dance floor, the joy on their faces undeniable. It was exactly the kind of happiness Bakugou didn't think he could ever have. Not with the way his life had unfolded. Not with the weight in his eye that had grown heavier with every glance at Izuku throughout the evening. Izuku wasn't far, sitting at a table surrounded by a few of their old classmates. He was smiling, though his fingers fidgeted with the edge of the napkin in front of him. Bakugou could feel his gaze flickering in his direction, a quiet tension simmering between them despite the physical distance. The tension made him swing down his drink. And then another and another. He wasn't keeping count anymore, the burn in his throat a welcome distraction from the twisting in his eye. The reception was in full swing now, laughter and music blending into an intoxicating hum. The sight of Deku on the dance floor, his face alight with joy as he spun Uraraka around, was too much. It wasn't just that they looked happy, it was the way they moved together as if they belonged. Bakugou felt his stomach churn with jealousy. Bitterness. Resentment. He wasn't sure, and he hated himself for even caring. He clenched his glass tightly, the amber liquid trembling as his grip tightened. His sharp gaze followed Deku, dissecting every laugh, every smile, every small touch between him and Uraraka. "It's none of your DMN business," he told himself. But the words rang hollow. He needed to get away, needed to escape the oppressive warmth of the room and the suffocating noise of celebration. Pushing his chair back with a scrape, Bakugou stalked toward the terrace, ignoring the questioning looks of a few guests. The brisk December air hit him like a wall as he stepped outside, the chill biting at his flushed skin. He welcomed it. The coolness grounded him. He leaned against the wrought iron railing of the terrace, his breath misting in front of him. The garden below was beautifully lit, strings of fairy lights draped across the hedges and pathways, the soft glow reflecting off the patches of snow that dotted the ground. Katsuki took another swig from his drink, the bitter taste doing little to mask the bitterness in his eye. The door to the terrace creaked open behind him, and he tensed instinctively, his shoulders tightening. For a moment, he hoped it was Kirishima coming to check on him, to offer a distraction. But when he glanced over his shoulder, he saw someone else entirely. Izuku. Of course, it was him. Bakugou cursed under his breath, quickly looking away as if the sight of him was more than he could bear. He didn't say anything, hoping that maybe Izuku would just leave, would take the hint and go back to his perfect little life inside. But he didn't move. Instead, he lingered in the doorway, his expression hesitant, unsure. The silence between them stretched, heavy and awkward, until finally, Izuku spoke. "Kaken," he said softly, the word carrying with it years of history and a weight that made Bakugou's eye tighten. "What do you want, nerd?" Bakugou shot back, his voice sharp, almost biting. He didn't turn to face him, keeping his gaze fixed on the horizon, on the sparkling city lights that seemed so far away. Midoriya stepped closer, the sound of his shoes crunching against the frosty terrace floor. I just wanted to check on you. You've been out here for a while. Didn't ask for a babysitter, Bakugou muttered, lifting his glass to his lips and draining the rest of his drink in one go. Izuku hesitated, clearly unsure whether to stay or leave. But then he took another step forward, his courage winning out over his uncertainty. Kaken, about the last time we talked? He didn't want to do this. Not here, not now, not with Izuku looking at him like that, with those wide, earnest eyes that always seemed to see too much. Drop it, he said flatly, his voice low and dangerous. But he didn't drop it. I didn't mean to upset you, he said, his voice softer now, almost apologetic. That night. I wasn't trying to hurt you. Bakugou's head snapped around, his crimson eyes blazing as they locked onto Izuku's. You think this is about that night? About you running your mouth like an idiot? He scoffed, the sound bitter and laced with frustration. Get over yourself. Izuku flinched, but he didn't back down. Then what is it about, he asked, his voice rising just slightly. Because something's been wrong for a while, Kaken, and I don't understand why. You won't talk to me, you won't even look at me half the time. If I did something wrong, just tell me. Bakugou's jaw tightened, his gaze flickering away. He wanted to yell, to lash out, to push the other man away like he always did. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, he turned back toward the railing. You didn't do anything, he muttered, his voice barely audible. Izuku took another step closer, his breath visible in the frosty air. Then why does it feel like you're slipping through my fingers all the time? He closed his eyes, the weight of everything he'd been holding back threatening to crush him. Maybe you are, he cringed internally, the words slipping out before he could stop them. They hung in the air between them, raw and unfiltered, and Bakugou hated how vulnerable they made him sound. Izuku stared at him, his expression a mix of confusion and something else, something softer. Why, he asked, his voice breaking just slightly. Bakugou didn't answer. He couldn't. Instead, he turned away, the icy wind biting at his face as he stared out into the night. The silence stretched between them, heavy and suffocating, until finally, Izuku spoke again. I miss you, Kaken, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Bakugou turned sharply, his drink forgotten on the terrace railing. His crimson eyes blazed as he faced Izuku, his voice sharp enough to cut through the chilly night air. I'm out of here. He took a step toward the door, but Izuku moved faster, his hand darting out to grab Bakugou's wrist. The touch was firm yet gentle, an anchor trying to hold him in place. No, Izuku said, his voice steadier than Bakugou expected. This conversation is not over. Bakugou froze, his body tense as a coiled spring. He turned just enough to glare at Izuku, his eyes narrowing. Who are you to tell me what to do, huh? He snapped, his tone laced with frustration and something else, something harder to name. With a rough JRK, he tore his hand free, leaving a sting where Izuku's grip had been. But Izuku wasn't backing down. Stop running away from me, he snapped, his voice rising. If you're not going to have this conversation now, then promise me you'll later. Bakugou scoffed, brushing him off as if the demand meant nothing. But Izuku stepped closer, his determination unwavering. I said, promise me, damn it, he shouted, his voice cracking slightly. Why do you always have to make everything so difficult? Bakugou blinked, startled. He was used to Izuku's determination, but this was different. It threw him off balance, if only for a moment. Izuku pressed on, his voice trembling but loud. Promise me that you'll tell me what's on your mind. Help me understand what's bothering you. I can't fix anything if you won't even talk to me. His head heaved as the words poured out. You disappeared on me, Katsuki. You didn't answer my calls, and I tried to give you space like a grown-up, but you're so dim and childish it's impossible to figure anything out in a mature way. Bakugou's temper flared, and the wedding behind them became a distant thought. His hands clenched into fists as he snapped back, his voice rough with anger. You're calling me childish. He took a step forward, his presence radiating intensity. You're the one who dropped your dreams like they were nothing. You're the one who ignored me and left me hanging. You're the one who laughed at me, who kept things from me because you were embarrassed. Izuku's face reddened with frustration, and he yelled even louder, his voice rising to meet Bakugou's fury. You've done the exact same thing. You're a hypocrite, and that's why we never have normal conversations. Ever. The words hit Bakugou like a slap, but Izuku didn't stop. His voice cracked with raw emotion, every syllable trembling with the weight of his frustrations and regrets. I'm sorry I haven't figured out my life yet. Izuku's fists clenched at his sides as his eyes burned with unshed tears. I'm sorry because I just got my dream of ever being a hero back after 8 years. 8 years, Katsuki. I had a completely different vision of what my life would be, and now everything feels upside down. What did you expect from me? He took a shaky breath, his voice rising as he stepped closer. I'm sorry I can't give you answers the second you decide to ask for them. I'm sorry I've made different choices than you might have imagined for me. But you know what? His voice cracked again, softer but no less forceful. I'm happy where I am in my life right now. I don't regret the choices I have made. You have no idea how much misery you've put me through these past 5 months, with this weird distance that you have made between us. Why are you pushing me away? Izuku yelled into the cold winter night. T-Hat's statement cut Bakugou like a blade. He was ruining Izuku's life with his feelings, anger, and jealousy. Again. Izuku shook his head, his voice softening, but the pain still bled through. I do regret rejecting you without giving it a second thought. He swallowed strong, his gaze dropping for just a moment before meeting Bakugou's again. And I regret laughing at the things I kept from you, the memories. I don't know why they're so important to you, but I can see that they are. Izuku's voice quivered, but he forced himself to press on. I don't know why all of this has affected you so much, Kaken. But for what it's worth, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I hurt you when I didn't mean to. The words hung between them, raw and jagged. Bakugou couldn't breathe. Izuku's apology pierced through the thick walls Bakugou had built around himself, leaving him feeling stripped bare and exposed under the weight of emotions he tried so desperately to bury. The silence that followed was heavy, stretching between them like a taut rope, neither of them daring to pull too strong in fear it might snap. Izuku stood frozen, his ihi rising and falling with uneven breaths, waiting for Katsuki to say something, anything. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Katsuki broke the silence. His voice was quieter than Izuku had ever heard it, stripped of its usual bite. I'm sorry, he said, the words tumbling out rough and unpolished as if they were foreign to him. He didn't meet Izuku's gaze, his eyes fixed somewhere over the terrace railing. I made your life harder than it should have been. Again Izuku blinked, the sincerity in Katsuki's voice cutting through the tension like a blade. His lips trembled for a moment before curving into a small, wary smile. I know, he replied softly, the words carrying a gentle understanding that made Katsuki's ihi feel lighter. For a moment, neither of them moved. They stood there, caught in a fragile moment of truce, the weight of their confessions hanging heavy between them. It wasn't perfect, there was still so much unsaid, so much unresolved, but it was something. A step forward, no matter how small. When Izuku got up from their table and headed toward the terrace, Uraraka didn't think much of it at first. But when she sees Bakugou already out there, his figure silhouetted against the twinkling lights of the garden below. She doesn't follow, doesn't intrude, but she watches from a distance as the two of them exchange words. Even from here, she can see the tension in their postures, the way Izuku's hand briefly catches Bakugou's wrist before he pulls away. The rawness of their interaction is undeniable, and it feels like she's seeing something she wasn't meant to witness. Her stomach twists uncomfortably, and she turns back to her drink, swirling the liquid as if it might give her answers. This isn't the first time she's noticed it, the way Izuku seems tethered to Bakugou in a way she's never fully understood. Weddings can bring out strong emotions in anyone, she reasons. But when she thought about the last few months, about this tentative, blossoming relationship she and Izuku were trying to build, Uraraka couldn't shake the sense that something was missing. It felt unfulfilling. And deep down she knew why. Sometimes it seemed like Izuku was too busy mourning his fractured connection with Bakugou to fully invest in her. It stung more than she wanted to admit. She wasn't just frustrated, she was envious. Back in their UA days, she had often wondered what it would be like to be Katsuki Bakugou, even just for a day. To experience that unwavering attention, that intensity with which Izuku seemed to orbit him like Bakugou was the center of his universe. When both men returned to the reception comer, Uraraka felt that familiar pang of unease, stronger than ever. Through the night, her eyes were drawn to the same pattern she'd been noticing for a while, how often Midoriya's gaze drifted across the room, only to land on Bakugou. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't accidental. A silent conversation passed between them, one she couldn't decipher but couldn't ignore either. And tonight, surrounded by declarations of love and commitment, that tension felt impossible to overlook. It was there in the way Izuku's focus strayed from her, always returning to him. It was there in the way her heart ached, knowing she could never command his attention the way Bakugou did, whether Izuku realized it or not. The studio lights burned brightly as Bakugou stood at the kitchen counter, finishing the last segment of his cooking show. His movements were precise, his voice steady and confident, though his signature edge seeped into every instruction. The camera crew bustled around him, capturing every sizzling pan and plated dish. By the time the final shot was done, Bakugou exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow. "And that's how you make a simple curry," his tone still carrying that unmistakable gruffness. As he plated the dish for the final shot, Kirishima leaned over, spoon in hand, eyes gleaming with excitement. "Oi, let me try," he began, but before the spoon could reach his mouth, Bakugou's reflexes kicked in. The Bakugou's hand connected with the back of Kirishima's head with practiced precision. "Control yourself, you dumbest," Bakugou barked, glaring as Kirishima yelped, clutching the back of his head. Fine, geez," Kirishima protested, retreating toward the edge of the set. But as he backed away, he waved to the cameras with his trademark toothy grin. "Thank you all for watching Hero's Kitchen, and see you next week." The rest of his words turned into a drawn-out yell as Bakugou launched the spatula across the room with pinpoint accuracy, hitting Kirishima's head just as he turned the corner. The studio erupted in laughter, the crew cutting the cameras and clapping for another successful episode. Bakugou rolled his eyes but couldn't entirely suppress the faint smirk tugging at his lips as he wiped his hands on a towel. "Idiots," he muttered under his breath, already thinking about what they'd film next week. As Bakugou headed out of the studio, the crisp night air greeted him, its chill brushing against his skin. But his focus was elsewhere, his phone. He scrolled through his notifications, the faint glow of the screen lighting his face in the dim evening. If he was honest with himself, he hoped for a message or a call from Izuku. The part of him always did. Their last talk had ended better than most, more understanding, fewer harsh words, but there was still so much unsaid. Katsuki couldn't shake the faint thread of guilt winding through his thoughts when he remembered how he'd treated Izuku. His pride and anger had made things messier than they needed to be. But there was nothing. No text. No call. Just the usual stream of notifications that he scrolled through mindlessly, his thumb flicking across the screen. His eyes snagged on a few new articles. Most of them were about the show and him. Some critics were tearing into him, calling his inappropriate and aggressive nature the downfall of Hero's Kitchen, ruining the show. He muttered under his breath, his lip curling in irritation. Bunch of extras with no taste. But not all the opinions were bad. Others saw things differently, praising the unique dynamic he brought to the show. One writer described his bluntness and fiery personality as comedic gold, adding unexpected layers to the show's tone. They noted how his perfectionism and relentless drive weren't just entertaining but inspiring, offering a glimpse of the man behind the explosive exterior. Then one article caught his attention. It was different. The writer eloquently argued that society's expectations of public figures were often stifling and unfair. "We judge a book by its cover," the piece read, forgetting that true heroes are more than smiles and charisma. Bakugou Katsuki embodies this. Unyielding in his craft, unwilling to compromise, and driven by achievement rather than fame. It's a refreshing perspective in a world obsessed with image. Bakugou's thumb froze mid-scroll. He reread the passage, the words sinking in. He wasn't one for sentimental reflection, but something about it hit harder than he expected. It wasn't just the validation of his work, it was the acknowledgement of who he was, beyond what people expected him to be. The world didn't often see him this way, and for a fleeting moment, he felt understood. At least someone gets it, he muttered, slipping the phone into his pocket. His boots echoed against the pavement as he walked toward his car. As he got closer, something else caught his attention. A familiar figure leaning casually against his car. Ren stood there, holding a bag of takeout in one hand and wearing a mischievous grin. "What the hell are you doing?" Bakugou barked, though there was no real heat behind his words. Ren's presence was unexpected, but oddly, not unwelcome. "Thought I'd bring dinner and maybe keep you company tonight?" Ren teased, waving the takeout bag in the air. Bakugou's eyes narrowed, but the faintest smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. He didn't bother arguing. Instead, he grumbled, "Fine. But don't think this means you're staying over." As Ren slid into the passenger seat of Bakugou's car, he let out an audible whistle, his eyes widening as he took in the sleek interior. It practically radiated power, every detail meticulously crafted for speed and performance. "Ding, Bakugou," Ren said, running his hand over the smooth L-chair seats. "I always knew you were flashy, but this is the next level." Bakugou grunted, starting the engine. The car roared to life with a low, aggressive growl that seemed to vibrate through the air, drawing an appreciative laugh from Ren. "Listen to that purr," Ren continued, clearly impressed. "It's not just a car, it's a freaking statement. What's it like driving this beast?" Bakugou smirked slightly, shifting into gear. "It's a car," he said, though the pride in his voice was unmistakable. "A car." Ren laughed, leaning back in the seat as they pulled out of the lot. "This is more than a car, dude. This is a masterpiece. You've got taste, unexpected but taste." Bakugou shot him a sidelong glance. "Shut up and put your seatbelt on. This isn't a taxi." Ren chuckled but complied, clicking the belt into place. "Fair enough. But seriously, this is badass. Next time we're out, you're letting me take this thing for a spin." "Not a chance," Bakugou snapped, though his tone was less hostile and more amused. As the Porsche roared smoothly down the quiet streets, Ren leaned back in his seat, watching the city lights streak by. The low hum of the car's engine filled the space, a sound both powerful and oddly soothing. He glanced over at Bakugou, who was gripping the steering wheel with one hand, the other resting casually on the gearshift. The veins on Bakugou's forearms stood out, his muscles flexing subtly beneath the fitted black shirt that hugged his frame. Ren couldn't help but notice how the light from passing street lamps spilt into the car, illuminating Bakugou's sharp features in fleeting bursts. The way his jaw tightened slightly as he focused on the road, the curve of his lips, the intensity in his crimson eyes, it was charming. Without a word, Ren reached for the center console, pressing Spotify's play button to resume the last song that had been left unfinished. The sleek interior of the Porsche was immediately filled with the unmistakable cheer of holiday music. A crowded room, friends with tired eyes. "I'm hiding from your soul of ice." Ren froze, his hand hovering midair as the song continued to play. Bakugou's eyes widened in horror, and in an instant he slammed his hand down on the console, immediately stopping the song. Then, as if a dam broke, laughter erupted from Ren, loud and disbelieving. "No way, no actual way. Are you kidding me right now?" "Don't you dare laugh, he snapped, his voice laced with both embarrassment and irritation. He shot Ren a sharp side eye, the glare an unspoken warning meant to silence him. But Ren couldn't stop, his laughter louder now, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. "Bakugou, this is what you were listening to last Christmas." "I can't, this is amazing." "Shut up." Bakugou growled, aiming a slap at Ren's arm, but Ren leaned just out of reach, still doubled over with laughter. All right, Ren gasped, wiping at his eyes. "It's a classic. A good one, really. I just didn't think you'd be the type." Bakugou's grip on the wheel tightened, his knuckles whitening. "You ever touch my stuff again, or bring this up to anyone, I'll throw you out of this car at full speed." For a moment, silence reigned, save for the soft hum of the engine. Rin settled back into his seat, his laughter dying down, but the mischief in his eyes hadn't faded. Quietly, barely audible at first, he began to hum. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart. Bakugou stiffened, his jaw clenching. Ren, don't you dare. But the very next day you gave it away you little? Bakugou's hand shot out again, but Ren leaned further away, his voice growing louder with exaggerated passion. This year, to save me from tears, I'll give it to someone special. The car swerved slightly as Bakugou tried to smack Ren while keeping control of the Porsche. Ren was practically howling with laughter now, his voice cracking from his dramatic rendition. You're dead. I'm gonna kill you. Bakugou bellowed, his free hand swiping at Ren again while Ren curled against the door, laughing so strong he couldn't breathe. The Porsche was filled with chaos, Ren's off-key singing and laughter, Bakugou's curses, and the sound of the engine roaring as Bakugou threatened to either strangle Ren or eject him from the vehicle. By the time they reached their destination, Ren was clutching his sides, breathless from laughter, while Bakugou stomped out of the car, slamming the door shut with enough force to shake it. You're unbelievable, Bakugou snarled as Ren staggered out of the car, still chuckling. Come on, admit it, Ren teased, his voice light and teasing. You love the song. It's your jam. Say one more word, and I'll make you eat the ground, Bakugou growled, but the faint blush on his cheeks betrayed him as he stormed ahead. When they reached Bakugou's apartment, the building itself was sleek and unassuming, nestled into a quiet corner of the city. Bakugou unlocked the small entrance, and as they stepped inside, the first thing that caught Ren's attention was the towering windows. They stretched almost to the ground, flooding the space with moonlight and offering a stunning view of the cityscape beyond. The apartment's interior was industrial yet impeccably modern, with high ceilings that made the space feel vast and open. Exposed metal beams and dark concrete walls gave it a rugged edge, but the deliberate design choices softened it, creating a balance that felt distinctly Bakugou. To the right was a spacious kitchen that immediately caught the eye. A large island-type table stood at its center, surrounded by sleek bar stools. The countertops were a matte black finish, and the cabinets were a dark, polished wood that added warmth to the otherwise minimal design. The appliances were state-of-the-art, gleaming under the recessed lighting, a testament to Bakugou's perfectionism. On the left was a living room that exuded comfort despite its clean lines. A massive brown altar couch dominated the space, its soft, worn texture inviting. Across from it, mounted to the wall, was a large flat-screen TV, with a surround sound system neatly arranged below it. To the side, a meticulously organized collection of CDs lined the shelves, hinting at a surprisingly varied taste in music. Past the kitchen, to the right, was a door leading to the bedroom. But what really caught Ren's attention was the far-right corner of the apartment, next to one of the large windows. There, a cozy reading nook had been created, a large platform covered in plush pillows of varying textures and shades of gray. Stacked neatly beside it was an impressive collection of books, their spines forming a spectrum of muted colors that added character to the space. The entire apartment felt like a reflection of Bakugou himself, practical, with a sharp edge of luxury and a surprising depth of thoughtfulness. Every detail seemed deliberate, from the industrial light fixtures to the carefully chosen textures that gave the space both style and substance. Wow, Rin said, taking it all in. Didn't peg you for the interior design type, but this place, it's amazing. It's just an apartment, Bakugou grumbled, tossing his keys onto the kitchen island. But the faint pride in his tone didn't go unnoticed. Rin grinned, wandering further into the space. Sure, just an apartment, he teased, plopping onto the altar couch. But I'm calling dibs on that reading nook next time. You've got taste, Bakugou. Annoyingly good taste. Bakugou scoffed, heading to the kitchen to grab a drink, but the faintest hint of a smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Bakugou set the drinks on the table and disappeared into the bedroom, the sound of a door clicking shut indicating he'd gone to the bathroom. When he returned, Ren was sitting on one of the wooden chairs at the kitchen island, sipping his beer lazily. The takeout sat open next to him, a tempting aroma wafting through the air. As Bakugou got back from the bathroom, he pulled a pair of chopsticks from the drawer and handed them to Ren without a word. They started eating quietly, the room filled only with the faint clinking of chopsticks against containers. Neither of them spoke, but it wasn't an uncomfortable silence, just a shared moment of calm. As they finished, Ren wiped his mouth and gestured toward the corner of the apartment. "So what's the deal with your CD collection? Didn't peg you as a music guy." Bakugou shot him a glare, his usual scowl deepening. "You don't deserve to know after what you pulled in the car," he snapped, though the corner of his mouth twitched like he was fighting back a smirk. Ren chuckled, leaning back in his chair. "Come on, I apologized for that. Kind of." With a dramatic sigh, Bakugou got up and strode toward the CD corner, muttering under his breath. "What genre, idiot?" Ren pretended to think, tapping his chin. "Maybe some R&B." Bakugou crouched down, scanning the neatly organized rows. After a moment, he pulled out a CD, cracked the case open, and slid the disc into the sound system. A few seconds later, the apartment was filled with the smooth, soulful melody of Sada's, like a tattoo. The soft guitar and Sada's velvet voice wrapped around them, giving the room an almost dreamlike quality. Bakugou didn't say a word as he returned to the table and sat down, picking up his beer and taking a long sip. Ren leaned back in his chair, letting the music wash over him, a content smile spreading across his face. "Good choice," Ren murmured, his voice soft now and curious. "Why all this music?" he asked, gesturing vaguely toward the collection in the corner. Bakugou didn't look up immediately, swirling the beer in his hand before replying. "I played drums in middle school," he said, his tone casual but with an edge of honesty. "I guess that just sparked something. A love for music, or collecting it, anyway." Ren opened his eyes, glancing over at Bakugou with a small smile. "Let me guess, you were the loudest kid in the band." Bakugou snorted, the corner of his mouth twitching upward. "Demon right, I was. No one could keep up." He paused, tapping his fingers absently on the table in a rhythm that matched the song. "Didn't stick with it, though?" Ren nodded, letting the answer linger in the air. There was something unexpectedly vulnerable in the quiet, Bakugou's guarded words unraveling just enough to let Ren glimpse beneath the surface. The music filled the silence between them, wrapping around the moment like a gentle current. For a heartbeat, they just sat there, their gazes locked. He pushed himself up from his seat, beer in hand, and wandered over to the CD collection. He crouched down, scanning the rows. They were impeccably organized by genre, and each section was meticulously labeled. From strong metal to classical music, the range was unexpected. "Man of a spectrum," Ren muttered to himself, a grin tugging at his lips. As he thumbed through the collection, Ren turned his head toward Bakugou, who was still sitting at the table, his expression unreadable. "What's your favorite?" Ren asked, his tone casual but genuinely curious. Bakugou didn't answer right away. Instead, he stood, pushing his chair back with a scrape. His movements were deliberate as he strode over to the CD collection, crouched down, and began scanning the rows like he knew exactly where to look. After a moment, he pulled out a CD, pausing the current track. Without a word, he cracked open the case, slid the disc into the player, and hit play. "Right now, it's this," he muttered as "Read My Mind" by The Killers began to fill the room. The melody started soft, almost hesitant, before blooming into its heartfelt, soaring chorus. Bakugou got up and dropped onto the couch with a grunt, one arm slung over the back as he stared at the ceiling. The lyrics flowed through the space, the song's bittersweet tone wrapping around them. Ren stayed near the CD player, leaning lightly against the shelf, listening intently to the words. "You know," Ren said after a while, his voice thoughtful, "you can say a lot about a person by their favorite song." Bakugou didn't respond immediately. He tapped his fingers on the armrest in rhythm with the music, his expression unreadable. "Yeah. What's this one say about me then?" he finally asked, his tone even but laced with challenge. Ren tilted his head, listening to the lyrics as the song swelled, thoughtful. "This song's really focused on the lyrics, you know," he said after a pause, his voice calm but probing. "So I'm guessing you like it more for what it says then. How the melody makes you feel." Ren tilted his head, listening closely as the lyrics played on, his expression thoughtful. After a stretch of silence, he finally spoke, his voice measured and deliberate. If I had to guess, he began slowly, weighing each word before it left his lips, I'd say it's like you're yearning for something just out of reach, something you can't quite fully grasp. Bakugou's fingers stilled on the armrest, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly as he glanced at Ren. The challenge in his gaze remained, but there was something else now, a flicker of something raw, buried deep. You think you've got me all figured out, huh? Bakugou muttered, his voice low and rough, but lacking the sharpness it usually carried. Ren shrugged, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Not figured out, no. But this song. It's personal. You don't pick something like this unless it speaks to you. The room fell quiet again, save for the music filling the space. The lyrics felt heavier now, like they carried the weight of something unspoken, and Bakugou's gaze drifted to the window, the lights of the city reflected faintly in the glass. Without a word, Bakugou tipped back his beer, draining the last drop before standing and heading to the fridge for another. When he returned, Ren had made himself comfortable on the couch, legs stretched out, his beer resting casually on the armrest. Bakugou didn't sit down. Instead, he walked to the sound system, pulling out another CD. A few moments later, his truly began to play, its tender melody filling the room with an aching kind of intimacy. As the music played, Bakugou returned to the couch, but this time, he didn't sit. He stopped directly in front of Ren, towering over him. Ren shifted, uneasy under the intensity of Bakugou's gaze. Bakugou leaned forward, planting his hands firmly on either side of the sofa, caging Ren in. Their faces were close, too close, and the sharpness in Bakugou's eyes was softened by something raw, something pleading. Ren cleared his throat, trying to read the situation, his usual confidence faltering. "Embrace me now," Bakugou said, his voice low but steady. Ren blinked, caught off guard. "Hey, I don't think this is okay," he started, his tone careful but uncertain. "You seem vulnerable right now, and I don't Stop with the C." Bakugou cut him off, his voice more insistent now. "Just embrace me. I'm okay." The pleading in Bakugou's eyes said otherwise. There was a desperation there, an unspoken weight he couldn't name but wanted so badly to escape. Rin could see it, this wasn't about him. This was about forgetting, about drowning out the pain that Bakugou carried in silence. Rin hesitated, his mind racing. It felt wrong to say yes, but it felt just as wrong to say no. He wasn't the kind to fall in love. He prided himself on being a playboy, untethered, free of attachments. Yet something about Bakugou was different. He was raw and unfiltered, and for someone like Ren, who always kept his distance, that was dangerous. For a fleeting moment, Ren thought about walking away, because he was afraid. If he did this, there would be no going back. If he kissed Katsuki now, he wasn't sure he'd ever want to stop. And that terrified him. Ren's hesitation melted away in an instant, replaced by an animalistic instinct that surged through him as he smashed his lips against Bakugou's. The embrace was frantic and sloppy, all hunger and heat, as though both of them were trying to pour everything they couldn't say into this single reckless act. Bakugou pressed harder, closer, his hands gripping the cushions of the couch as though they were the only thing grounding him. He pushed Ren back, forcing him to lie down as he climbed on top, their mouths never breaking apart. The desperation in Bakugou's embrace was raw, almost overwhelming, and Ren met it with equal intensity. Their bodies moved in sync, a chaotic rhythm of need as Ren's hands roamed over Bakugou's frame, tracing the muscles under his black shirt. Every touch, every gasp, seemed to ignite something deeper, fueling the fire between them. The essential melody of Sis Trulites played on in the background, wrapping around them like an embrace, the song's delicate notes mingling with the sound of their breaths and the soft rustle of fabric. The music and their passion wove together, creating a harmony that felt electric, raw, and unguarded. As their lips moved against each other, harder, more frantic, the line between distraction and longing blurred until there was nothing but the two of them and the music carrying them forward. The morning sun filtered through the sheer curtains, painting the room in soft, golden hues. The light seemed to wrap everything in a tender warmth, a sharp contrast to the cool stillness of early morning. Ren shifted under the plush comforter, stretching his limbs languidly as the coziness of the bed tempted him to drift back to sleep. But as he turned his head, his gaze landed on Katsuki, still deeply asleep beside him. Katsuki's face, usually so fierce and guarded, was relaxed in the glow of the morning light. The sunlight kissed his features, giving his skin an almost ethereal quality. Ren's eyes lingered, tracing every detail with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. Katsuki's thick blonde lashes caught the golden rays, shimmering faintly as they rested against his cheeks. His eyebrows, naturally thick and expressive, had lost their usual tension, their arch smooth and relaxed. Ren couldn't help but chuckle softly at the sight of Katsuki's hair. The iconic controlled chaos Katsuki styled every morning was now a genuine, unfiltered mess. Strands stuck out in every direction, a testament to a restless night, and one particular spot on the back of his head bore the clear imprint of the pillow. It was a detail so mundane, yet so human, that it only added to the disarming charm of seeing him like this. As Ren's gaze fell lower, he noticed a tiny line of drool trailing from the corner of Katsuki's slightly parted lips. It was almost absurd how someone could look both perfectly composed and completely undone at the same time. Suddenly, the weight of his lingering gaze hit Ren like a jolt of electricity. His breath caught, and a wave of self-consciousness washed over him. How long have I been staring? The realization was enough to make him shoot upright in bed, the comforter slipping off his shoulders as he scrambled to regain his composure. Yesterday's events surged into his mind, each detail sharp and vivid: the charged atmosphere, the music, the confession, and Katsuki's request all led them here in Bakugou's bed, naked. The room bore evidence of their night. Clothes were strewn haphazardly across the floor, some caught on furniture or half draped over the edge of the bed. The faint but distinct scent of cologne and sweat still hung in the air, clinging to the crumpled sheets. Ren's pulse quickened. He cast a furtive glance at Katsuki, still lying serenely amidst the chaos, and made a decision. I need to go. Sliding as quietly as possible out of bed, he began gathering his scattered belongings. His shirt was hanging off the back of a chair, one shoe by the door, and the other frustratingly out of sight. He crouched down, his fingers fumbling to gather his jeans from the floor, the motion feeling clumsy in the silence of the room. Every shuffle of fabric sounded deafening, and the thought of waking Katsuki sent a nervous knot tightening in his stomach. He had just managed to pull his shirt over his head when a voice, gruff and still thick with sleep, cut through the stillness like a knife. Where do you think you're going? Ren froze, his hand halfway through adjusting his collar. Slowly, almost reluctantly, he turned his head toward the bed. Katsuki was no longer lying down. He was propped up on one elbow, his sharp eyes narrowing despite the faint haze of drowsiness still clinging to him. His voice carried its usual bluntness, but the gravelly edge of morning softened it ever so slightly. Tousled hair framed his face, and the blanket had slipped down to reveal the muscular stomach. Caught in the act, Ren felt his face flush hot. He opened his mouth, fumbling for an excuse, but no words came out. Katsuki's piercing gaze held him firmly in place, daring him to explain himself. Were you trying to sneak out? Katsuki's blunt tone sliced through the tension in the room, as direct as ever. Ren hesitated, his hand still gripping the hem of his shirt. The heat of embarrassment crept up his neck as he forced out a nervous chuckle. You're always this straightforward, he replied, trying to deflect his rising discomfort. Katsuki's sharp gaze softened, just slightly, though the firmness in his voice remained. At least stay for breakfast, he said, his tone more of a command than an offer. Ren blinked, caught off guard by the unexpected invitation. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Breakfast wasn't something he typically stuck around for. Yet, before he could overthink it, he found himself nodding. Yeah, sure, he mumbled, the words tumbling out as he retreated toward the bathroom in search of an escape from Katsuki's penetrating stare. As Bakugou trudged toward the kitchen, rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, Ren made his way to the bathroom. The door clicked shut behind him, and for a moment he leaned against it, exhaling a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Stepping into the shower, he let the warm water cascade over his skin, each droplet carrying away the weight of the morning, or at least trying to. The steam enveloped him, blurring the edges of his thoughts as he stood there, hoping the heat could melt the tension he couldn't quite shake. This wasn't his first time waking up in someone else's bed, and the routine was always the same. By morning, the allure of the night would fade, replaced by an insistent need to leave, to escape the entanglement before it could become something more. Ren was used to forgetting faces, leaving behind nothing but a shadow of what had been. But this time, something was different. Instead of bolting, he'd found himself lying in bed, captivated by the sight of Katsuki's sleeping form. He shut off the water and stood there for a moment, letting the situation sink in. When Ren emerged from the shower, the smell of breakfast greeted him, wafting through the apartment. He made his way to the kitchen, his damp hair sticking to his forehead. On the table, a simple but thoughtful spread awaited him, eggs mixed with vibrant vegetables and a cup of steaming coffee. Katsuki stood by the counter, casually sipping from his own mug. Ren sat down, his stomach growling. "Thanks for this," he said with a small smile before digging in. Katsuki leaned back against the counter, his arms crossed as his sharp eyes lingered on Ren, who was focused on his breakfast. The silence between them stretched, thick, until Katsuki finally cleared his throat, the sound cutting through the stillness like a knife. "Hey, His voice was quieter than usual, almost uncertain, a stark contrast to his typically confident tone. "I just want to make sure you understand, this can't be anything more than what it was yesterday." Ren froze mid-bite, caught off guard by the hesitance in Katsuki's voice. The words themselves weren't surprising, it was the vulnerability behind them that made him pause. Slowly, he set his fork down and looked up, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Yeah, I get it," he said, his tone light. "It's simple really. We just distract each other and have fun while we're at it, right?" Katsuki blinked, startled for a moment before a dry laugh escaped him. "Don't make it sound so awful," he muttered, though there was no real bite in his words. Ren chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Believe me, I'm not exactly the relationship type either." The clinking of cutlery against plates filled the room as they lapsed into silence. But curiosity gnawed at Ren, and he couldn't resist poking at it. So, he began cautiously, intrigue flickering in his tone. "Don't get me wrong, I'm actually glad there's no attachment. I just wanted to know, is there a reason you don't want it either? Is it because of someone else? Someone important?" Katsuki, mid-chew on a piece of carrot, nearly choked. He coughed violently, glaring at Ren with wide eyes, his cheeks tinged pink. "You don't need to know that," he snapped, though his tone was blunted by embarrassment. Ren smirked, clearly unbothered. "Is it Hero Deku?" he teased, watching Katsuki closely, gauging every flicker of expression. Katsuki froze, his fork stopping midair. His face flushed deeper, and for a moment he looked like he'd been caught red-handed. Ren couldn't suppress the soft laugh that escaped him as he leaned back in his chair, thoroughly amused. "Guess I'm pretty good at reading people?" With a frustrated sigh, Katsuki set his fork down and ran a hand through his messy blonde hair. "Is it that obvious?" he muttered, quieter now, almost hesitant. Ren tilted his head, his expression thoughtful. "I guess it depends on how well someone knows you. Does he know?" Katsuki shook his head, his gaze fixed on a distant point on the table. "No," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Ren blinked, momentarily stunned by the admission. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Do you think there's even a chance that he might feel the same way?" Katsuki shook his head firmly, his jaw tightening. "He has a girlfriend." Ren understood the pain of unrequited love all too well. It was a cruel twist of fate, one that left scars on even the strongest hearts. He had been there before, aching for someone who could never feel the same. That same familiar pain now echoed faintly in his ear, and for a fleeting moment, he felt a connection to Katsuki that went beyond the physical. "I'm sorry," he said quietly, his voice softer than before. He met Katsuki's gaze, his eyes sincere, reflecting a shared understanding. "That must escape." For a brief moment, silence hung between them, heavy yet oddly comforting. Neither needed to say anything more. The morning was colder than it had any right to be, the kind of chill that seeped into your bones no matter how thick your jacket was. Bakugou trudged to his apartment building from his car, his hands shoved deep into his pockets and his head low against the biting wind. He'd stayed over at Ren's place, again, last night. It was the second time in the past 2 weeks, and the pattern was starting to feel like something. They'd started as just two people looking for a distraction. The first time had been impulsive, an unspoken agreement that it meant nothing. The second time was more planned but carried the same no attachment rule. But last night had been different. Ren had laughed a little too easily at Bakugou's gruff remarks, his teasing comments lingering just long enough to make Bakugou's skin itch. He'd even started calling him Katsuki by his first name. And the thing was, Bakugou didn't hate it. He liked the lazy mornings. The music, playing softly in the background. Eating out without pressure. It was simple and easy. But something was missing. Ren wasn't Izuku. That unshakable truth settled in his psyche like a weight. They both knew this wasn't personal. It was fleeting fun, a mutual agreement to keep things light. And that was fine. It was okay for both of them. Now, the silence of his empty apartment greeted him as he kicked off his boots and slumped onto the couch, grabbing the laptop from the coffee table and flipping it open. The glow of the screen filled the dim room, casting faint shadows on the walls. This was supposed to be his day off, but it offered little solace. And that solace was short-lived when his eyes landed on the email. The subject line read, "Invitation to mentor at UH training event." At first, Bakugou ignored it, brushing it off as another spammy request. But the sender's name, Hero Academy, stopped him cold. He clicked it open, scanning the contents with a growing sense of irritation. A formal invitation to mentor a new generation of students, complete with schedules and logistical details. But it didn't take a genius to figure out who was really behind this. Izuku. The thought made his issy tighten, his jaw clenching instinctively. Of course, it was the nerd. No one else would go through the trouble of getting UA involved just to drag him into something like this. For a moment, he considered deleting it outright. But as his finger hovered over the delete button, a memory surfaced, clawing its way back into his mind. The last fight. Kirishima's wedding. How Izuku's voice cracked mid-sentence, his fists clenched, his green eyes searching for answers Bakugou couldn't give. The rawness of that moment had burned itself into Bakugou's, unrelenting and impossible to ignore. He'd pushed Izuku away like he always did. But how much longer could he keep running? The truth clawed at him now, sharp and unforgiving. If Bakugou was going to keep his distance, because he couldn't bring himself to be honest, because everything between them felt too messy, then the least he could do was show up when it mattered. When Izuku asked, pretend everything was fine, or hell, maybe even try to make it fine. Izuku didn't deserve to be ignored anymore. With a growl of frustration, Bakugou leaned forward, his fingers moving with purpose as he clicked reply. Fine. Don't make me regret it. Now, standing in the glaring light of Yuye, Bakugou felt a pang of regret. His body was here, but his heart wasn't in it. The weight of his decision pressed down on him, making his muscles ache with the kind of exhaustion that had nothing to do with lack of sleep. It was a strange feeling. He didn't want to be here, not really. But at the same time, a simmering excitement bubbled beneath the surface, one he couldn't quite suppress. It was disgusting, really. He knew exactly why he felt that way. It meant he was seeing Izuku again. He shoved his hands deeper into his pockets, scowling as the familiar sights and sounds of the campus. Babysitting a bunch of brats for an hour. What a waste of his time. But as he lingered at the entrance, his boots scuffing against the pavement, a familiar voice cut through the distant chatter. Bakugou, you made it. He turned his head to see Kirishima bounding toward him, grinning from ear to ear. Of course, you're here, Bakugou muttered, but there was no real bite to his words. Kirishima clapped him on the back with enough force to make him stumble a step forward. Now that he knew he wasn't the only guest Izuku had wanted to come, a flicker of jealousy coiled in his eye. Hey, I didn't think you'd actually show, Kirishima said, his grin never faltering. Yeah, Bakugou grumbled, pulling away from Kirishima's enthusiastic grip. Don't make a big deal out of it. As it turned out, he wasn't the only one Izuku had roped into this. A bubbly voice chimed in next. Bakugou, nice to see you here. Uraraka approached, her smile radiant as always, though there was a flicker of something more subdued in her gaze. Round face, Bakugou greeted bluntly, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly. "You don't have to sound so grumpy," she teased, crossing her arms. "We're all here to help." Behind them, more voices joined the mix as the other pro-heroes arrived. Tokoyami, ever stoic, nodded in Bakugou's direction as he passed. Even Mina waved enthusiastically as she caught up to them. UA's first-year students gathered in clusters, their whispers and murmurs a blend of nervous energy and excitement. Standing at the center of the crowd, clipboard in hand, Izuku Midoriya exuded calm confidence. His slightly disheveled hair and the high-tech hero uniform. His green eyes scanned the students, grounding their restless energy with a quiet determination that radiated reassurance. "Good morning, everyone," he began, his warm yet professional tone cutting through the chatter and commanding attention. "Today, we've prepared something special for you. This isn't just any ordinary training exercise, it's designed to test your ability to think quickly, act decisively, and work as a team. And yes," he added with a slight grin, "this will be graded. So give it your all." A ripple of nervous chuckles and determined nods swept through the students. Izuku's steady voice settled their jitters, replacing them with a growing resolve. To make today even more impactful, he continued, his faint smile growing as he gestured toward the mentors assembled behind him, "We've invited some pro-heroes to join us." The anticipation in the room crackled like a storm about to break as all eyes turned to the heroes flanking Izuku. With a confident gesture he pointed to the left. "Hero Dynamite and Hero Red Riot will be your opponents, playing the roles of villains alongside the simulated threats," Izuku announced. All eyes snapped to the two heroes. Bakugou stood with his arms crossed, a devilish smirk tugging at his lips as his crimson gaze swept over the crowd. His expression screamed confidence and danger, daring anyone to underestimate him. Kirishima, usually the embodiment of cheerful energy, stood beside him with an intense, battle-ready stance that promised no mercy. Izuku gestured to the right. The other pro-heroes, Pinky, Uravity, and Dark Shadow, will act as backup. They'll step in later, but for the first few minutes, it's entirely up to you. Figure it out from the start. Learn from this experience and give it everything you've got. As his words hung in the air, the digital screen behind him lit up, displaying the simulation's objectives: rescue civilians, neutralize villains. This session will challenge your ability to think critically and act decisively under pressure, Izuku explained. Support each other, think on your feet, and remember, this is a team effort. The screen's countdown clock began ticking, but the tension in the room boiled over as a hand shot up. "Wait, is that all the information we're getting?" a girl named Akira blurted, her voice tinged with confusion. "What about our teams?" Another boy chimed in nervously, "Yeah, are we just supposed to jump in without any preparation?" Before Izuku could respond, Bakugou's sharp voice sliced through the room like a WHP. "Of course, brats. In real life, no one's gonna wait around for you to make cute little teams or plan everything out. You just do it. Stick to your lane, don't screw up." Izuku chuckled softly, looking at Bakugou with a silly grin. "Exactly what Dynamite said," he affirmed. Turning his head back at the students, his tone lighter but no less serious. "This exercise is designed to train your instincts. In real scenarios, you won't always have perfect conditions or the luxury of choosing your partners. Adaptation is key." The countdown clock glowed bright, its numbers ticking down with an air of inevitability. The training grounds roared to life in a breathtaking display of technology. Buildings groaned as they rose from the ground, their foundations shaking with realism. Smoke hissed and swirled, mingling with the distant rumble of explosions. Emergency sirens wailed, their piercing tones cutting through the chaos, while the desperate cries of simulated civilians echoed like a haunting melody. Bakugou wasted no time. Launching himself into a burning building, explosions erupted around him as he unleashed controlled havoc, each blast calculated to increase the students' panic. Nearby, Kirishima dove into the fray with the same ferocity, his unbreakable quirk shattering everything as he played his role with equal intensity. Together, they embodied chaos. As soon as the clock hit zero, Izuku's voice rang out one final time, clear and resolute. Your mission begins now. The alarm blared across the training grounds, and chaos erupted as students scrambled to navigate the dynamic terrain. Some hesitated, their eyes darting between the unfolding dangers and their classmates, while others jumped into action, their quirks flaring to life as they began rescuing civilians or strategizing to neutralize threats. The training grounds became a symphony of shouts, quirk activations, and simulated destruction. It was chaotic, unrelenting, and exactly the kind of crucible designed to forge the heroes of tomorrow. Nearby, Uraraka leaned closer to Izuku, her expression thoughtful but tinged with concern. "Don't you think this might be a little too much for them?" she asked quietly. Izuku shrugged, his voice honest but calm. "I don't know," he admitted, a small smile tugging at his lips. "But we're about to find out." Uraraka glanced at Izuku, her brow furrowed. "They're panicking," she murmured. Izuku didn't take his eyes off the students, his expression firm but not unkind. "That's part of the test," he said. "They'll adapt. They just need time." And as he watched them, a flicker of pride lit his gaze. It wouldn't be easy, but then again, nothing worth learning ever was. The students scrambled in every direction, their nerves fraying under the relentless pressure. "Where do we even start?" one student shouted, their voice barely audible over the cacophony. "Someone needs to rescue the civilians," another suggested, their words lost in the confusion as students argued over the best course of action. Amidst the disarray, Bakugou made his move. With a feral grin, he sent a controlled explosion ripping through a support beam of a simulated structure. The building groaned as debris tumbled dangerously close to a group of panicked civilians. "Too slow." Bakugou barked mockingly, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. From the chaos, a girl Akira with a mapping quirk stepped forward, her voice trembling but resolute. "We need to split into groups. Some of us handle rescue while others take care of the villains. I can track everyone's positions," she shot back, her tone firmer now. "If we don't work together, more people, real or not, will get hurt." Before she could organize the teams, Bakugou struck again, his explosions sending more debris raining down. This time, he aimed directly for the civilians, forcing the students to scatter in a desperate attempt to protect them. "Stop running your mouths and move. The clock's ticking." Bakugou snarled, his relentless attacks preventing any semblance of order. Amidst the chaos, Dai stepped forward, his brows furrowed in concentration. His quirk allowed him to generate saucer-like objects from his hair, changing their size as needed. Normally, he used them for quick, precise tasks, but now an idea began to form in his mind. A bold, risky plan. "Everyone, get the civilians to the open areas. I can block Bakugou's next attack," he shouted, his voice cutting through the noise. The students hesitated, their eyes wide with uncertainty. "You heard him," the girl Akira barked. "Move." Dai took a deep breath, his focus razor-sharp as he began generating saucers from his hair. They grew larger and larger, their edges glowing faintly as he pushed his quirk to its limits. He hurled the first one into the air, positioning it to shield a group of civilians from falling debris. "Kenji, back me up," Dai called, nodding toward the boy with the soundwave quirk. Kenji grinned, unleashing a sonic blast that ricocheted off Dai's saucer, amplifying its trajectory and scattering debris away from the civilians. Bakugou's crimson eyes narrowed as he watched Dai's strategy unfold. "You think you've got me figured out?" he growled, launching another explosion toward the students. Dai didn't flinch. He threw two more saucers, forming an overlapping barrier that absorbed the brunt of Bakugou's attack. The force shook the ground, but the civilians remained unharmed. "This is your chance," Dai shouted. "Focus on rescuing while we hold him off." The students sprang into action, their movements more coordinated now. Groups formed under the girl's direction, some focusing on evacuating civilians while others worked to neutralize Kirishima, who had taken up a defensive position near Bakugou. Meanwhile, Dai continued to generate saucers, his quirk pushing past its usual limits. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but his determination never wavered. Each saucer flew with precision, deflecting attacks and creating safe paths for the rescue teams. Seeing the shift in momentum, Izuku nodded subtly toward the pro-heroes standing by. Your turn, he said. Follow their lead but keep them on their toes. Disrupt their plans enough to simulate real-life unpredictability. The pros jumped in, Mina coating debris in acid to make it easier to clear while Tokoyami used dark shadow to support the perimeter. However, they deliberately slowed their actions, waiting for instructions from the students to test their leadership. Uraraka floated large chunks of rubble away but subtly altered the terrain, forcing the students to adjust their strategy on the fly. The fight was spiraling into chaos. Bakugou's relentless attacks kept the students scrambling, his explosions echoing through the arena. Dai, Kenji and other students who stepped up worked tirelessly, their quirks combining to keep Bakugou at bay while the rescue teams managed the civilians. But Bakugou, ever the strategist in battle, stayed one step ahead. Dai hurled another attack toward Bakugou, larger this time, in an attempt to corner him. Kenji unleashed a sound wave to redirect his movements, but Bakugou detonated a blast midair, propelling himself down on the ground and avoiding the coordinated attack. Nice try. Bakugou roared, his fiery grin widening. The blast from Kenji's sound wave ricocheted upward, slamming into the ceiling with devastating force. The arena, already tense from the ongoing fight, was plunged into chaos as a deep, ominous groan reverberated overhead. It was a sound like the growl of a slumbering giant, awakening with a vengeance. Izuku's head snapped upward, his heart sinking as he spotted the fine cracks spreading across the ceiling. The metallic structure trembled, fragments of debris beginning to flake and fall. No! Izuku's voice cut through. The chaos, panic lacing his tone. The students' training kicked in, and they bolted toward the emergency exits. What had been a controlled environment moments ago had transformed into utter pandemonium as heavy chunks of metal and concrete began to rain down. Tokoyami's voice rang out, steady amidst the chaos. Dark shadow assist? His quirk expanded like a living shield, its dark tendrils sweeping through the crowd. Dark shadow guided students forward, shielding them from falling debris and propelling them toward the exits with remarkable speed. The first beam came crashing down, slamming into the ground with a force that sent a violent tremor through the arena. More beams tore loose, each impact reverberating through the collapsing structure like aftershocks from an earthquake. The ground itself, weakened from years of wear and tear, could no longer hold. Fine cracks spiderwebbed across the arena floor, spreading rapidly as if alive. The hollow foundation beneath it groaned in protest before giving way entirely. Izuku moved instinctively, adrenaline surging through his veins. His powered suit roared to life as he launched forward, desperation fueling every motion. Some screamed as the ground beneath them buckled and caved in, swallowing everything in its path. Fake civilians, heroes, students, and debris alike plummeted into the abyss as a massive section of the arena crumbled. Dust and debris filled the air, thick and suffocating, blotting out the light and plunging the battlefield into chaos. Bakugou landed strong amid the collapse, narrowly avoiding a falling beam that shattered the ground beside him. A few feet away, Uraraka stumbled, her footing giving way as the floor crumbled beneath her. Both fought against the inevitable, but the ground beneath them fractured entirely, pulling them into the chasm. Izuku tried to reach for them. His hands stretched toward Bakugou's, their fingers brushing in a fleeting, desperate contact. Kaken! Izuku's voice cracked as he reached for him, his heart pounding in his ear. But the moment slipped away. Ground swallowed them both. Dust and silence followed, the eerie calm after chaos. Izuku stood at the edge of the collapse, his breath coming in ragged gasps, staring down into the abyss where his friend had vanished. The arena was a shattered ruin, the jagged remnants of the floor and the gaping void below a testament to the chaos that had unfolded. He wanted to dig through the rubble himself, his hands itching to move, but the sheer scale of the destruction froze him in place. To Izuku's left, a pile of debris shifted, and a familiar voice broke through the suffocating stillness. Oi, someone help me over here. Kirishima's voice was hoarse, his usual energetic tone strained with effort. Izuku's head snapped toward the sound, his heart leaping at the sight of Kirishima, his hardened form barely visible beneath a massive slab of concrete. Without hesitation, Izuku sprinted toward him, Kirishima was crouched low, his arms braced as he held the weight of the debris on his back. Beneath him, Mina sat curled into a protective ball, shielded completely by his body. Dust covered them both, Mina's wide eyes reflecting her shock and Kirishima's sheer determination. Kirishima grunted, his voice strained but steady. "I can't hold this much longer." Izuku nodded, his instincts kicking in. He activated his suit, placing his glowing hands beneath the slab. Energy surged through him as he matched Kirishima's strength, their combined effort pushing the massive debris aside. The slab crashed into the rubble with a deafening thud. Kirishima collapsed to his knees, his hardened form flickering back to normal as exhaustion overcame him. Mina scrambled out from under him, her hands trembling as she knelt beside him. "You saved me," Mina said softly, her voice trembling but filled with gratitude. She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, her pink eyes brimming with emotion. Kirishima offered her a lopsided grin, even as weariness etched itself into every feature of his face. "Couldn't let anything happen to you, could I?" Izuku watched the scene unfold, a mix of admiration and relief swelling within him. The way Kirishima had shielded Mina, selflessly placing himself between her and danger, was nothing short of heroic. He had swooped in like a knight in shining armor, embodying everything a man should be. But the sight stirred something else in Izuku, a realization that hit him like a punch to the gut. Uraraka. He hadn't even thought about shielding her, hadn't tried to protect her in the same way Kirishima had protected Mina. In that moment, when everything had fallen apart, all his instincts, all his focus, had been on Bakugou. A deep, unsettling guilt bubbled inside him, threatening to spill over. How could he have forgotten? "We can't stop here." Kirishima forced himself to his feet, brushing off Mina's protests. "Let's go, let's save life." Izuku pushed the suffocating guilt aside. Now wasn't the time for doubt, for regret, or for self-recrimination. Nothing was over yet, not for the people trapped below, not for the students still depending on their teacher, and not for his responsibilities as a hero. He had to put Izuku behind for now and be Deku. He straightened, his jaw tightening as he forced himself to focus. The collapse had left too many questions unanswered. Who was safe? Who was hurt? And most importantly, who was still down there? A voice cut through steady and composed, "Tokoyami." "Midoriya, what's the plan?" Izuku turned sharply, his green eyes blazing with determination. "We need to know exactly who's accounted for," he commanded, his voice ringing with urgency. "Tokoyami, there are 22 students in Class 1A. Count them. Once you've done that, go find Principal Nizu. I need to know how this happened, and why." Tokoyami nodded, his expression grim and resolute. "Understood, Midoriya," he said, already stepping into action. Izuku's gaze shifted to the group of students gathered nearby. His voice, stern but steady, carried a sense of authority. "And every student, listen carefully, go to the nurse's bay immediately. Get checked out. I don't want anyone ignoring an injury, no matter how small." But when the students hesitated, uncertain and reluctant, Izuku's voice sharpened, cutting through their doubt like a blade. "I said immediately." For a moment, the group faltered, but then a lone figure stepped forward. Kenji, his face pale but his eyes fierce, spoke up. "No, we can help. It's my fault all of this happened in the first place. I can help, Sensei Midoriya. I promise I'm not hurt. I can be useful. Please." His plea sparked a ripple through the crowd as other students began to chime in, their voices filled with determination. "I'll go find Principal Nizu and other heroes," one student called, already moving toward the exit. "I'll go get Recovery Girl," another volunteered, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "I'll make sure everyone gets first aid," a third shouted, gesturing for the students around him to follow. One by one, the students sprang into action, their hesitation melting away as their resolve solidified. Some moved toward the nurse's bay as instructed, while others took up tasks to aid the rescue efforts, their quirks flaring as they organized themselves with surprising efficiency. Izuku stood still for a moment, watching the scene unfold in awe. His heart swelled with pride as he saw his students rise to the occasion, their courage and determination shining even in the face of chaos. He took a deep breath, his voice softer now but no less firm. All right, if you're staying, you follow my lead. We do this together. Let's get them out. The students nodded, their confidence buoyed by Izuku's steady leadership. As they moved forward, working as one, Izuku couldn't help but feel a spark of hope. These were the heroes of tomorrow, and they were already proving their worth today. Gritting his teeth, Bakugou opened his eyes and forced himself to his feet, ignoring the sting of fresh scrapes and bruises. He coughed against the dust, his breath shallow as he scanned the dimly lit space. Shadows danced eerily across the rubble-strewn floor, the faint glimmer of exposed metal and shattered glass catching the sparse light. "In it," he growled, his voice cutting through the suffocating stillness and echoing faintly off the jagged walls. The weight of the situation pressed heavily on him, but his fiery determination flared to life. Then, a faint, strained voice broke through the oppressive silence. "Bakugou!" It was shaky but unmistakable. His eyes snapped toward the sound. "Uraraka," he called back, urgency and relief mingling in his voice as he moved quickly toward the source. Each step was precarious, the unstable ground threatening to shift beneath him, but he pressed on, his focus locked on finding her in the murky gloom. "Round face, you all right?" he barked, crawling toward her. Uraraka managed a faint, pained smile. "Define all right," she murmured, nodding toward the massive slab trapping her leg. "But yet alive?" Bakugou crouched beside her, his sharp gaze scanning the situation. The debris pressing down on her leg was wedged beneath a precarious pile of concrete and metal beams. Above them, the groaning structure loomed, threatening to collapse at the slightest disturbance. His frustration simmered as he assessed their position. "This is a DMN nightmare." Uraraka winced as she shifted slightly, her fingers brushing against the slab pinning her. "If I use my quirk to lift it," she said, nodding toward the debris, "the whole thing might come crashing down. It's too unstable." Bakugou's eyes flicked upward, the creaks and groans of the rubble overhead setting his nerves on edge. "So what? We just sit here and wait for those extras to get their act together," he snapped. "Entirely," a voice cut in, hesitant but determined. Bakugou whipped around, his eyes landing on Dai, who was crawling through the debris toward them, his hair glowing faintly as saucers hovered around him. Dust streaked his face, but his expression was resolute. Fine," Dai said, his voice strained. "But Akira, she stuck. Says she can wiggle but she can't get out, her lower body's pinned under debris." Bakugou scowled, his frustration boiling over. "Great. That diamond mapping quirk of hers better tell us how to get out of this mess." "She's trying," Dai said defensively, adjusting one of the saucers to balance himself on the unstable ground. "But she's pinned pretty bad. I don't think she can map the whole layout from here. It's like her quirk's range is cut off by the debris." "Useless," Bakugou muttered under his breath, though his tone lacked its usual venom. Uraraka glanced toward Dai, her brow furrowed with concern. "Is she hurt?" "Not badly," Dai replied quickly. "She's more frustrated than anything. But if this debris shifts again," he didn't finish the thought, his jaw tightening. Bakugou growled, raking a hand through his ash-blonde hair. "All right, fine. Where is she?" Dai pointed toward a faint glimmer of light through the rubble, barely visible in the gloom. "Just a few meters that way, but it's tight. I barely got through myself." Bakugou turned back to Uraraka, his expression unreadable. "Stay put. Don't try anything dumb." "Not like I can go anywhere," Uraraka said dryly, nodding toward her trapped leg. "Just be careful, okay?" Bakugou didn't respond, already moving toward Dai's indicated direction. Dai followed closely, using his saucers to stabilize the rubble as they navigated the narrow space. When they reached Akira, Bakugou crouched beside her, his sharp gaze taking in her situation. The girl with the mapping quirk was half buried, her lower body pinned under a mass of jagged concrete and steel. Despite her predicament, her expression was calm, though her clenched fists betrayed her frustration. After a tense few moments of debate, they all agreed any drastic action could destabilize the rubble further and put them in even more danger. For now, all they could do was stabilize what they could with the slabs around them, while Dai used his quirk sparingly to create small, flat-flying projectiles from his hair to hold precarious pieces in place. After they stabilized everything they could, he wiped the sweat and dust from his brow, then turned to Bakugou. "I'm gonna check on Akira," he said, his tone concerned and awkward. Bakugou grunted, waving him off. "Yeah, just don't get crushed." Lowered himself to the ground beside Uraraka. He leaned back against a chunk of debris, his usual fiery demeanor dimmed by exhaustion. Uraraka shifted slightly where she was propped up, still trapped under the heavy slab. She glanced at Bakugou. "How's Akira doing?" Her voice quiet but curious. Bakugou tilted his head, staring at the faint light filtering through the rubble above them. After a moment, he replied, his tone unusually thoughtful. "She's got an amazing spirit. Really determined kid. Not afraid of anything." His crimson eyes flicked toward Uraraka. "I'll give her that much." Uraraka smiled softly. "That's high praise, coming from you," as she looked back to him. Bakugou shrugged, though he didn't deny it. She let the silence linger for a moment before her gaze drifted toward the direction Dai had gone. "You know," she began, her voice carrying a hint of warmth, "Dai reminds me of Izuku." Bakugou snorted. "Notice that too?" Uraraka chuckled softly. "The way he just throws himself into danger to help everyone. That determination to keep going, no matter what, it's a lot like Izuku." Bakugou let out a low, unexpected laugh, surprising her. Same annoying, never-quit attitude. The cavern settled into an uneasy silence, broken only by the distant groans of shifting rubble and the muffled echoes of rescue efforts above. 20 minutes had passed, each dragging with a heavy, oppressive weight. Dust hung in the air, illuminated by the faint beams of light filtering through the jagged cracks in the ceiling, casting eerie shadows that danced across the wreckage. The silence grew heavy, and Uraraka let out a bitter laugh, the sound soft but sharp enough to catch Bakugou's attention. He glanced at her, his crimson eyes narrowing. "What's so funny?" he asked, his tone more curious than irritated. "It's not funny," she replied, shaking her head. "It's just ridiculous." Bakugou frowned, his confusion evident. "What the hell are you talking about?" Uraraka hesitated for a moment, her gaze still fixed on the faint light filtering through the cracks above. The silence pressed heavily on her, the weight of her unspoken thoughts growing unbearable. Finally, in a voice barely above a whisper, she spoke. "You know, I've always been jealous of you," as though confessing something she'd never meant to say aloud. Bakugou's head snapped toward her, his crimson eyes narrowing in confusion. "What?" he asked, totally caught off guard. Uraraka let out a faint, shaky laugh, her exhaustion bleeding into the sound. "Back at Yue," she began, her voice trembling slightly, "I used to wonder what it would be like to be you. Even just for a day." She turned her head to look at him, her expression a mix of vulnerability and resignation. "You were always the one Izuku cared about the most," she said quietly, her voice faltering as her gaze bore into him. Her next words came sharper, almost accusatory. Even now, Bakugou's eyes widened slightly, caught off guard by the bluntness of her tone, and complete confusion spread across his face. "What the hell do you mean by that?" he asked, his tone low and demanding. Uraraka let out a bitter laugh as she looked away from him, the sound strained and filled with an exhaustion that went far deeper than the physical. "Don't act like you don't know," she said, her voice trembling but steady enough to cut. "At that moment, when the ground collapsed, he reached for you. Not me." The memory replayed in his mind, the dust, the chaos, the fleeting touch of Izuku's hand before everything gave way. Izuku did reach for him, but... "He didn't even hesitate," Uraraka continued, her voice softer now but no less impactful. "And I get it. You two have whatever it is you have. But it still sucks, Bakugou. It really sucks." Bakugou's gaze dropped for a moment, the weight of her words pressing against his usual walls of defiance. The confusion bubbled inside him, twisting into frustration as he tried to make sense of what Uraraka was implying. "It wasn't a demon choice," he muttered, his voice lower than usual, almost as if he were convincing himself. "It was just instinct," Uraraka interrupted, her tone resigned. "Yeah, I know. That's what makes it worse. His instincts were to save you, not mean." Bakugou's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing as if to challenge her. "It's not like I asked for it," he snapped, his voice low and biting. "I don't need his saving." "Maybe not," she replied, meeting his gaze with an intensity that surprised even herself. "But that's not the point, is it?" The cavern settled into an uneasy silence, the groans of shifting rubble above them the only sound. For once, Bakugou didn't have a sharp retort or a snide remark. He didn't understand, couldn't quite piece together, what all of that meant. As the rescue team broke through the rubble, light flooded the cavern, illuminating the battered forms of Uraraka, Bakugou, Dai, and Akira as they were pulled to safety. Izuku rushed toward them the moment they were clear, his face tight with concern and guilt already clawing at him. "Everyone, are you okay?" His green eyes darted between them, searching for reassurance that neither of them was seriously hurt. Uraraka had escaped with only a few scrapes and bruises. Akira had a deep cut on her leg, Dai only had some scrapes, and so did Bakugou. The rescue was a success. "I'm fine," Uraraka replied shortly, her voice clipped and tight. She avoided his gaze, her shoulders stiff as she rose to her feet. "Just some scrapes. I need to see Recovery Girl. Akira needs to take care of that wound on her leg." "I'll take you both," Izuku offered quickly, his voice soft and unsure, the guilt radiating off him almost tangible. Uraraka nodded, but her posture remained cold, her usual warmth glaringly absent. The walk to the medical bay was agonizingly silent, the soft scuff of their footsteps on the tiled floor the only sound. Izuku's heart twisted with every step, the moment replaying in his mind like a broken record. The chaos, the falling beams, the instinctive decision. The only thing he could think of in that split second was Bakugou. Not Uraraka, the person who should be the most important thing in the world right now. The realization twisted in his gut like a knife. As they arrived, Akira entered Recovery Girl's office first. Uraraka and Izuku sat outside in tense, heavy silence. When Akira emerged, her wound cleaned and bandaged, she gave them a faint smile before quietly sitting next to Midoriya. Without a word, Uraraka stood and walked into the office, leaving Izuku alone in the hallway. What the hell was I thinking? The question tore through him, raw and unrelenting. He shut his eyes tightly, but the scene played on repeat. The dust, the beams falling, his outstretched hand reaching for Bakugou. Not her. His stomach churned, the guilt clawing deeper with each passing second. I didn't even think about her. Izuku's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by a voice beside him. Akira cleared her throat, her tone firm. "She's hurt." Izuku turned to her, confused. "What? Uravity," Akira clarified, her gaze steady and unflinching. "She's hurt by you, Midoriya-sensei." Izuku blinked, his heart sinking further. What do you mean?" he asked, his voice faltering. Akira crossed her arms, her tone sharp but not unkind. "I respect you, sensei, I really do. But your priorities? They're bad. I know I'm not supposed to get involved in people's personal lives, but..." I overheard her talking to Dynamite. Izuku's eyes widened slightly, his stomach churning. "What did she say?" Akira hesitated for a moment before continuing, her voice softer now but still resolute. "She said she feels inferior to Dynamite. Like she can't compare to him in your eyes." Izuku's eyes tightened, the words hitting him like a punch. He opened his mouth to respond, but Akira held up a hand, stopping him. "I'm not trying to lecture you," she said firmly. "I'm just saying this because maybe it will help you. Maybe you need to hear it." Her gaze softened as she added, "I think it's simple, sensei. In that moment, when everything was falling apart, you didn't hesitate because you wanted to save the person you cared about the most. And that's okay, but it has consequences." Izuku stared at her, his mind reeling. He wanted to deny it, to tell her she was wrong, but he couldn't. Because deep down, he knew she wasn't. The truth she'd laid bare was one he couldn't run from anymore. Akira stepped back, her expression neutral but thoughtful. "I'll leave you to think about it," she said before walking away, leaving Izuku alone with the heavy weight of her words and the truth he couldn't escape. Izuku's fists clenched at the thought, guilt clawing at him with renewed intensity. She had always believed in him, trusted him. And in the one moment she needed him most, he'd failed her. The sterile, quiet hallway seemed to close in around him, the weight of his actions dragging him further into a spiral of self-recrimination. What have I done? He exhaled shakily, dropping his head into his hands. His thoughts churned, tangled and relentless, as the question lingered unanswered, a shadow that refused to leave. The UA campus, usually a hub of energy and resilience, had transformed into a fortress of scrutiny. Camera crews lined the gates, their equipment trained on anyone who dared step outside. Headlines had already made their rounds across the internet. Hero Academy fails safety standards, UA's dangerous training practices exposed, and worst of all, who will answer for the collapse? Inside the staff room, the mood was tense. Nizu sat at the head of the long table, his expression uncharacteristically grim. The room was filled with murmurs from the gathered teachers, whispers of theories, defenses, and shared frustration. The collapse of the arena had been bad enough. The public backlash made it infinitely worse. Nizu raised a paw, signaling for silence. His voice, though soft, carried the weight of authority. As you are all aware, the collapse of the training arena has placed you under unprecedented scrutiny. Questions are being raised about our safety protocols, the quality of our structures, and, most pointedly, our judgment in subjecting first-year students to such a dangerous exercise. Aizawa leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed and a frown etched deeply into his face. So what's the plan? He asked, his tone flat but carrying an edge of concern. Nizu clasped his paws together, his beady eyes scanning the room. For now, we say nothing. The incident is under investigation, and it is imperative that we do not comment until all the facts are verified. This includes interactions with the media, social media statements, and his gaze lingered on President Mike, who had a penchant for offhand remarks, even casual conversations. The radio host raised his hands defensively. All right, I'll keep my mouth shut. The room shifted uncomfortably. Vlad King groaned, silence might keep things from spiraling, but it also makes us look guilty. True, Nizu acknowledged, his tone calm but firm. But engaging without a clear narrative could do even more damage. For now, we focus on protecting our students and gathering the truth. There was a collective nod around the table, though the unease in the room remained palpable. Before anyone could voice another concern, the door to the staff room opened with a sharp creak. A tall, stern man in a dark suit stepped in, his presence commanding immediate attention. His silver hair was perfectly combed, his demeanor crisp and professional. He carried a briefcase in one hand and a folder tucked under his arm. Naomasa Tsukachi, the now Ministry of Hero Affairs chief investigator, surveyed the room with a piercing gaze. His reputation for ruthless efficiency preceded him, and the faint trace of disdain in his expression made it clear he wasn't here for pleasantries. He had aged but still looked good. Good morning, Tsukachi began, his tone professional but laced with empathy. I've been assigned to investigate the collapse at UA, and I'm here to gather initial statements. I'll need to speak with the instructor in charge of the training exercise and any students directly involved. The room went silent, the tension thick enough to cut. All eyes turned to Izuku, who sat near the far end of the table. His expression was a mix of determination and unease. He had expected this moment, but the reality of it was heavier than he'd anticipated. Izuku Midoriya? Tsukachi asked, his gaze steady but kind. I'd like to start with you. Izuku stood, his jaw tight but his posture resolute. Of course, he replied, his voice steady despite the nerves bubbling beneath the surface. Nizu spoke up, his voice calm but deliberate. Detective Tsukachi, I must remind you that UA is conducting its own internal investigation. We intend to fully cooperate, but I hope you'll approach this with the understanding that our priority is the safety and well-being of our students. Tsukachi nodded, his expression unwavering. Understood, Principal Nizu. My goal is the same. I'm not here to assign blame prematurely, I just want the truth. Nizu inclined his head, though his small smile didn't reach his eyes. Very well. I trust you'll handle this with your usual discretion. The detective gestured for Izuku to follow him. Let's start with your account of what happened. As the two left the room, murmurs broke out again among the remaining teachers. Nizu sighed, the weight of the situation pressing down on him visibly. For now, remember, silence. Anything you say could be twisted against us. Let's focus on finding the truth before the world decides it for us. Izuku followed Detective Tsukachi into one of the quieter meeting rooms at Yuye, the tension in his shoulders mirrored by the stillness in the air. Tsukachi, ever the calm presence, set his notebook and file on the table, his movements deliberate but unhurried. "You've grown, Midoriya," Tsukachi remarked, gesturing for Izuku to take a seat. Izuku smiled faintly, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "A lot's happened since then." "That's an understatement," Tsukachi said, sitting down across from him. He leaned forward slightly, his expression a careful balance of professionalism and familiarity. "But I'm not here to talk about the past. I'm here to figure out what went wrong, and why." Izuku nodded, his hands gripping the edge of the table. "I understand. I want the truth too. The students, they deserve answers." Tsukachi's gaze softened for a moment before he opened his notebook. "All right, let's start simple. Walk me through what happened during the training exercise. From the moment it began." Izuku nodded, his mind already replaying the events in vivid detail. Tsukachi listened intently, jotting down notes but never interrupting. When Izuku finished, the room fell into a heavy silence. Tsukachi closed his notebook, his expression contemplative as he rose to his feet. "Thank you, Midoriya. I'll need to speak with your students next, one at a time. Can you bring them in for me?" Izuku nodded again, standing. But as he reached for the door, he hesitated. Turning back, his green eyes met Tsukachi's, guilt and self-recrimination etched into his face. "I should have done more," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Tsukachi's brow furrowed slightly, but his voice was steady and reassuring. "You did what you could, Midoriya. Don't let guilt cloud your judgment. This isn't about pointing fingers. It's about understanding how this could happen in the first place." Izuku swallowed strong, his gaze dropping for a moment before meeting Tsukachi's again. "Do you think it wasn't an accident?" The detective leaned back slightly, his arms crossing as he considered his response. "That's what I'm here to find out. The collapse of a facility like UA's training arena, it doesn't add up. These structures are built to withstand quirk-level destruction. Even with the blast you described, it shouldn't have failed so catastrophically." The weight of those words settled in Izuku's ichi like a stone, a sinking feeling he couldn't shake. But he nodded and headed out, closing the door behind him. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting warm hues over UA's towering buildings. Izuku's feet dragged slightly as he approached the hall leading to his office. The last student had been interrogated, so he was heading to his office. Each step echoed faintly in the quiet corridors. When he rounded the final corner, he was surprised to see two figures standing outside his office door. Dai and Kenji were leaning against the wall, their postures tense but their expressions set with determination. The sight caught him off guard, and he quickened his pace. "Kenji, what are you two doing here?" Izuku asked, his voice tinged with surprise and fatigue. "Everyone should be at the dorms by now. Your interrogations have been over for an hour." The two students straightened at his approach, exchanging a glance before Dai stepped forward. His usual shy demeanor was replaced by something more serious, almost hesitant. "Sensei," Dai began, his tone steady but tinged with unease. "We needed to talk to you." Izuku furrowed his brow, shifting the stack of papers in his arms. "Talk to me. About what?" Kenji stepped forward as well, his arms crossed tightly over his tea. "About what happened during the training exercise. About the collapse." Izuku sighed, lowering the papers onto a nearby bench. He already had an idea of where this was going. "What about it?" he asked gently, though there was a weariness to his tone. Dai hesitated, then said, "We feel responsible. If we'd done things differently, been better prepared, maybe it wouldn't have been so bad." Izuku blinked, caught off guard by their words. "Responsible?" His voice was firm but not harsh. "That's not on you. You're students, your job is to learn, to grow. What happened wasn't your fault." Kenji shook his head, frustration flickering in his expression. "But we were there, since we could have done more. We should have done more. No, Izuku said firmly, his gaze locking with theirs. You're wrong. It's not your job to bear that weight. That's on me. I was there to control the situation and protect you. If anything went wrong, it's because I didn't do my job well enough. Dai frowned, his voice rising slightly in a sudden confidence, but you can't take all of it on yourself too. Kenji nodded, stepping forward. Exactly. You taught us to take responsibility for our actions, but you can't shoulder everything, or you will make clouded decisions. Izuku opened his mouth to argue, but the conviction in their voices stopped him. Dai continued, his tone softening but staying resolute. You've always told us that heroes work as a team, right? They share the load and help each other out. So why won't you let us do the same? You're not just our teacher, you're a hero, but even heroes need help sometimes. Izuku stared at them, their words hitting him harder than he expected. His students, still so young, still learning, had somehow become wise beyond their years. They were holding him accountable in the kindest way possible, and he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. You too, he said softly, his voice thick with emotion. You're right. Thank you for reminding me. Dai grinned, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. We learned from the best, sensei. Kenji smirked. And don't forget, we're here to keep you in check too. Izuku chuckled, a lightness returning to his voice. Noted. Izuku watched them go, their laughter echoing softly down the hallway. They're too smart for their own good, he thought with a faint smile. And somehow, they're teaching me as much as I'm teaching them. But as the quiet returned to the hallway, another thought crept into his mind, unbidden but insistent. I need to talk to Uraraka. The faint light of the street lamp outside cast long shadows as Izuku stood in front of Uraraka's apartment door, clutching a small bouquet of flowers in one hand and a bag of mochi in the other. His heart pounded in his iji as he raised his fist to knock. The sound echoed softly, and moments later, the door creaked open just enough to reveal Uraraka's guarded face. The moment her eyes landed on him, her expression darkened. Without a word, she began to close the door. But Izuku reacted quickly, wedging his foot into the narrowing gap. Leaning forward slightly, he peered at her through the small opening, his green eyes wide with a mix of desperation and determination. Ochako, please, he said, his voice firm but pleading. I'm here to talk. It's important. Through the gap, he wiggled the bag of mochi toward her as a peace offering. She grunted, exasperated. You can't buy me with gifts, Izuku? He chuckled softly, using the moment to push the door open just enough to step inside. Thank you, but I'm not trying to buy you. The mochi was just bait. Despite herself, a small smile broke across her lips. But just as quickly, it faded, replaced by a weary sigh. She crossed her arms and fixed him with a steady glare. All right, fine. You're in. Izuku took a deep breath, setting the flowers and mochi gently on her table before turning to face her. His expression was raw, his usual composure crumbling under the weight of everything he wanted to say. I'm sorry, he began, his voice thick with emotion. But to be honest, a sorry isn't going to cut it. She blinked, taken aback by the bluntness of his words. I can't apologize for everything and explain everything because I don't fully understand it myself, he continued, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. But I can apologize for not noticing your pain. For not seeing your frustration. For making you feel inferior to Kaken. For not paying attention to what you needed from me, for pushing you away. I'm sorry for being so horrible. His voice cracked slightly, but he pressed on, his words spilling out in a rush. I'm sorry for the way I made you feel. For instinctively choosing Bakugou instead of you when it mattered most. I am an unbearable, clueless. But Uraraka's lips parted, her expression softening slightly as he continued, his tone growing heavier with guilt. I'm so sorry I wrapped you in my own problems, he said, his voice trembling. You didn't deserve that. You don't deserve it now, and I'll understand if you hate me and don't want to see me anymore. But he paused, his eyes locking onto hers, a flicker of hope breaking through the storm of regret on his face. But I won't give up. Not if, deep down, you don't want me to give up. The room fell silent, the weight of Izuku's words lingering in the air like a tangible force. His cheek heaved as he tried to steady his breathing, his heart pounding in anticipation of Ochako's response. She was quiet for a long moment, her gaze fixed on the bouquet of flowers sitting idly on the table. Izuku shifted on his feet, nerves fraying with each second of her silence. Finally, she sighed, her voice steady but laced with a heaviness that Izuku couldn't ignore. "Thank you, Izuku. What you said, it means a lot." Relief flickered across his face, his shoulders loosening slightly. "But it was short-lived. But I don't think you fully understand the situation, or what you're apologizing for." She met his eyes, her gaze steady but tinged with sadness. "You're not in the right space for any of this," Ochako continued, her voice firm but not unkind. "Not for me, not for us." "Wait, no, Uraraka, I'm trying. I'm really trying," Izuku protested, his tone desperate, as he stepped forward to reach for her. But she stepped back. Ochako took a deep breath, her hands fidgeting slightly before she stilled them. "Izuku, can we just be honest for a second?" as she bore a deep look into him. His brows furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean?" "I'm being honest," she cut him off, her tone sharper now, though her eyes softened with emotion. "Oh. You're apologizing for the way I feel, but you're not denying anything." Izuku blinked, thrown off guard. "Denying what?" he asked, his voice rising in confusion. Her gaze dropped briefly before locking onto his again, her voice trembling slightly as she continued. "Do you even realize how you look at him?" He froze, his brows knitting in confusion as he questioned, "What?" Her lips pressed into a thin line, frustration was evident in the furrow of her brow. She looked up at the ceiling, exhaling sharply as she gestured with her hands, as if trying to spell out something so painfully obvious. "Bakugou." The name felt like a thunderclap in the silence. Izuku's breath caught, his eyes widening in shock as his hands clenched at his sides. "What? That's not." Ochako shook her head, a faint, bitter smile tugging at her lips. "Izuku, I've seen the way you look at him, like he hung the stars. Like he's the only person you can't bear to let go of." His face burned, a deep flush of embarrassment and confusion spreading across his cheeks. He shook his head vehemently, the words tumbling out in a rush. "What are you implying? It's not like that. I don't like men. I'm not gay." The last part came out as a shout, his voice raw and defensive, as though she had accused him of something far graver than she had. Ochako studied him for a long moment, her frustration melting into something softer, sadder. Her shoulders sagged slightly, the fight seeming to drain out of her. "Izuku," she began quietly, her voice barely above a whisper, "I don't know what you are. But you're not someone who can be what I need. And that's okay. But I can't keep pretending. I need to be someone's first choice. Someone's everything." Izuku opened his mouth to argue, but the words caught in his throat. Her confession landed like a stone in his ear, the truth of her words cutting deeper than he wanted to admit. "You care about me," she continued, her voice steadying, "but you don't see me, not the way I need you to. And that's okay. But it's not enough." A faint, almost serene smile spread across her face, as though the weight she'd been carrying had finally lifted. Izuku could only stand there, stunned, as she gently but firmly pushed him out of the apartment. "Take care, Izuku," she said softly, her tone not unkind but resolute. And with that, the door closed in his face, leaving him standing in the dimly lit hallway. The muffled sound of her steps retreating into the apartment echoed faintly through the thick wood. Izuku stood frozen, his mind racing to process everything she had said. He blinked, the quiet hum of the hallway lights filling the silence around him. Finally, he muttered to himself, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with disbelief. "Did she just accuse me of being in love with Kaken?" The room was filled with the cozy warmth of Kirishima and Mina's apartment, their wedding photo prominently displayed on the mantel. A beaming Kirishima in his sharp suit and Mina in her vibrant gown, their joy practically radiating from the picture. Bakugou tried to ignore it, focusing instead on the plate of curry in front of him. He didn't need a reminder that he was third-wheeling yet again, especially now that they were married. "Ijiro," Mina teased, poking at her husband with her chopsticks. "I can't believe you forgot to pick up the dry cleaning again." You're supposed to be the responsible one now. Kirishima laughed, scratching the back of his head. Hey, I'm responsible in battle. Household stuff is a whole different level of difficulty. Bakugou rolled his eyes, stabbing his curry with unnecessary force. You're both disasters. Marriage hasn't fixed a DMN thing. The casual atmosphere shifted when Mina sighed, setting down her chopsticks. Hey, have you guys been keeping up with all the UA stuff in the news? The criticism has been brutal. Kirishima frowned, his easygoing demeanor fading. Yeah, it's rough. People are tearing into Nizu, the teachers, and even the students. It's not fair. It's not just the press, Mina added, her voice tinged with frustration. People online are questioning whether UA is even safe anymore. And you know how fast stuff like this spreads. Bakugou's crimson eyes narrowed as he leaned back in his chair. They're all idiots. The collapse was bad, sure, but no one died. The press just wants a scandal to sell headlines. Mina shook her head. It's more than that though. People are doubting heroes. They're using this to say UA is careless, that it's putting kids in danger. It's not just about the collapse, it's about trust. Kirishima crossed his arms, his brow furrowing. And you know who's probably taking all of this on himself? Bakugou didn't need to guess. His scowl deepened as he muttered, Izuku, exactly, Mina said, her expression softening with concern. You know how he is. He's probably blaming himself for everything, even though it's not his fault. The room grew quiet for a moment, the only sound the faint clink of Mina's chopsticks as she pushed her food around. Bakugou stared at the table, his mind racing. He knew Izuku better than anyone, knew how the nerd would shoulder the guilt, let it eat away at him until it became unbearable. But he also couldn't shake one question, one that had been nagging at him since the training incident, refused to leave his mind. Finally, he broke the silence. I have a question, Bakugou barked, his voice rough. But you can't laugh or say anything stupid? Kirishima and Mina exchanged a glance before nodding in unison, curiosity piqued. Bakugou hesitated for a moment, then blurted out, Am I always the one Deku cares about the most? Like, is his attention always on me? Kirishima and Mina exchanged another look before answering in synchronized, amused voices, yes. Bakugou blinked, his crimson eyes narrowing. He straightened in his chair, his voice rising with frustration. You didn't even think about it. Mina chuckled, her smirk widening as she set her chopsticks down. Because it's true, Bakugou. Midoriya always acted like that, hyper-focused on you. She laughed softly, her tone teasing as she recalled, remember how he used to sound during the first year at UA. Kakin and the others this, Kakin and the others that. It was like a broken record. As Mina continued, her playful tone filling the room, she failed to notice the tension rising. Kirishima's smile had faltered slightly, his gaze darting to Bakugou, who was staring down at the table, his posture unusually rigid. Mina, oblivious, leaned forward with a grin. And it's not just back then. Even now, before the training mission, he came up to us and went. She looked between Bakugou and Kirishima, mimicking Izuku's voice in an exaggerated tone. Kakin and the others came. She burst into laughter, her eyes crinkling with delight. It's like everyone else is just extras to him, except for you. Her laughter filled the room, but it came to an abrupt halt when Kirishima nudged her sharply in the stomach. She jolted upright, clutching her side as she looked at him with wide eyes. What the hell, Ijiro? She asked, her tone still light but confused. Kirishima didn't answer, his expression unusually serious as he glanced toward Bakugou. Mina followed his gaze and froze. Bakugou sat unnaturally still, his head lowered, his eyes fixed on the table in front of him. His usual sharpness and fire were replaced with a weight that made the air in the room feel heavier. Oh, Katsuki, Mina whispered, her voice soft and apologetic as realization dawned. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. She turned to Kirishima for help, but his face was a mix of regret and frustration. Mina pressed on, her voice trembling slightly. I'm sorry. I didn't think about your feelings, you know, because you're an L. Before she could finish, Kirishima's hand shot up, covering her mouth as his eyes went wide with panic. Mina, Stop, he hissed urgently. But it was too late. Bakugou's head snapped up, and his glare locked onto Kirishima with a sharpness that could cut steel. Did you tell her? He demanded, his voice low and deadly. Kirishima instantly raised his hands in surrender. Oh, of course, I didn't, he stammered, his voice shaky as he tried to maintain his composure. Bakugou wasn't convinced. He rose slowly from his chair, his movements deliberate and menacing, his crimson eyes never leaving Kirishima. The tension in the room spiked as Bakugou stalked toward him, his fists clenched at his sides. Kirishima got up from the chair and started to retreat into the kitchen. He threw a pleading look at Mina. She hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward, her voice quick and nervous. I know. He told me. She blurted out, her hands raised as if to shield herself from Bakugou's wrath. Bakugou's gaze snapped to her, his expression darkening further. What? He growled, his voice low and dangerous. Mina quickly added, but I already kinda knew it. He just confirmed it. That's all. She stepped between Bakugou and Kirishima, her arms outstretched in a protective gesture. Please, don't kill my husband. Bakugou froze, his heaving as he glared at her, his fists trembling at his sides. The betrayal in his eyes was clear, and it cut deeper than any words could. Kirishima, now pressed against the kitchen counter, swallowed strong. Bakugou, I didn't mean to. Shut up, Bakugou snapped, his voice sharp and trembling as he cut him off. His crimson eyes burned with a mix of anger and something deeper, betrayal, maybe even hurt. Both of you. The room fell into a heavy silence, the warmth of moments before now replaced with an oppressive tension. Mina's usual vibrant demeanor dimmed as she exchanged a concerned look with Kirishima. Neither of them dared to speak further, watching as Bakugou's shoulders rose and fell with uneven breaths. Finally, he grabbed his jacket from the back of his chair, the movement abrupt and forceful. His footsteps were heavy as he stormed toward the door, his frustration palpable in every step. Katsuki, wait, Mina started, her voice soft, almost pleading. But Bakugou didn't stop. He threw the door open, his movements jerky, as if he were trying to hold himself together. He paused in the doorway for a split second, his hand gripping the edge of the doorframe tightly. Without turning back, he muttered under his breath, his voice low and laced with bitterness. Thanks for answering my question and the dinner. The door closed with a measured finality, quieter than expected but carrying the weight of everything. Mina and Kirishima stood frozen, the heaviness in the room settling like a thick fog. As Bakugou walked home, snowflakes drifted down lazily, clinging to his hair and melting against the warmth of his skin. The crisp winter air stung his cheeks, but he barely noticed, too lost in the storm of his own thoughts. The streets were quieter than usual, muffled by the fresh blanket of snow, but inside his head, it was anything but peaceful. Hyper-focused on you. Mina's words echoed over and over, each repetition a sharp jab to his teeth. Like everyone else's, just extras. He scoffed aloud, his breath fogging in the cold air as he shoved his hands deeper into his jacket pockets. Idiots. The sting of those words wouldn't fade. The idea that Izuku had always been like this, always focused on him, always putting him in some kind of spotlight, wasn't new. Not really. It had been there since they were kids. But hearing it laid out so plainly, so casually, hit differently. Like everyone else had noticed something he'd been too stubborn, or too scared, to acknowledge. Snow crunched under his boots as his pace quickened. Does he really think about me that much? But why does it matter so damn much to him what I do, what I think? The image of Izuku flashed in his mind, those wide, earnest green eyes always looking at him, always filled with something Bakugou couldn't name. Admiration. Guilt. Something more. He didn't know, and it pissed him off. It wasn't like he had the time or patience to sit down and figure it out, either. But then Mina's teasing voice rang in his ears again, followed by Kirishima's nervous laughter. And worse, their synchronized yes. As if the answer had always been obvious, as if everyone in the world knew except him. The thought made his stomach churn. What if they're right? What if he does care about me like that? What if... He stopped abruptly, his boots skidding slightly on a patch of ice. The thought was too much to finish. His jaw clenched, his fists tightening in his pockets. "This is stupid," he muttered, his voice harsh against the serene snowfall. "I don't have time for this, Seo." But even as he tried to shove the thoughts away, they clung to him, nagging at the edges of his mind. Izuku's face, his voice, his stupid habit of calling him Kaken, it all swirled together, refusing to be ignored. The snow continued to fall, soft and relentless, as Bakugou finally reached his apartment. His head was pounding as he unlocked the door and stepped inside. He slammed it shut behind him, the sound reverberating through the empty space, breaking the silence he couldn't escape from. He leaned against the door for a moment, staring blankly at the floor as the snowflakes on his jacket melted into tiny droplets. His mind was still racing, the questions circling like vultures, but one thought stood out above all the others. The thought hit Bakugou like a slap to the face as he stood in his dimly lit apartment, snow still clinging to his jacket and hair. This is how Izuku has always been, he realized. The nerd had always been relentless, always looking at him with those wide, determined eyes, always running after him no matter how many times Bakugou had pushed him away. So why the hell does this feel so DMN important now? The fluorescent lights of Yuye's hallways buzzed faintly, a dull counterpoint to the shuffle of Izuku's steps. His shoulders slumped under the weight of exhaustion as he trudged through the familiar corridors. Papers to grade, reports to file, students to mentor, it never ended. And now, as he glanced at the message summoning him to Nizu's office, a fresh wave of anxiety rolled through him. When Izuku reached the door, he paused for a moment to gather himself. The thought of another meeting, another responsibility, felt like dragging a boulder uphill. But this was Nizu, it wasn't a request to ignore. With a soft knock, he entered, finding the small principal seated at his desk, a cup of tea steaming beside him. "Ah, Midoriya," Nizu greeted, his ever-cheerful tone a sharp contrast to the somber atmosphere in the room. "Please come in. Sit." Izuku stepped forward, noting the uncharacteristic tightness around Nizu's eyes, and the slight twitch of his paw as he gestured to the chair. Izuku lowered himself into the seat, his exhaustion momentarily eclipsed by concern. "Principal Nizu," he started, "is this about the training arena collapse?" Nizu nodded, his smile fading into a more serious expression. "Indeed, Midoriya. I've been waiting for the investigations to conclude before sharing this with you. What I'm about to tell you isn't public knowledge yet." Izuku straightened, a prickle of unease running down his spine. "What is it?" Nizu leaned forward, his paws clasped together. The collapse was not an accident. The words hit Izuku like a punch. His eyes widened, and he leaned forward. What do you mean?" Nizu's voice remained calm, though there was a steely undertone to his words. The training arena's structural integrity was compromised intentionally. The investigators found evidence of tampering with the support systems. An outside party orchestrated the event. Izuku's stomach churned. "But why? Why target you and the students?" Nizu's eyes narrowed, his sharp intellect slicing through the chaos of the situation. "It appears this was a calculated move designed to undermine trust in UA and the hero training system. The group responsible left subtle traces, a manifesto, tied to the belief that training young heroes in this way is reckless and dangerous. They're protesting the involvement of children in heroics and," his voice trailed off, his usual composure wavering for a moment. "In wars." Izuku's fists tightened against his knees, his emerald eyes blazing with determination. "So, they put students in danger to make a statement. To prove their twisted point." "Precisely," Nizu replied, his tone grim. "And they've succeeded. The media frenzy has sown doubt in the public. People are questioning whether UA can truly protect its students." Izuku's jaw clenched as anger simmered beneath the surface. "Have we identified them?" Nizu nodded, his expression darkening. "The investigation uncovered their base of operations, a group masquerading as a safety advocacy organization. But make no mistake, they are far more insidious than they seem. Their actions have escalated from protests to direct, calculated attacks." The principal's voice softened, his sharp gaze resting on Izuku. "This situation demands a response, but a quiet one. A large-scale operation would attract too much attention and potentially amplify the backlash. This requires precision and subtlety. Before Nizu could continue, Izuku leaned forward, his voice firm and unyielding. "Let me handle it," he said, his tone unwavering. "They attacked my students. They put lives at risk. I need to stop them. With the winter break approaching, I'll have time. It won't affect my responsibilities here." Nizu nodded slowly, though his expression remained grave. "You're talented, Midoriya," he said carefully, "but you're emotional right now. This mission cannot afford rash decisions. No grand entrances, and no press leaks. Everything must be executed quietly." Izuku's gaze hardened. "I can do that." Nizu sighed, his small frame emanating a surprising authority. "You'll need a partner for this mission, someone who can balance your emotional drive with calculated precision. Someone who isn't afraid to make strong calls." "I've handled things alone before," Izuku countered, his voice steady but edged with frustration. "I don't want to put anyone else in danger." Nizu's sharp eyes softened, his tone carrying the weight of experience. That mindset, while noble, often leads to unnecessary mistakes. You've learned this before, Midoriya. Don't let guilt blind you to the importance of teamwork. Izuku's gaze dropped, guilt flashing across his face. "I just don't want anyone else to get hurt because of me," he admitted, his voice almost a whisper. "That's precisely why you need someone you trust," Nizu said, leaning forward. "Someone who can push back when necessary and cover the gaps you might miss." Nizu straightened, his composure returning with a faint, calculating smile. "Todoroki would have been my first choice, but he's on holiday leave for the break." Izuku's stomach churned as Nizu's next words came with an air of finality. "You'll take dynamite?" "What?" Izuku blurted, his eyes widening. Nizu ignored his outburst. Before Izuku could protest, his small paws already moving as he hopped down from his chair, his small frame radiating determination as he pushed Izuku toward the office door. "Bakugou Katsuki is an excellent choice. His combat instincts, tactical acumen, and experience working with you make him an ideal partner. The two of you complement each other in ways that will ensure this mission's success." His voice sped up as he continued speaking, leaving Izuku struggling to keep up. "His familiarity with you will make coordination smoother, and his ability to adapt under pressure is unmatched. I'll contact him right away." Nizu smiled sharply, reaching the door. "Now get some rest. You'll need it." The door slammed shut with an almost comical finality, leaving Izuku standing stunned in the empty hallway. He stared at the closed door, his mind racing. "Great," he muttered to himself, running a hand down his face. "Just perfect." On the other side of the door, Nizu leaned back in his chair, his paws clasped together as he gazed at his desk with an almost serene satisfaction. He murmured softly, barely audible over the faint hum of his office clock, "Everything is going as I planned." The snow fell steadily outside, blanketing the city in a quiet stillness. Bakugou sat on his couch, a game controller in his hands, the soft glow of his TV lighting up his apartment. He wasn't particularly invested in the game, just something to pass the time during the holiday break. The faint hum of the heater filled the room as the familiar smells of his half-finished dinner wafted from the kitchen. His phone buzzed on the coffee table, drawing his attention. Without looking, he reached out, grumbling under his breath, "If this is Mina asking me to come over for another dumb couple's night, I swear." He flipped the phone over, and his sharp crimson eyes narrowed at the screen. "Principal Nizu." His thumb hovered over the decline button. It was his break. Whatever you needed could wait. But something stopped him. Nizu didn't call unless it was important. Really important. With a low growl, Bakugou answered, "What is it, furball?" "Ah, dynamite." Nizu's chipper voice came through the line, calm and precise as always. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." Bakugou snorted. "You are. What do you want?" "I have a mission for you," Nizu said, his tone unwavering. "A delicate one. One that requires your unique skill set." Bakugou's scowl deepened. "It's the holidays, Nizu. You've got dozens of other pros to call. Why me?" Because you're the best for the job, Nizu replied simply, because this mission requires someone with your skill set. Your instincts, your combat abilities, and your ability to work under pressure. It's not an assignment I can hand to just anyone. Bakugou's brow furrowed. He hated being buttered up, but the seriousness in Nizu's tone couldn't be ignored. Fine, he said after a long pause. I'll do it. Nizu didn't miss a beat. Excellent. Oh, and one more thing, you'll be partnering with Midoriya. The name hit Bakugou like a bucket of cold water. His body tensed, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Whoa, wait up. Nizu interrupted with an unsettlingly chipper tone. Oh, sorry, Pooh. I have another meeting to attend. I'll send you the mission details shortly. But the line went dead with a soft beep before Bakugou could get another word in. Bakugou stared at the phone in his hand, his face twisting into a mixture of rage and disbelief. Oh, that little rat. His voice rose as he hurled the phone onto the couch. Tricked me. The UNA briefing room was eerily quiet, the soft hum of the lights above the only sound as Izuku sat at the table, staring at the mission documents in front of him. His mind was still reeling from Nizu's earlier declaration. The idea of working with Kaken on a secluded mission was daunting, to say the least. But there wasn't much he could do now, the gears were already in motion. The sound of heavy footsteps pulled him from his thoughts, and the door slammed open. Bakugou stalked in, his expression a thundercloud of frustration. Oh hi, Kaken. Izuku sat up straight in his chair. Hi, Bakugou grumbled, slamming the door shut behind him. He dropped into the chair opposite Izuku, his fiery gaze locking onto him. Alright, nerd, what's this all about? Izuku straightened, forcing himself to stay calm. It's a mission, he said, pushing the file across the table to Bakugou. We're being sent to take down the group responsible for the training arena collapse. In that moment Bakugou couldn't ask any more questions, as Nizu and Detective Naomasa Tsukachi entered the meeting room. Glad you're here Bakugou and Midoriya, let's get straight to the points, said Tsukachi. Nizu gestured to the folder on the table in front of Bakugou. The group you're investigating is called Breakpoint. Breakpoint? Tsukachi began, his tone even, isn't just a group of disillusioned individuals. They are an organized faction with a singular, dangerous goal, to dismantle the current hero training system. They believe young heroes shouldn't be trained for combat, let alone participate in it. Their rhetoric has grown increasingly radical. Nizu leaned forward slightly, his voice calm yet weighty. The collapse of the training arena was their latest move, a calculated effort to undermine UA's credibility and reinforce their message that hero training endangers lives unnecessarily. Bakugou scoffed, his crimson eyes flashing. So their brilliant plan is to put kids in danger to prove their point. Hypocrites. Precisely, Nizu said, his small paw resting on the table. And their leader, Ryo Kayomura, has a particularly personal vendetta. As you know, he was once a student here at UA. During the Paranormal Liberation War, he suffered severe injuries. Nerve damage left his quirk almost unusable, and worse, he lost a close friend during the conflict. Izuku's brow furrowed, his voice quiet but firm. I remember hearing about Kayomura. He was in his second year. That loss, it must have changed everything for him. It did, Tsukachi confirmed. At first, his protests were peaceful. But over time, he became more radical, and now Breakpoint is directly targeting institutions and individuals to push their ideology. We have credible evidence linking him to the training arena collapse. Nizu added, they operate out of a remote town under the guise of a safety advocacy organization. Publicly, they campaign for reforming hero culture. Privately, they are a danger to society. Tsukachi flipped a page in his notebook. The challenge here is that we need concrete evidence, enough to arrest Kayomura and dismantle Breakpoint. That's where you two come in. Nizu's gaze sharpened as he continued. You'll be going undercover. There's a quirk we've secured through the police that will alter your appearance. To the outside world, you'll look completely different. However, you'll still recognize each other. Izuku leaned forward slightly. And what's our cover story? You'll pose as contractors evaluating the area for development projects, Tsukachi explained. It gives you a reason to ask questions, observe the town, and interact with locals without raising suspicion. Your mission is to gather evidence, infiltrate the group if possible, and identify key players. Once we have enough, we'll move to shut them down. Nizu's tone softened slightly. You'll be staying in a rented house in the town. It's modest but sufficient for your needs. You may be there for some time, so prepare accordingly. Bakugou's jaw tightened as he shot a glance at Izuku. And what if this goes south? If these extras catch on? Nizu's expression didn't waver. That's why you're going together. Between your combat skills and Midoriya's strategy, you're more than capable of handling any complications. However, subtlety is crucial. Avoid unnecessary fights or displays of power. Izuku nodded firmly. Understood. Bakugou leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed. So when do we leave? In 2 days, Nizu said. You'll receive full briefings on your new appearances and any other relevant details tomorrow. Bakugou exploded, his voice ringing through the room. In 2 days? Are you kidding me? His tone was sharp, teetering on the edge of outright protest. He turned toward Nizu, ready to continue his tirade, but his gaze flicked to Izuku. Izuku's expression stopped him short. The pleading look in his green eyes, layered with quiet determination and guilt, hit harder than Bakugou anticipated. For a moment he just stared, his words caught in his throat. Bakugou grunted, dragging a hand down his face in frustration. He clenched his jaw, letting the tension bleed out in a heavy sigh. Fine. I'll try to make it work, he muttered, his voice gruff but quieter now. Nizu's whiskers twitched with approval, though he remained stoic. Excellent. Your cooperation is critical to this mission's success, and I have no doubt you'll rise to the occasion. Bakugou clicked his tongue, standing abruptly. Yeah. Whatever, he grumbled, shoving his hands into his pockets as he turned toward the door. Izuku blinked, momentarily stunned by the unexpected concession. As Bakugou made his way out, Izuku gave Nizu a small, grateful nod. We'll do our best, he said earnestly before hurrying after Bakugou. The hallway was quiet except for the steady sound of their footsteps. Bakugou didn't look at him, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Thanks, Kaken, Izuku said softly, his tone sincere. Bakugou huffed but didn't respond, the silence stretching between them as they continued walking, their footsteps echoing in the otherwise empty halls. Bakugou stormed into his apartment, slamming the door behind him with a force that rattled the hinges. His jaw was clenched tight, irritation bubbling under his skin. 2 days. 2 DMN days to get everything in order. He grabbed his phone and dropped onto the couch, muttering to himself as he pulled up his schedule. Stupid Nizu, stupid secret mission, stupid nerd, he growled, dialing his first call. The next 30 minutes were a whirlwind of cancellations. He barked instructions into the phone, calling Kirishima first. Oi Ijiro. I need you to handle the agency while I'm gone. It's a vacation. His tone was clipped, the lie rolling off his tongue awkwardly. Wait, a vacation. Kirishima sounded skeptical, but he didn't push. All right, man. I've got it covered. You sure you're okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Bakugou snapped. Just handle it. Next was his mom. The call was short, and predictably, she didn't take the news well. What do you mean you're not coming for Christmas, Katsuki? Her voice crackled through the phone, sharp and accusatory. I'm busy, okay? Work stuff. He gritted his teeth, pinching the bridge of his nose. MHM work. You better not be lying to me, brat. I'm not lying. Look, I'll make it up to you later. Just that I gotta go. He hung up before she could get another word in. As he tossed his phone onto the couch, a new thought hit him like a ton of bricks. Christmas and New Year's with Izuku. His eye twitched at the realization. Great, he muttered under his breath. Just what I wanted. A holiday with the nerd. The weight of it all started to sink in as Bakugou leaned back on the couch, staring at the ceiling. The faint hum of the city outside was the only sound, but it did nothing to drown out the turmoil in his head. What annoyed him the most wasn't the lies. It was the quiet buzz of excitement gnawing at the back of his mind. A mission with Izuku. The thought circled like a vulture, refusing to leave him alone. Living together. Working together. Eating together. Like a couple. Bakugou shot upright, his cheeks burning as the realization hit him. Showering. Seeing Izuku in a towel. Mean, he muttered, his voice strained. He dropped back onto the couch, his body jerking like a child mid-tantrum, his legs kicking out and his hands flailing slightly in frustration. His movements were frantic, almost comical, as though he were physically trying to rid himself of the invasive thoughts crawling through his mind. Izuku walking around in sweats. Izuku cooking breakfast. Izuku, stop it. Stopping the tantrum immediately. He sat on that couch, hunched over, the glow of the city lights filtering through the window casting faint shadows across the room. Bakugou slapped his hands on his knees, standing abruptly. I don't care, he said to himself, his voice low but sharp. It's just a DMN mission. That's it. Izuku sat on the edge of his bed, his room dimly lit by the soft glow of a desk lamp. A pile of papers sat in front of him, training outlines he had been reviewing earlier, but his focus had long since drifted. Instead, his mind was a swirling mess of emotions and questions that he couldn't shake. He was determined, laser-focused, on making this mission a success. Breakpoint had endangered his students, tarnished UA's reputation, and undermined everything they stood for. He couldn't let that stand. The thought of confronting this group, exposing their plans and bringing them to justice, was enough to light a fire in his ST. He was ready, but determination wasn't the only thing gnawing at him. Ever since Nizu mentioned the mission and more specifically the part about partnering with Bakugou, there was a nagging unease in the pit of Izuku's stomach. Weeks, maybe even longer, spent working alongside Kaken. The thought was complicated. Izuku laid one hand on the table and laid his head on it, groaning softly. Why does this feel so different now? It had started the moment Uraraka's words hit him like a sledgehammer. Do you even realize how you look at him? Like he hung the stars. The memory burned in his mind, vivid and sharp, refusing to let go. Izuku groaned quietly, feeling the heat creep up his neck and settle in his cheeks. He was going to live with Kaken. In an apartment. Together. For weeks. He buried his head in the crook of his elbow, trying to block out the room, and especially his thoughts. He felt unbearably hot, like the air itself was too thick, too heavy. He peeked out from behind his elbow, his wide, green eyes darted to the table lamp on the desk as if it might hold the answers to his spiraling thoughts. Why am I thinking about this like that? He scolded himself silently, his heart pounding in his ear. What is wrong with me? The crisp morning air nipped at Izuku's face as he parked his old Honda CR-V outside Bakugou's apartment complex. Izuku glanced at the dashboard clock, confirming he was 5 minutes early. Better than late, he supposed. The island was remote, a small town nestled in the middle of nowhere, which meant they'd need a car to get around. The CR-V was reliable if a little outdated, but it would do the job without drawing attention, unlike Bakugou's flashy Porsche, which would have turned heads the second it left the mainland. Subtlety, Izuku muttered to himself, trying to ignore the tight knot of nerves coiled in his stomach. He couldn't tell if it was the mission itself, the thought of being on an island far from home, or the prospect of spending weeks living with Bakugou that had him so on edge. Probably all three. Before Izuku had a chance to text, he'd arrived. Bakugou appeared, hauling a duffel bag over his shoulder and looking as irritated as ever. His crimson eyes immediately landed on the car, and his expression twisted into a scowl. What the hell is that? Bakugou barked. Izuku opened the driver's side door and stepped out, forcing a smile. It's my car. It's subtle, reliable, and doesn't scream, "Hey, look at me, I'm a pro hero on a secret mission." Bakugou stopped in front of the car, crossing his arms as he looked it over with thinly veiled disdain. It's a piece of CRP. Izuku sighed, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. He climbed back into the driver's seat, watching as Bakugou slumped into the passenger side, his arms crossed and a scowl firmly in place. The car creaked slightly under the weight of his entry, and Bakugou shot him a look as if the vehicle had personally offended him. Don't tell me this thing's gonna fall apart halfway there, Bakugou muttered. Izuku buckled his seatbelt, his lips twitching in an effort not to laugh. It's fine, Kaken. Trust me. Trust you? Bakugou muttered, leaning back in his seat with a glare. You better hope this thing doesn't embarrass us on the ferry. As the car rumbled along the quiet road leading to the outskirts of the city, Izuku glanced at the map pinned to his phone's dashboard mount. Bakugou leaned against the passenger door, arms crossed and eyes half closed. Though silent, the occasional twitch of his brow betrayed that he wasn't asleep. The hum of the engine and the tires against asphalt were the only sounds in the car. On their way to the ferry, they stopped at an abandoned building to meet an older man who used his quirk to alter their appearances. While others would see their new identities, they still saw each other as they were. Afterwards, they were handed new IDs and sent on their way. Bakugou's ID revealed a plain 30-year-old man with brown hair and a less muscular build. His sharp edges were gone, replaced by softer features. His new name, Katsuo Tanaka. Izuku's ID showed a man in his mid-20s with straight black hair and no freckles. His wiry frame looked even smaller. His new name, Daiki Saito. As the ferry gently rocked on the waves, they approached a small island named Aoshima, a remote and quiet place mostly inhabited by a close-knit community. The village itself was picturesque, dotted with traditional Japanese-style houses, narrow stone streets, and a serene coastline. Their cover story, prepared in advance, was that they were construction developers assessing the island for small-scale infrastructure improvements. Once the ferry docked, the pair disembarked with their luggage, their vehicle standing out a bit amidst the quaint setting. The villagers greeted them warmly, curious but polite, offering small bows and welcoming smiles. Tanaka-san, Saito-san, an older man introduced himself, smiling broadly. Welcome to Aoshima. We don't get many visitors, so don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. Izuku, or rather Daiki Saito, returned the smile nervously. Thank you. It's an appealing place. Bakugou, as Katsuo Tanaka, gave a curt nod. Yeah, thanks. We'll manage. Driving through the village toward their temporary home, the charm of the island struck them. Nestled high on a mountainside, their rented apartment was separated from the main cluster of houses. It wasn't unusual for people to live in more secluded spots on the island, given its small population and quiet lifestyle. As they reached the apartment, Bakugou parked the car outside, and they grabbed their luggage. The structure was a traditional Japanese house, modest in size, with a tiled roof and wooden sliding doors. When they stepped inside, the setup quickly became clear. It was a one-room home. The kitchen, living room, and bedroom were all part of the same space. A single tatame mat sleeping area sat against one side of the room. Bakugou's eye twitched. What the hell is this? He barked, his gaze darting around the room. Izuku sighed, setting his bags down by the doorway. It's traditional. We're undercover, remember? It's not supposed to be fancy. There's one diamond sleeping area, Deku? Bakugou gestured toward the tatame mat. What? You expect me to sleep next to you? Izuku winced. I'm not thrilled about it either, but, not happening, Bakugou interrupted. He dropped his bags aggressively near the wall. I'm taking the mat. You can figure something else out. Izuku crossed his arms, his patience thinning. You can't just claim it. We're both stuck here. Watch me, Bakugou shot back. The argument escalated as the reality of sharing such a small space sank in. You're impossible. Izuku huffed, glaring at Bakugou. We'll alternate with you. One night you take the mat, the next I do. Fine, Bakugou grumbled, his tone making it clear he wasn't pleased. He stomped over to the mat and dropped his bag there anyway, claiming it for the first night. Izuku sighed deeply, running a hand through his hair. This is going to be a long mission. Bakugou slammed the last of his bags onto the tatame floor, scowling as he surveyed their cramped living space. This kitchen is a joke, he grumbled, throwing open a cabinet that immediately creaked in protest. How the hell am I supposed to cook anything in here? It's barely big enough for a DMN toaster. Izuku, already unpacking his own things, let out a soft sigh. It's just temporary, Kaken. We'll manage. Besides, the view outside is nice. Bakugou shot him a glare before snorting. Yeah, great. A view doesn't fry eggs, does it? He gestured to the single stove burner as if it were personally insulting him. Maybe we don't fry eggs every day, Izuku said lightly, but the faint twitch of a smile betrayed his amusement. Bakugou crossed his arms. Oh, great idea. Let's just starve. Izuku shook his head, smiling despite himself. Why don't we go get groceries instead of arguing? We'll need food if we're going to survive this tiny kitchen. Fine, Bakugou muttered, grabbing his coat. But you're carrying the bags. The village was quaint, with narrow streets and small shops that seemed untouched by time. The grocery store sat at the heart of the village, its wooden sign swaying gently in the winter breeze. Snowflakes drifted lazily from the sky, dusting the rooftops and cobblestone streets. Inside, the aisles were cramped, and the selection modest. As they browsed, their usual dynamic unfolded, Bakugou complaining about prices and quality, while Izuku gently reminded him they weren't there to critique the store. Seriously, this is all they've got for meat. Bakugou barked, holding up a small package. I've seen better cuts in the trash. As they moved through the store, a few villagers gave them curious glances. Izuku noticed the attention but said nothing, deciding it was natural for newcomers to attract interest in a place this small. At the checkout, as Bakugou tossed items onto the counter with a bit too much force, a man bumped into Izuku. Ah, sorry about that, Teehee-man said, stepping back with a sheepish smile. He had short, sandy hair and a friendly demeanor. Didn't mean to startle you. Izuku offered a polite smile. No problem. It happens. The man's gaze lingered for a moment before he asked, You're new here, right? Haven't seen you around before. Bakugou stiffened slightly, his sharp instincts kicking in, but Izuku responded calmly, Why, yeah, we just moved in. We're contractors, helping with some development projects. Oh, contractors, the man said, nodding as if filing the information away. We don't get a lot of outsiders here. What kind of projects are you working on? Bakugou, sensing the questioning tone, stepped in with a gruff, confidential. The man blinked, taken aback, before laughing nervously. Right. Sorry, didn't mean to pry. Just curious, you know. Anyway, enjoy your stay. He gave a small wave and disappeared into the crowd. Izuku glanced at Bakugou. You could have been a little friendlier, Kaken. On their way back to the apartment, the snow had picked up slightly, creating a serene atmosphere. The quiet crunch of their footsteps was the only sound until they turned a corner and stopped in their tracks. On the side of an abandoned building was a piece of graffiti, bold and defiant. Fight for safety, with smaller letters on the left side with the initials BPI. Izuku stared at the words, his brows furrowing. That's direct. No kidding, Bakugou muttered, his jaw tightening. They're not even trying to hide. The graffiti was accompanied by a stylized image of a child's silhouette, surrounded by flames and chains, a clear message. Izuku felt a pang of unease. They're making their presence known. This isn't just a protest, it's a recruitment tactic. They continued back to the apartment, the graffiti lingering in their minds like a shadow over their mission. The morning began with a meeting at the village's administrative building. A sharp-eyed man named Sakamoto, the politician overseeing development projects, greeted them with polite enthusiasm. The office was small and bustling, with maps of the island pinned to the walls and stacks of paperwork piled high. We're eager to see how your expertise can benefit the village, Sakamoto said, his tone measured but hopeful. But you'll need to understand the people here. They're wary of change, so take the time to get to know them. Izuku nodded eagerly, jotting notes in his ever-present notebook. Bakugou, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, muttered a low yeah whatever, but even he seemed to take the instructions seriously. Sakamoto assigned an aide to guide them around the village and surrounding areas. By mid-morning, they were strolling through the snow-dusted streets, exchanging polite greetings with locals. Izuku's bright smiles and genuine curiosity warmed the wary villagers, while Bakugou's blunt honesty earned him a few amused nods, even if it took them some time to adjust to his gruff demeanor. As they moved from house to house and shop to shop, the aides shared stories about the village's history and traditions, painting a picture of a close-knit community that valued simplicity and resilience. By midday, their guide left them with a map and a friendly reminder to visit the local shrine before sunset. Alone, they decided to continue exploring at their own pace, taking in the charm of the village. Izuku, as always, was brimming with enthusiasm, pointing out little details like the intricate patterns carved into the wooden doorframes and the way the villagers decorated their homes with fresh pine branches for the season. Bakugou, walking slightly behind, rolled his eyes at Izuku's commentary but didn't bother telling him to shut up. The afternoon sun glimmered off the snowy rooftops as Izuku and Bakugou continued their exploration of the village. The air was crisp, the paths quiet except for the soft crunch of snow beneath their boots. Up ahead, they spotted a steep staircase winding its way up the mountain. A small building perched at the top, shrouded in trees and flanked by an ancient stone torii gate. It looked secluded, a perfect place to discuss their mission away from prying eyes. "Let's head up there," Izuku suggested, nodding toward the stairs. "It's private." Bakugou shrugged. "Fine. Just don't complain if you can't handle the stairs, nerd." As they began the climb, the village fell away behind them, leaving only the sound of their steady footsteps and the occasional rustle of the wind. Izuku used the opportunity to bring up the villagers. "You know, Kaken," he began hesitantly, "I feel kind of bad about all this. We're making them think we're here to help with renovations or development, but it's all a lie." Bakugou snorted. "What'd you expect? It's an undercover mission, Deku. You think spies walk around handing out truth pamphlets?" I know, Izuku said, sighing. "It's just, they're so kind. They deserve better than this." "They'll get better," Bakugou replied firmly, his gaze fixed on the top of the stairs. "Once we get rid of those breakpoint bastards." Izuku couldn't help but smile at Bakugou's blunt confidence. "You're right." When they finally reached the top, they were greeted by a breathtaking view. The village sprawled below them, its winding paths and glowing lanterns looking like something out of a storybook. The building itself was simple and serene, its wood darkened with age, and the snow-draped trees added to the tranquility of the scene. "This is appealing," Izuku murmured, stepping forward to take it all in. "It's all right," Bakugou muttered, though his gaze lingered on the view longer than he'd admit. Before either of them could say more, a shout rang out. "Hey, who goes there? This is our territory." Izuku stiffened, instinctively stepping in front of Bakugou as a kid, no older than 10, jumped out from behind the bushes, a snowball in hand. He was quickly joined by 2 more children, all grinning mischievously. Without waiting for a response, the first kid hurled his snowball, narrowly missing Bakugou's head. Bakugou's reaction was immediate. "Oh, you little brats," he roared, crouching to scoop up a handful of snow. "You're gonna pay for that." "Kaken, don't," Izuku started, but it was too late. Bakugou launched the snowball with pinpoint precision, hitting the first kid squarely in the 60. The boy stumbled back, laughing, and his friends quickly retaliated, snowballs flying in every direction. What started as a surprise attack turned into an all-out snowball war. The kids took cover behind the bushes and rocks, shouting gleeful battle cries, while Bakugou hurled snowball after snowball with a terrifying level of accuracy. Izuku, caught between amusement and exasperation, tried to play mediator at first. "Kaken, you're supposed to be keeping a low profile," he called out, dodging a snowball aimed at his head. "Shut up and fight, nerd," Bakugou yelled back, his lips twitching into a rare grin as he scooped another handful of snow. Izuku sighed but couldn't help the smile tugging at his own lips. "All right, you asked for it," he declared, diving into the fray. With surprising skill, he gathered snowballs and started launching them back at the kids, and occasionally at Bakugou. The kids, delighted to have Izuku join them, rallied together against the 2 adults. "Get the grumpy one," one of the kids shouted, causing Bakugou to narrow his eyes dangerously. "Oh, you think you can take me down?" Bakugou growled, dodging a volley of snowballs and retaliating with a rapid barrage. "I'll show you what happens when you mess with me." Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all, even as a snowball splattered across his shoulder. He quickly retaliated, lobbing one straight at Bakugou's back. "Kaken, you're outnumbered," Izuku teased, laughing as Bakugou turned to glare at him. "Traitor," Bakugou barked, though the edges of his mouth quirked up. He grabbed a particularly large snowball and hurled it at Izuku, who dodged at the last second, laughing uncontrollably. As the snowball battle raged on, Izuku found his attention drifting, not to the kids launching volleys of snow, but to Katsuki. Bakugou was fully immersed in the chaos, his competitive spirit shining through in every precise throw and taunting shout. Izuku couldn't help but steal glances at him. He saw the small smirk Bakugou tried to hide when he landed a particularly satisfying hit, the way his crimson eyes gleamed with unguarded amusement as he dodged an incoming snowball. For a moment, he wasn't Dynamite, the explosive, larger-than-life hero. He wasn't even Kaken, the childhood rival who had always been so tightly tied to him. He was just Katsuki, relaxed, carefree, and happy. It startled Izuku, this softer side of Bakugou. It wasn't something he'd seen often, if ever, and the thought caught him off guard. He's so different when he's like this. The words floated through Izuku's mind unbidden, and he felt a strange warmth spread through his chi. This was a version of Bakugou he'd always hoped existed, a version that didn't have to carry the weight of expectations or anger all the time. As Bakugou ducked behind a snowbank to avoid a barrage, his shoulders shook with a brief laugh, low, genuine, and unrestrained. Izuku froze, his breath catching in his throat. He'd heard Bakugou laugh before, of course, but never like this. It wasn't a mocking cackle or a triumphant roar. It was soft, unforced, and entirely unlike the Bakugou he thought he knew. This person in front of him was just a raw, unfiltered person. Endearing. The word popped into Izuku's mind, and he frowned, unsure of what to do with it. He tried to brush it aside, to focus on the kids, but his eyes kept drifting back to him. There was something magnetic about him in this moment, something that made it strong for Izuku to look away. His thoughts were interrupted by a snowball landing squarely on his shoulder, courtesy of one of the kids. "Hey, mister. You're supposed to be fighting," the boy called, grinning mischievously. Izuku shook his head, laughing as he quickly scooped up a handful of snow to retaliate. But as he joined the fray again, part of him couldn't stop thinking about the way Bakugou had laughed, or the way it had made him feel. Endearing wasn't the right word, it was more than that. When the wart began to wind down and Izuku found himself knocked flat by a massive snowball, he didn't even care. Lying there in the snow, laughter bubbling out of him. Bakugou approached, standing over him with his usual gruff expression. "Come on, nerd. You're gonna catch something if you keep rolling around like that." Izuku let himself be pulled up, their hands lingering for a moment before Bakugou shoved his into his coat pocket. "Thanks, Kaken," Izuku said, brushing the snow off his jacket. "Whatever." They started heading back down the hill, the kids trailing behind. Izuku's felt lighter, even with the chill in the air. But he couldn't help glancing at Bakugou again, catching the faintest trace of that earlier smile. As they began their descent down the long staircase, one of the kids darted toward them with a burst of energy that almost startled them. The boy, no older than 8, had bright, eager eyes and a grin that stretched ear to ear. Hi, he exclaimed, almost tripping over his words in his excitement. "I'm Kenta. And that's Hiro and Yuto." He pointed toward his friends, who stood a little ways back, watching him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Izuku smiled warmly at the boy, his enthusiasm reminding him of someone he knew all too well. "Hi, Kenta. I know who you are." Kenta interrupted, bouncing slightly on the ball of his feet. "You're the new guys, right? You're building stuff. My grandpa said you're here to make the village better." "Something like that," Izuku replied, his smile growing. He glanced over at Bakugou, who crossed his arms but didn't stop the corner of his mouth from twitching upward. Kenta, however, seemed oblivious to Bakugou's typical gruffness. "Do you have a dog? I like dogs. Can I help build stuff? Do you like the snow? Isn't this place the best?" As the boy's questions came rapid fire, he bounced with each word, his energy boundless. But then, in his excitement, Kenta's foot slipped on an icy step. The grin vanished from his face as he began to tumble backwards. "Watch it, kid," Bakugou barked, lunging forward at the same time as Izuku. Before either of them could fully react, the boy's friend Hiro stepped in, his expression steady as he caught Kenta by the nape of his coat like it was the most natural thing in the world. With a firm grip, he pulled Kenta upright and muttered, "Idiot. Stop jumping around. You're gonna hurt yourself." Kenta blinked, startled, before smiling sheepishly. "Sorry, Hiro." Both Bakugou and Izuku froze mid-motion, their gazes meeting over the scene. Neither of them spoke, but it was as if they were sharing the same thought. Kenta's endless energy, his enthusiasm bubbling over into recklessness. It was impossible not to see Izuku in him. And Hiro, with his blunt words, steady hand, and quiet protectiveness, was like a smaller version of Bakugou himself. For a moment, the two men stood in silence, processing the uncanny similarities. Izuku's heart clenched a rush of nostalgia and something deeper swelling inside him as he thought of their childhood. Bakugou's crimson eyes softened for just a second, his usual sharpness dulled by the weight of the memory they both shared. Kenta tilted his head, looking between them. Are you okay? Izuku snapped out of it first, smiling as he ruffled Kenta's hair. We're fine. Just be careful on the ice. Bakugou crossed his arms, his expression neutral again as he muttered, Yeah, don't make us rescue your dumb butt next time. Kenta grinned. He bounded back toward his friends, and the group ran off ahead, their laughter echoing through the snow-covered trees. As they continued their descent, Izuku glanced at Bakugou again. The moment lingered in his mind, the image of Hiro catching Kenta replaying like a scene from their own childhood. He didn't say anything. Neither of them did. After returning home, the warmth of the apartment provided a welcome contrast to the chilly evening air. Dinner was a quiet affair, with the occasional grunt from Bakugou and Izuku's polite but distracted murmurs. Their focus was on the day's observations and the information they had gathered. They worked well into the night, organizing data from their encounters and cross-referencing the information provided by UA. Slowly but surely, they started forming a registry of the villagers, names, occupations, past affiliations, and any suspicious behaviors. Bakugou leaned over the small table, muttering irritably under his breath as he jotted down notes, while Izuku typed furiously on his laptop, occasionally glancing over Bakugou's shoulder to clarify something. This is such a pain, Bakugou grumbled, flipping through another set of notes. Half these people don't even look like they've left this island in decades. It's important, Izuku replied, his tone calm but firm. We need to understand the dynamics here. Who's connected to who, and what might make someone vulnerable to Breakpoint's influence. Bakugou snorted but didn't argue further, his pen moving across the paper with sharp, deliberate strokes. By the time they finished for the night, their makeshift registry was taking shape. Izuku stretched, his back cracking audibly. Good progress today, he said with a tired smile. Yeah, Bakugou muttered, standing up to clean off the table. He waved Izuku away when he tried to help. Go get ready for bed. I'll handle this. Izuku hesitated for a moment before nodding and heading to the bathroom. The sound of running water and muffled rustling filled the small apartment as they both prepared for the night. The quiet was peaceful, almost companionable, despite the day's intensity. When Izuku returned, the sight of Bakugou already sprawled across the tatami mat made his eye twitch. Seriously, he muttered under his breath, crossing his arms as he stood at the edge of the mat. What's your problem now? Bakugou asked without even looking up, already half asleep. We agreed to SW. Izuku said, exasperation creeping into his voice. You said you'd take the floor tonight? I don't remember that, Bakugou replied, his voice lazy and unapologetic. Bakugou groaned, tossing an arm over his eyes. Can't you let me sleep? Izuku's patience snapped. You're impossible, Kaken, he huffed, marching over to the mat. Move. Bakugou cracked one eye open, smirking slightly. Make me. Challenge accepted. Izuku grabbed the edge of the blanket, yanking it with more force than necessary. Bakugou, to his credit, held on, and what ensued was a tug-of-war that quickly escalated into an all-out scuffle. They wrestled awkwardly in the small space, annoyed grunts filling the apartment. You're such a brat. Izuku shouted as he tried to shove Bakugou off the mat. And you're a whiny nerd. Bakugou shot back, using his superior strength to pin Izuku's arms for a moment. Izuku, however, managed to squirm free, his determination unwavering. I'm not sleeping on the floor again. And I'm not giving up the mat. Bakugou retorted, his smirk growing. There's no reason for you to hog the tatami. We're grown men, we can share it. Izuku snapped, surprising even himself with his tone. Bakugou sprung up, glaring at him. Sure. Are you out of your DMN mind? I don't want your twitchy but next to me all night. Izuku's cheeks burned, but he didn't back down. I'm not asking, Kaken. Either we share, or you take the futon. Bakugou snorted, yeah. Without another word, Izuku grabbed his pillow and blanket, marched over to the tatami, and flopped down. What the hell are you doing? Bakugou growled, his hands clenched into fists. Getting comfortable, Izuku replied smugly, refusing to budge. Bakugou glared up at him, his pride stinging almost as much as his muscles. Fine, you nerd, he grumbled, his voice low and begrudging as he finally lay down. He shifted to his side of the mat with a huff, roughly smoothing out the displaced bedding. But stay on your side, he added, pointing the finger at Izuku in warning. Izuku grinned, pulling his blanket up to his chin. Good night, Kaken. Shut up, Bakugou muttered, turning his back to him. The room was heavy with an awkward, stifling silence. Izuku lay on his side, staring at the faint glow of the moonlight filtering through the shoji screens. He clutched his blanket tightly, his mind spinning. What am I even doing? He thought, biting his lip. Sharing a bed with Kaken felt bizarre. It wasn't the first time they'd been in close quarters. They'd trained together, fought side by side, endured life-threatening situations, but this was different, too NTMT. And after everything Uraraka had said, he couldn't stop himself from overthinking. Do I? No, I don't. That's ridiculous. His heart raced as the awkwardness settled into his bones. He tried to focus on the mission, on breakpoint, on anything but the fact that Kaken was just a few inches away, his steady breathing the only sound in the room, made him squirm. While Izuku wrestled with his thoughts, Bakugou lay stiff as a board on his side of the bed, his crimson eyes wide and staring at the faint outline of the ceiling. Despite his usual scowl and rough demeanor, his cheeks burned a deep red, betraying his internal struggle. This is exactly why I didn't want this, he thought bitterly. The problem wasn't sharing a room, or even spending so much time together. No, the problem was how it felt. Too close, too personal, and worst of all, too exciting. His heart was pounding like it did in battle, but this wasn't some life-or-death fight. This was just Izuku. At 26 years old, Katsuki Bakugou felt like some love-struck schoolgirl, cheeks blazing and heart racing over something as stupid as sharing a bed. Pathetic, he thought, grinding his teeth together. Bakugou rolled over for the third time, yanking his blanket over his shoulders, stubbornly trying to push away the ridiculousness of it all, until exhaustion finally pulled him into a restless sleep. The next day began with Izuku and Bakugou walking through the snow-dusted streets, blending in as much as possible. They carried notepads and pens, pretending to jot down observations and plans as part of their fabricated construction project. The villagers had started warming up to them, even stopping occasionally to chat about local history or the challenges of island life. Bakugou, ever the grumbler, rolled his eyes at every lengthy story, while Izuku eagerly soaked it all in, his enthusiasm contagious. Together, they managed to maintain their cover, though Bakugou's sharp tongue often earned him exasperated looks from Izuku. By late afternoon, the sun was beginning its slow descent, casting the streets in a warm orange glow. Izuku sighed, rubbing his hands together to ward off the chill. I think we've covered enough for today, he said, glancing at his notes. Yeah, whatever, Bakugou muttered. Then, as if an idea suddenly struck him, he added, I've got some errands to run. Izuku blinked, tilting his head. Errands? What errands? None of your demon business, Bakugou snapped, already turning on his heel. Just go home, nerd. Before Izuku could respond, Bakugou was gone, disappearing around the corner. Izuku stood there for a moment, confused but ultimately shrugging it off. Guess I'll head back then, he murmured, adjusting his scarf. As Izuku made his way through the village, the festive atmosphere wrapped around him like a warm blanket. Strings of lights twinkled above the narrow streets, and families bustled about with shopping bags and chatter. A group of teenagers passed by, laughing and playfully tossing snow at each other. Izuku smiled at the sight, though it was tinged with a faint sadness. He thought of his mom, of the cozy Christmases they'd shared at home, filled with warmth, laughter, and her lovingly prepared meals. His mind wandered to his friends. A pang of longing hit him as he realized this Christmas would be different. No shared laughter over ridiculous gifts, no games, no sense of unity. For a brief moment, he let himself feel the weight of it. Spending Christmas away from everyone, away from the people who made the season special, felt lonely. But then, he shook his head, determined not to dwell on it. Katsuki was still here, and despite their endless bickering, he was a constant. Izuku straightened his shoulders, deciding he had to make the best of it. He couldn't let the holiday pass without doing something to brighten their situation, even just a little. And then it hit him like a sudden jolt of electricity. "Oh no," he whispered under his breath, his eyes widening. "I forgot about a gift." Bakugou strolled through the snow-dusted streets of the village, his hands stuffed into his coat pockets. One thought nagged at him relentlessly: Christmas. He didn't care much for the holiday himself, never had, but he knew it meant a lot to Izuku. He could still remember the way Izuku had once spoken about it, his eyes lighting up as he described how Christmas made him feel. "It's like everything will be okay," Izuku had said, his voice filled with a quiet hopefulness that Bakugou hadn't been able to shake. Bakugou muttered under his breath, kicking a clump of snow out of his path. That DMN nerd. Always so sentimental. And yet, here he was, wandering aimlessly through the village, trying to figure out what the hell to get Izuku for Christmas. He felt obligated in a way he couldn't quite explain. Maybe it was because they were stuck on this island, far from everyone they knew. Or maybe it was because Izuku deserved to feel that same peace and hopefulness, even if they were in the middle of a mission. Whatever it was, Bakugou couldn't shake the need to find something, anything, that would make Izuku smile. The problem was that Bakugou had no idea where to start. He wasn't exactly the gift-giving type, and figuring out what Izuku liked felt like trying to solve a puzzle with half the pieces missing. He racked his brain as he walked, scanning the small shops and stands that lined the streets. Handmade scarves. No, too generic. Some kind of book. Maybe, but what if he picked the wrong one? His frustration grew with each passing minute, his brow furrowing deeper. "Minute," he muttered, shoving his hands deeper into his pockets. "Why the hell is this so strong?" He passed by a stall selling wooden carvings, and another displaying jars of homemade jams, but nothing stood out. He hated this, hated feeling unsure, hated how much he cared about getting this stupid gift right. But he also knew he wouldn't stop until he found something that felt perfect. Then he spotted it, a small, unassuming vintage shop tucked between two larger stalls. The cracked wooden sign above the door read, "Timeless Treasures," in faded lettering. Something about it caught his attention, and before he could overthink it, Bakugou stepped inside. The shop was cluttered but cozy, with shelves crammed full of old trinkets, jewelry, and knickknacks. His crimson eyes scanned the items until they landed on a small display case near the back. Inside, among faded pins and old keychains, was a simple silver charm shaped like All Might's iconic logo. It was old, maybe even from the early days of All Might's career, judging by the worn edges and faint scratches. The charm wasn't flashy, it was subtle, almost understated, but that's what made it perfect. It wasn't just a reminder of All Might's legacy, it was a symbol of everything Izuku had once dreamed of becoming. "That one," Bakugou said to the shopkeeper, pointing at the charm. "How much?" The elderly man behind the counter squinted at him before nodding with a knowing smile. "A good eye, young man. This piece has been here a while. It's a symbol of hope, you know." "T-sich whatever. Just wrap it up," Bakugou grumbled, pulling out his wallet. But as the shopkeeper placed the charm in a small box lined with soft velvet, Bakugou's gaze lingered on it for a moment longer. It reminded him of the nerdy kid who'd always been chasing after All Might, scribbling notes in his notebook, dreaming big, and pushing himself beyond his limits. And now, Izuku was here, a hero in his own right, still holding on to that same unwavering hope. The charm wasn't just a gift. It was a reminder of everything Izuku stood for, everything he'd fought for. As Bakugou walked back to their shared apartment, the small box tucked securely in his pocket, he found himself thinking about Izuku's reaction. He'd never been great at gift-giving, but for once, Bakugou felt like he might have gotten it right. Izuku had to find a gift for Katsuki, and fast. Lost in thought, he almost walked past a small stand tucked away at the edge of the market. It was simple but charming, covered in colorful trinkets and charms. An elderly woman sat behind it, her kind eyes watching the passers-by. Izuku slowed down, drawn by the delicate items on display. Izuku approached the stand hesitantly, his eyes scanning the array of charms and small trinkets. There were pendants shaped like stars, animals carved from polished wood, and tiny glass orbs that shimmered like they held fragments of the sky. Each item seemed crafted with care, and he felt a glimmer of hope that he might find the perfect gift here. The elderly woman looked up, a warm smile spreading across her face. "Good evening, dear. Looking for something special?" she asked, her voice soft but inviting. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. I guess you could say that. It's for a good friend." The woman's smile deepened as she gestured to the charms. "Well, you've come to the right place. Every charm here has its own meaning: protection, strength, happiness, even love. What kind of person is this friend of yours?" Izuku hesitated, his mind briefly stalling. How could he describe Bakugou? Loud, stubborn, unrelenting, sure, but also fiercely determined, loyal, and someone who'd saved him more times than he could count. He's, complicated, Izuku finally said, a small laugh escaping him. But he's a really good person, even if he doesn't always show it. The woman chuckled knowingly. "Ah, the ones with the rough edges often hide the kindest hearts." She reached under the stand and pulled out the small charm. It was a Katsumori charm, intricately carved with delicate patterns and adorned with a tiny carnelian stone in the center. The orange-red gem glowed faintly in the lantern light. "This one is special," she explained. "It's said to bring confidence to the bearer, helping them face their challenges without fear. The carnelian represents courage and passion, while the design itself symbolizes happiness and fulfillment of dreams. It's often gifted to someone you deeply care about, someone whose journey you want to support." Izuku tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. "So, it's like a charm for strength and hope?" She nodded. "Exactly. It's for someone who inspires you, someone you wish happiness for." The word struck a chord in Izuku. He thought of all the times Bakugou had pushed him, challenged him to be stronger, better. Even now, on this strange mission, Bakugou was a grounding force, someone who made Izuku feel like he wasn't facing the unknown alone. Without overthinking it, Izuku pulled out his wallet. "I'll take it." The woman wrapped the charm carefully, placing it in a small cloth pouch. "You've chosen well," she said, handing it to him. "I hope it brings your friend all the strength and happiness he deserves." Izuku thanked her and tucked the pouch safely into his pocket. As he walked away, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of nervous excitement. He wasn't sure how Bakugou would react to the gift, but it felt right. As the lights of the market twinkled around him, Izuku's steps felt a little lighter, his heart a little warmer. He couldn't wait for Christmas Day. The day of Christmas arrived with a fury. A blizzard blanketed the island, the howling wind rattling their small apartment and making the windows shudder. Snow piled high against the door, trapping them inside. Bakugou stood by the window, arms crossed, glaring out at the storm as if it were a personal affront. "Great. Guess we're stuck." Izuku, seated at the table, sighed. "It's not like we can do anything about it. At least we have heat and food." Bakugou snorted, his frustration palpable. "Yeah, and a mission we can't work on because of this DMN snowstorm." They spent the morning going through their registry, updating the information they'd gathered over the past few days. Names, faces, jobs, everything they'd observed about the villagers was meticulously noted, cross-referenced with the information sent from Yue. The quiet of the storm outside made the apartment feel even smaller, the air thick with concentration as they worked. As they finished another page, Izuku leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. "I think that's all we can do for now." Bakugou gave a curt nod, shutting the folder. "Yeah. No point staring at it anymore." The silence stretched as the hours wore on. Izuku found himself drawn to the window, sitting on the sill and staring out at the swirling snow. He rested his chin on his knees, a faint frown tugging at his lips. "Something eating at you, nerd?" Bakugou grunted from the table, not looking up from where he was jotting notes. Izuku hesitated before speaking softly. Just Christmas. I thought it'd feel more festive even out here. But being stuck inside, away from everyone, it's kind of sad. Bakugou glanced at him from the corner of his eye but didn't say anything. Izuku sighed, still staring out the window at the endless swirl of snow. I think I'll take a nap, he said quietly, his voice laced with the kind of tiredness that wasn't just physical. Bakugou glanced at him from the corner of his eye but didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stood abruptly, muttering, "Lazy moron," under his breath as he stalked off toward the small storage room attached to their apartment. Izuku barely noticed, too wrapped up in his own thoughts, the weight of their isolation and the day sinking heavily into him. He shuffled over to the tatami mat and flopped down, pulling a blanket over himself as he let out a soft sigh. "Wake me if you need help with anything," he mumbled before closing his eyes. Bakugou grunted from the storage room, his tone sharp but lacking real bite. Bakugou rummaged through the shelves, pulling down a box he'd spotted earlier. It was labeled with old, faded kanji, and when he opened it, his hunch was proven correct. A string of fairy lights, tangled and slightly dusty but still functional. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, whining about Christmas, huh? He returned to the main room, glancing at Izuku's sleeping figure before setting the box down on the table. "Dumb," he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. Then, with the same determination he brought to every battle, Bakugou set to work untangling the lights, already planning his next move. Before long, the soft glow of the fairy lights illuminated the small apartment, casting a warm, festive light over the room. Satisfied with his work, Bakugou moved to the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves. "Guess I'll make an early dinner," he muttered. Not like there's anything else to do in this diamond storm. Cooking was an easy distraction, the steady rhythm of chopping and stirring grounding Bakugou as he prepared their dinner. The scent of roasting meat and simmering spices gradually filled the apartment, blending with the soft, warm glow of the fairy lights he'd strung up earlier. The atmosphere, despite the raging storm outside, felt almost peaceful. Izuku stirred on the tatami mat, the inviting aroma pulling him from his nap. He blinked groggily, rubbing his eyes, and as his vision cleared, he took in the transformed room. The faint twinkle of the lights, the warmth radiating from the kitchen, and the mouth-watering smell of dinner, it all brought a soft smile to his face. He chuckled softly, sitting up and stretching. Even Kaken can't fight the Christmas spirit, he thought, the realization warming him more than the fairy lights or the smell of food. For all of Bakugou's gruffness, here he was, cooking a festive dinner, hanging up lights, and creating a sense of warmth and joy that Izuku hadn't realized he'd needed so badly. As Izuku got up and padded toward the kitchen, the smile on his face widened. As Izuku approached the small kitchen, he leaned against the doorway, watching Bakugou move with practiced precision. His back was turned, muscles shifting under his shirt as he stirred something in a pan. Izuku hesitated, feeling the words catch in his throat. But the combination of the fairy lights and the tantalizing aroma of dinner gave him courage. "Kaken," Izuku started, his tone softer than usual. Bakugou glanced at him briefly, a raised eyebrow his only acknowledgement. "What? You're just gonna stand there gawking, or are you gonna help?" Izuku chuckled, stepping closer. "I just wanted to say, thank you." Bakugou paused, the wooden spoon hovering over the pan for a moment. "For what?" he asked, his voice gruff as he continued cooking. "For all of this," Izuku said, gesturing toward the table and the faint glow of the lights. "I know this probably wasn't your idea of a perfect Christmas, but it means a lot. I was feeling kind of down earlier, but you really turned it around." Bakugou huffed, his cheeks faintly pink as he focused on plating the food. "It's just dinner. Don't make it weird." Izuku laughed as he made his way to the table. The table was small but loaded with a modest yet hearty Christmas meal. The centerpiece was a steaming bowl of katsudon, the crispy pork cutlets glistening in their savory sauce and nestled atop fluffy rice. Beside it were plates of roasted vegetables, a small salad, and even some neatly arranged pickled side dishes that Bakugou had thrown together. A bottle of sake sat in the center, as they'd both decided to indulge just a little to mark the occasion. Izuku took a bite of the katsudon and practically melted. "This is amazing, Kaken," he said, his voice muffled by a mouthful of food. "You really outdid yourself?" Bakugou scoffed, lifting his sake cup to his lips. "It's not a big deal. Just eat and stop talking so much." But as Izuku savored each bite, his gaze kept drifting back to Bakugou. The soft light of the fairy lights reflected in his crimson eyes, and there was a subtle tension in his posture that made Izuku wonder. Did Kaken do all this for me? The thought made his sissy tighten with something warm and unfamiliar. He set his chopsticks down for a moment, his fingers brushing the edge of his sake cup. As his thoughts wandered, a faint blush crept up his cheeks, the alcohol loosening his usual defenses. Bakugou noticed him staring and frowned. "What's with the dumb face?" he grumbled, shoving another bite into his mouth. Izuku blinked, startled out of his thoughts. "And nothing. I was just appreciating the food." Bakugou rolled his eyes, but there was a faint pink tinge to his ears that Izuku didn't miss. "Whatever a nerd," he muttered, refilling his sake cup. When they finished eating, Izuku leaned back with a contented sigh, his stomach full and his heart feeling lighter than it had in days. "Thanks for dinner, Kaken. It really means a lot." Bakugou didn't respond right away. Instead, he stood abruptly and disappeared into the corner where his bag sat. Izuku watched curiously as Bakugou rummaged around before turning back, something small in his hand. Without a word, Bakugou tossed the object across the table. "Catch," he barked. Izuku fumbled but managed to grab it before it hit the floor. When he looked down, his eyes widened. In his hand was a vintage All Might keychain, slightly scuffed but clearly well-loved. The kind of thing you'd find in a small antique shop, a relic of simpler times. "Happy Christmas, nerd," Bakugou muttered, his gaze fixed firmly on the wall as if refusing to meet Izuku's eyes. Izuku stared at the keychain, his heart swelling with a mix of nostalgia and gratitude. He smiled, his blush deepening as he stared at the keychain in his hand. He glanced up at Bakugou, who was busy pretending to study the wall like it was the most interesting thing in the room. His voice was soft, almost reverent. "This is perfect." Bakugou shrugged, still not looking at him. "It's nothing. You're obsessed with that old geezer anyway, so I figured you'd like it." A teasing smile tugged at Izuku's lips. "Hey, you're one to talk. You're still the guy who walks around with a signed All Might card from a chips bag you got when you were 5. Bakugou's head snapped toward him, his cheeks flushing faintly. "That's a collector's item, nerd," he barked, crossing his arms defensively. Izuku laughed, clutching the keychain tighter as he looked at it fondly. "Collector's item or not, you've kept it all this time. Sounds like you're just as much of a fanboy as me." Bakugou scowled, glaring at him but unable to fully mask the embarrassment creeping into his expression. "Shut up. It's not the same. I don't get weepy-eyed over this stuff." Izuku grinned, his gaze softening. "Well, I think it's kind of cute, Kaken." "Cute?" Bakugou sputtered, the tips of his ears turning red. "Say that again and I'll blow you through the wall." Izuku's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered. Wait a second." He shot up from his seat. "I got you something too, Kaken. Hold on." Bakugou raised an eyebrow, leaning back slightly as he watched Izuku dart to the corner of the room where his bag was stashed. "You got me something," he muttered, his tone laced with skepticism. Izuku rummaged through the bag, muttering to himself. "Where is it?" "Found it." He pulled out a small, neatly wrapped package, its edges slightly wrinkled from being carried around. Turning back to Bakugou, he approached with an almost nervous energy. "Happy Christmas, Kaken." Bakugou hesitated for a moment before reaching out and taking the package. He turned it over in his hands, eyeing the wrapping. He carefully peeled back the wrapping paper, revealing a small, intricately crafted charm. It was an intricately crafted Katsumori charm, a silver and bronze infinity knot with a glowing carnelian stone at its center. Tiny beads of jade and amethyst hung delicately below the knot, and etched into a small plate at the base was a small text barely visible. For a moment, Bakugou just stared, his grip tightening ever so slightly on the charm. His mind reeled. The carnelian wasn't just a stone of courage or confidence, it was also a symbol of love, passion, and deep affection. Combined with the infinity knot, a traditional emblem of unbreakable bonds, it became something far more significant. A declaration of companionship, of shared strength. Izuku, oblivious to Bakugou's internal turmoil, fidgeted nervously in his seat. So, do you like it? I saw it at that stand, and, the lady said it was for confidence and happiness or something, and I just thought. He trailed off, his hand rubbing the back of his neck. It reminded me of you. Bakugou's crimson eyes snapped up to meet Izuku's, his expression unreadable. Izuku, he said, his voice low and deliberate, what does this mean, holding the charm up to the light? Love that strengthens? Bakugou questioned as he read the text on the small plate at the base aloud. Izuku blinked, his face going pale before immediately turning crimson. Wait, what? He squeaked, his voice cracking slightly. He scrambled for an explanation, his words tumbling over each other. The lady said it's about bonds. Like friendship. Or mutual respect. I didn't know it said that. Bakugou's sharp eyes stayed fixed on him, and his lips quirked upward in a faint smirk. Friendship, huh, he drawled, turning the charm over in his hand as if inspecting it for some deeper truth. You sure about that, nerd? Because this carnelian in the middle, it doesn't exactly scream, just pals. Izuku groaned, burying his face in his hands. I didn't know. I just thought it looked cool, and the knot reminded me of, how we've always been connected. His words faltered, his voice trailing off as mortification seeped into every syllable. Bakugou stared at him for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, with a sigh, he shoved the charm into his pocket. You're a total idiot, he muttered, his tone gruff but not unkind. Izuku opened his mouth to backtrack further, panic written all over his face. You don't have to keep it. I mean, it'd be weird if you, Bakugou scoffed, his ears tinged pink as he turned away and busied himself with clearing the table. It's not weird, he grumbled, his voice quieter now. It's just a stupid charm. Means nothing. But as he moved, his hands slipped into his pocket, his fingers brushing over the charm's smooth surface. The words etched into it echoed in his mind. Love that strengthens. He gritted his teeth, willing his heart to calm down. Izuku peeked out from behind his hands, his heart racing. I really didn't mean to make it weird. Suddenly, the entire room plunged into darkness. The soft hum of electricity ceased, and the fairy lights blinked out, leaving only the faint glow of the snowstorm outside. The wind howled against the windows, a reminder of the storm's ferocity. What the? Bakugou grumbled, pushing his chair back and rising to his feet. The blackout. On Christmas. Figures. Izuku blinked, disoriented as his eyes struggled to adjust. Oh no, he muttered, fumbling across the table. The storm must have knocked out the power. Thanks, Captain Obvious. Bakugou snapped, his voice laced with irritation, though not as sharp as usual. Izuku hesitated, his fingers brushing the edge of the table as he stood. Do we have candles or something? It's so dark I can't see a thing. Stay put, Bakugou ordered, his voice firm. You'll just trip over something, klutz? He was already rummaging through a nearby drawer, the faint clatter of objects filling the silence. A moment later, the sharp sound of a match striking broke through the dark. A tiny flame flared to life, illuminating Bakugou's face in a warm, flickering glow. His features, often tense and sharp, were softened by the light as he lit a couple of candles from the cabinet. There, he said, placing the candles on the table. The gentle light cast dancing shadows across the walls, giving the room an unexpected sense of coziness. Izuku let out a quiet sigh of relief, though the awkward tension from earlier still lingered. The dim glow made everything feel strangely NTMT, and he found himself noticing how the candlelight smoothed Bakugou's usual scowl. They sat down again, the storm outside serving as a constant backdrop. The silence between them stretched, at first comfortable, but soon heavy with unspoken thoughts. Kaken, Izuku began hesitantly, his voice barely above a whisper. I've been thinking about the breakpoint leader. About how someone could end up like him. Bakugou frowned, leaning back in his chair. What about him? He asked, his tone guarded but not dismissive. I get it in a way, Izuku admitted, his gaze fixed on the candlelight. Losing a friend, the trauma of war, it's not strong to see how it could push someone to that point. He paused, his voice dropping. Sometimes I wonder, if things had gone differently, would we have ended up like him? Bakugou exhaled sharply through his nose. Yeah, he said after a moment, his voice unusually quiet. We could have been him. Then he crossed his arms, his jaw tightening. But we're not. And we won't be. Do you know why? Because no matter how logical his CRP sounds, the guy's lost it. Starting a villain group to target kids. He scoffed, shaking his head. He's just repeating the same CYCL of misery that screwed him over. Good reasons don't make bad choices right. Izuku nodded slowly, the weight of Bakugou's words settling over him. I guess, good intentions don't always mean good actions, he murmured, his voice carrying a note of regret. The storm's howl filled the silence that followed, their thoughts as turbulent as the weather outside. Izuku shifted uncomfortably before speaking again. The older I get, the more I realize how messed up it all was. What we went through, what the villain put us through, it wasn't fair. Bakugou's crimson eyes flicked to him, narrowing slightly. Fair? Izuku, nobody gave a DMN about fair. The villains sure as hell didn't. They weren't gonna wait for us to grow up before trying to kill us. Izuku lowered his gaze, his fingers curling tightly against his lap. Yeah, I know, he murmured, his voice strained. Then, after a pause, he continued, barely above a whisper, as if confessing something he hadn't dared to share before. After all these years, I see him sometimes. I see Tamura's ghost. Bakugou froze for a moment, caught off guard. His expression softened as he leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees. You're not the only one haunted by it, he admitted, his voice low. I still have nights where I dream about the war. About how we die. How everyone dies. His fists clenched. It's not just the fear. It's the guilt of it all too. Izuku's eyes tightened, the words catching in his throat. It was different for us, he said, his voice trembling, as if he was asking a question he was terrified to hear the answer to. The times were different. Kids today, they don't have to suffer like we did. Right? Bakugou studied him for a long moment before letting out a soft huff. Yeah. Maybe it's a little easier for them now. But it's still their choice. Their destiny. If they want to be heroes, they've got to know the risks. The world needs people who can fight back. That's just how it is. As long as evil exists, so will people who stand against it. Izuku nodded, his resolve hardening. Then we have to stop breakpoint? No, nerd, Bakugou said with a faint smirk, though his eyes gleamed with determination. They lapsed into silence again, the storm outside seeming to grow louder as night deepened. Izuku stared at the flickering candlelight, his thoughts swirling with memories and regrets. Izuku shifted awkwardly, his fingers drumming lightly against the table. The flickering candlelight made the shadows dance across the room, but it didn't soften the weight pressing down on his iti. After a long silence, he took a deep breath and spoke. Kaken, I wanted to talk to you. Izuku's voice was quiet, almost fragile, hesitant. About the fight at the wedding. I'm sorry. Again. Bakugou didn't look at him, his gaze fixed on the candle between them. He didn't interrupt, so Izuku pushed on. I wanted to clear things up. To say something I wanted to say at the bar, but I went about it the wrong way. Izuku's voice trembled slightly as he looked up at Bakugou, searching his face for approval to continue. I guess it might not make sense, but I need to tell my truth. Bakugou grumbled, his eyes narrowing. Come on, spit it out already. Izuku took a shaky breath, his fingers tightening around the edge of the table. At the bar, I laughed at it, but I meant it. When I gave you one for all, when I told you I was ready to pass it on to you, Bakugou's sharp crimson eyes flickered toward him, alert and unreadable, but he stayed silent. If it was you, I knew the power would be in good hands, Izuku continued, his words soft but resolute. I knew you could handle it, maybe even better than me. I was ready to give it all up, Kaken. If it was you, then it was okay. Bakugou froze, his breath hitching. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the faint howl of the storm outside. Actually, I've always felt like I needed to protect you, Izuku said, his voice cracking slightly as a blush crept onto his face, the embarrassment of his confession evident in the way he fidgeted with his hands. All our lives. Not because I thought you were weak, but because I wanted to save everyone, and because you've always been so important to me. His hands clenched into fists as he stared down at the flickering candlelight. And when the villains used that against me, when they targeted you and everyone else because of me, he swallowed strong, his voice dropping to a whisper. I've never forgiven myself for that. Izuku took another shaky breath, his words spilling out. I laughed at it because I was embarrassed to admit it straight up, so I tried to make a joke out of it. I even thought it might help rekindle our bond, because you were distancing yourself. Izuku took a breath, looking at Katsuki in the eyes. I hated it. I hated the distance. And instead I just made everything worse. Bakugou clenched his jaw, his teeth tightening with the weight of Izuku's words. The pressure building inside him felt unbearable, but he forced himself to speak. When I started to distance myself, it was because I felt like you were leaving me behind, Bakugou admitted, his tone raw and unguarded. That was the reason for me pulling away. And it wasn't just you. It felt like everyone else had moved on, like they were growing, changing, moving toward something better. And me. I was stuck in the same DMN place, chasing the same DMN dream. I felt like I was the only one left standing still. Bakugou didn't look at Izuku, his gaze fixed firmly on the candlelight. He could feel Izuku's eyes on him, but he couldn't bring himself to meet them. I told myself I didn't care, Bakugou went on, his voice quieter now, as if he were afraid to admit it even to himself. But I did. I do. It felt like no matter what I did, it wasn't enough. Like I wasn't enough. And it felt, he hesitated, his hands curling into fists. It felt like I was alone. Bakugou let out a shaky breath, his gaze never leaving the flickering flame. Izuku's voice broke through the silence again, softer now. I never wanted to leave you behind. That was never my intention. I got caught up in everything, students, training, missions, Uraraka, all of it. But it was never because I didn't see you as someone important. You've always been important, Kaken. He hesitated, then added, his voice trembling with conviction, I'll never leave you behind. I promise. Bakugou's throat tightened. He wanted to believe it, desperately, but the truth wouldn't let him. It doesn't matter how much you promise that, Izuku, Bakugou said finally, his voice low and strained. Because I can't promise you the same. Izuku blinked, startled by the words. What do you mean? Bakugou shook his head again, the words stuck in his throat. Nothing, he muttered, his tone sharper now, a wall going up between them. Forget it. Izuku's gaze lingered on him, his heart aching at the sight of Bakugou retreating into himself. Kaken, just drop it, nerd, Bakugou snapped, though his voice lacked its usual bite. He rubbed the back of his neck, his frustration evident in the small, restless movements. I don't want to talk about this anymore. The storm outside seemed to grow louder, the wind battering against the windows as the room fell into silence. Izuku watched Bakugou for a moment longer, his teeth heavy with words he wanted to say but didn't know how. Finally, Izuku relented, leaning back with a quiet sigh. Okay. The tension in the air had settled slightly, but something unspoken still lingered between them. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly before glancing toward the corner of the room, where the tatami mat was neatly laid out. We should probably get some sleep, Izuku said softly, his voice tentative. It's late. Bakugou didn't respond immediately. He just nodded curtly, standing and moving toward the tatami without a word. The faint glow of the candles illuminated his movements as he grabbed a blanket and tossed one in Izuku's direction. Izuku caught it with a quiet thanks and moved to spread it out. The room wasn't cold, but there was a lingering chill in the air from the blackout. As they both settled down, the storm outside seemed to grow quieter, muffled by the walls and the thick snow piling up outside. Bakugou could hear Izuku's soft, steady breathing, and every time he closed his eyes, it felt like Izuku was just a little too near, just a little too present. Good night, Kaken, Izuku said after a moment, his voice soft but warm. Bakugou grunted in response, turning his back to him. Yeah, night. But sleep didn't come for Katsuki. He stared at the wall, his fists clenched under the blanket. The promise Izuku had made earlier echoed in his mind, each word hitting harder than it should have. I'll never leave you behind. I promise. The words should have been comforting, reassuring even. But they weren't. They twisted in his tea like a knife, sharp and unrelenting. He can't promise that, Bakugou thought bitterly. He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand why I can't promise him the same. He shut his eyes tightly, but the thoughts wouldn't stop. It doesn't matter how much he wants that. It doesn't matter how much I want it either. I can't do it. Not with Uraraka in the picture. Not when every time I look at him, I want more than just this. The realization hit him like it always did, sharp, painful, and utterly inescapable. Every time he looked at Izuku, all he could think about was how much he wanted to be more than just his friend. He wanted to be closer, to be the one Izuku relied on, the one he could laugh with, cry with, and lean on. But he couldn't. I'm a fraud, Bakugou thought bitterly, his chest tightening. I can't sit here and pretend to be okay with just this. I can't sit here and act like it's enough to just be his friend when all I want is to embrace him. To ruffle his stupid hair, look him in the eyes and say it. His fists clenched tighter, the fabric of the blanket crumpling under his grip. I want to cook breakfast with him. Go on stupid amusement park dates. Share a DMN crepe with him like some idiot. I want to embrace every inch of him, hold him, wake up next to him, and do it all over again. Bakugou swallowed strong, his throat tightening as the weight of it all settled over him. Izuku deserves better. He deserves someone who can stand by his side without feeling like this. Someone who can be his friend without wanting more. Someone who doesn't feel like they're lying every time they open their mouth. I can't promise to never leave him behind, Bakugou thought, the pain twisting deeper. Because if I stay, I'll ruin it. I'll ruin us and him. And the last thing I want is to drag him into this mess I can't even untangle myself. I want to be left behind. Because staying close to him like this hurts too damn much. The storm outside raged on, the wind battering against the windows. Bakugou stared into the darkness, the sound of Izuku's breathing the only thing grounding him. And even though it hurt, he stayed awake, letting the silence stretch on. The tension between Izuku and Bakugou had simmered over the past 2 days. Since their confessions that night. By candlelight, they had wordlessly agreed to focus on the mission, avoiding the emotional weight of their shared vulnerability. During the daylight hours, they kept busy. They scouted the village's layout, took note of the local landmarks, and pieced together information through casual conversations with locals. The work gave them an excuse to sidestep the awkwardness, though neither of them had forgotten the storm of emotions that lingered just beneath the surface. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of purple and orange, they made their way back to their apartment, the quiet of the evening wrapping around them. Izuku trailed a few steps behind Bakugou, lost in thought until something pinned to their apartment door caught his attention. It was a brightly colored flyer advertising a night market. Izuku's eyes lit up, a spark of determination igniting as he grabbed the flyer. This might be a good opportunity to gather more intel, Izuku said, turning to Bakugou. Bakugou crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe with a frown. You're just looking for an excuse to waste time shopping. Izuku sighed. It's not about shopping, Kaken. Markets are hubs for information. People let their guard down when they're relaxed, and we might overhear something useful. Whatever, Bakugou grumbled, but agreed. The market was alive with sights and sounds. The aroma of sizzling skewers mixed with the sweet scent of roasted chestnuts, and laughter echoed over the hum of chatter. Lanterns swung gently in the breeze, their light reflecting off colorful stalls brimming with trinkets, produce, and snacks. Look at this place, Izuku murmured, taking in the lively atmosphere. It's like a completely different world at night. Bakugou shoved his hands into his pockets, scanning the crowd with sharp eyes. Focus, nerd. We're not here to sightsee. They wandered through the market, occasionally stopping at stalls under the guise of browsing. The warm glow of lanterns above and the hum of chatter around them filled the air with lively energy. Every now and then, Izuku would pause, his enthusiasm bubbling over as he pointed out something interesting. A trinket, a particularly colorful tapestry, or even the way a vendor artfully arranged their snacks. "Kaken, look at this!" Izuku exclaimed, holding up a small wooden carving of a cat. "Isn't it cute?" Bakugou scowled, shoving his hands deeper into his jacket pockets. "Are you 5? Put that down, idiot. We're not here for souvenir shopping." Izuku pouted but set the carving back, undeterred by Bakugou's gruffness. Their bickering drew amused glances from passers-by, who couldn't help but chuckle at their dynamic. Nearby, 2 older women sitting at a tea stand observed the pair. They whispered to each other, occasionally glancing at Izuku and Bakugou, their expressions filled with amusement. "Ah, those 2 newcomers," one whispered, her voice low but clear enough for their sharp ears to catch. "Such an odd pair, aren't they?" "That's them," the other woman asked. Izuku froze, glancing nervously at Bakugou. "Do they know?" "They're so suspicious," the first woman replied. "Always keeping to themselves, walking around like they're looking for something. What are they really doing here?" Bakugou's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. Did we mess up? Did someone recognize us?" Izuku leaned in slightly, his expression tense as he tried to catch more of the conversation. "Did you notice how close they are?" the first woman whispered, her tone dropping conspiratorially. Bakugou's frown deepened, confusion flickering across his face. "Close? I know, right?" the second woman chuckled. "They're obviously lovers. Have you seen the way the younger one smiles at the grumpy one?" Izuku's face turned crimson in an instant. His hand shot up to cover his mouth, suppressing a gasp. Bakugou, meanwhile, looked utterly horrified, his eyes wide and his cheeks tinged pink. "Personally, I don't care if they're gay," the first woman huffed, lowering her voice to a whisper. "But they don't have to make it so obvious, flaunting it in everyone's face." The other woman tooted lightly, a hint of warmth in her tone. "Oh, come on, you old hag. Love is love. You can't do anything about it. It's sweet, really." Their conversation faded into laughter as they moved out of earshot, leaving Bakugou and Izuku frozen. Izuku stared at the ground, his face burning with embarrassment. What did they mean by obvious? What exactly have we been doing that looks like that? Bakugou, on the other hand, seemed to have short-circuited, his usual fiery demeanor replaced by a stunned, almost dazed expression. His crimson eyes darted away from Izuku, refusing to meet his gaze. Bakugou grumbled low, almost to himself, "At least our cover isn't blown." He shoved his hands into his pockets, his shoulders hunched as he started walking ahead. "Whatever. Let's just get home before someone else decides to analyze us." His voice was gruff, but there was a faint, uncharacteristic hesitation in it, as if the weight of the words was still gnawing at him. Izuku hurried alongside him, his face still warm and his thoughts racing. What do they mean, how I look at Kaken? Why does everyone keep saying it? As they meandered through the crowded market, they eventually veered into a quieter side alley to avoid the noise and crowd. The shift from the lively atmosphere to the narrow, dimly lit space was a stark contrast. Muffled voices drifted from just around the corner, their tones tense and hurried. Bakugou's instincts flared, and he held up a hand, stopping Izuku in his tracks instantly. They pressed against the wall, the distant clamor of the market fading into the background as the conversation became clearer. "No, I can't keep doing this," a man hissed, his voice trembling but resolute. "This is out of hand. You all are insane. People can die. I'm not participating in this anymore." Footsteps scuffled, and it sounded as though the man was trying to leave. Another voice, calm but dripping with menace, followed. "If you leave, we will have no choice but to visit your daughter and your wife." The threat was as clear as day, sending a chill down Izuku's spine. He glanced at Bakugou, whose jaw was tight, his face a mask of restrained fury, his crimson eyes narrowing dangerously. "You're kidding, right?" the first man snapped, his voice rising in panic. "You're bringing my kid into this. F you." The speaker paused, letting his words hang in the air like a knife poised to strike. Then, with a chilling finality, he added, "You wanted this. You've been one of the oldest participants. Fulfill your duty." The first man's voice cracked under the pressure, his desperation clear. This isn't what I signed up for. It's gone too far. It's exactly what you signed up for, the calm voice replied, cutting through the air like ice. And you will fulfill your duty to Breakpoint. Unless, of course, you want your family to pay the price for your cowardice. The sound of retreating footsteps echoed down the alley as the first man seemed to hesitate, then hurried away. The others lingered for a moment before leaving as well, their sinister presence dissipating into the night. The words sent a jolt through Izuku and Bakugou, both of them exchanging a tense glance. Izuku's brows furrowed in realization, this wasn't just any argument. The man wasn't some new recruit, he was deeply entrenched in the organization. Bakugou's hands twitched at his sides, his lips pulling into a sharp scowl. He muttered low under his breath, "Oldest participant. This guy's deep in it." Izuku nodded, his voice barely audible. "Yeah, and he's trying to get out. But they won't let him." Izuku turned to Bakugou, his expression resolute. "We have to find out who that man is. If he's one of the oldest members, he'll have critical information about Breakpoint." Bakugou huffed, his fiery determination igniting. "Yeah, but we're not gonna get it standing here. Let's move before anyone spots us." The two slipped away from the alley, their minds racing with the revelation. This wasn't just a lead, it was the crack they needed to begin unraveling the sinister web of this villain group. The next morning light poured through the frosted windows of their apartment, but inside, the atmosphere was anything but warm. Izuku sat hunched over the table, flipping through notes, his laptop open to the village's sparse records. Across from him, Bakugou sat with his arms crossed, glaring at the same list of names they had combed through the day before. "Nothing," Bakugou growled, shoving the folder in front of him away. "This guy's a demon ghost." Izuku sighed, rubbing his temples. "We're missing something. Maybe he's new here, or maybe he's using a fake name. There has to be a connection." "Yeah, well, staring at the same CRP isn't getting us anywhere," Bakugou snapped. The day dragged on with the same fruitless results. They asked subtle questions around the village, reviewed the sparse records available to them, and tried contacting their handler for any additional information. By evening, their frustration was palpable, both of them were exhausted and frustrated. They were walking down a serene winding forest path, blanketed in untouched snow and framed by tall, silent trees. The soft glow of the sunset filtered through the branches, casting a faint pink hue over the world around them. It would have been peaceful, if not for the rising tension between Izuku and Bakugou. "I'm telling you, Kaken," Izuku said, his frustration bubbling over as they trudged through the snow, "we can't keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. We need to change our approach." Bakugou rolled his eyes, shoving his hands deeper into his coat pockets. "Oh yeah. And what's your brilliant idea this time, Gonna charm more old ladies into spilling their secrets?" Izuku's brows furrowed, his temper flaring as he stopped. "At least I'm trying. You've been stomping around all day like you're going to scare the answers out of people. Better than tripping over your own feet like an idiot." Bakugou barked, also stopping and stepping closer. Izuku's hands clenched into fists, his frustration bubbling over. "You're impossible," he shouted, and before he could stop himself, he shoved Bakugou in the seat. Bakugou stumbled slightly, his eyes widening in shock before narrowing dangerously. "Oh, you want to play that game, huh?" He shoved Izuku back with twice the force, sending him skidding on the snowy path. Izuku growled, the sting of Bakugou's shove fueling his temper. "That's it," Eiichi shouted, lunging forward and tackling Bakugou into the snow. They went down in a flurry of snow and tangled limbs, their shouts echoing through the quiet forest. "You're such a pain in the butt," Bakugou growled, rolling to pin Izuku beneath him. Izuku squirmed beneath Bakugou's grip, his gloved hands pushing against his igi. "You're the one who started this. You shoved me first, you idiot." Bakugou shot back, his breath visible in the frosty air. "You deserved it," Izuku retorted, twisting free and flipping them over so he was on top. "Like hell I did." Bakugou snarled, grabbing Izuku's arm and yanking him back down into the snow. The two of them wrestled fiercely, their shouts and grumbles punctuated by the sound of snow crunching beneath them. Bakugou managed to roll on top again, his weight pinning Izuku down. He grabbed a handful of snow, raising it threateningly above Izuku's face. But before he could drop the snow, Izuku burst into uncontrollable laughter. The sound bubbled up from deep within him, filling the forest with its warmth. "What the hell is so funny?" Bakugou barked, though his voice lacked edge. Izuku's laughter only grew louder, his entire body shaking as he lay sprawled beneath Bakugou. "Why, you look ridiculous," he managed to gasp between laughs, tears forming in the corners of his eyes. Bakugou froze, staring down at him in confusion. For a moment, he held the snow poised above Izuku's face, but then the infectiousness of Izuku's laughter got to him. A low chuckle escaped him, then another, until he was laughing too, his head dropping in defeat. As their laughter died down, the snowfall around them seemed to grow quieter, the world softening in its stillness. Bakugou raised his head, his gaze meeting Izuku's. Izuku's laughter faded, his breath catching as their eyes locked. The warmth of the moment lingered, and suddenly, the air between them grew heavy. Bakugou's crimson eyes softened, and Izuku's emerald ones widened, memories flashing through their minds like echoes. "Do you even realize how you look at him?" Uraraka's voice rang in Izuku's head. Bakugou wasn't immune either. The old lady's teasing voices and Uraraka's sharp observation, "The way he looks at you like you're everything," replayed in his mind. The honesty of their Christmas talk, the way Izuku had promised, "I'll never leave you behind," lingered in the forefront of both their thoughts. The snow fell softly around them, melting where it landed on their skin, but neither of them noticed. Their gazes lingered a moment too long, something raw and uncertain passing between them. Neither of them moved, their breaths visible in the cold air, their hearts pounding in their chests. Bakugou's jaw tightened as his mind raced. "Why does it feel like he's waiting for me to do something?" Izuku swallowed strong, his thoughts a jumbled mess of hope and fear. Finally, Bakugou cleared his throat, breaking the moment. He pushed himself off Izuku, brushing snow from his jacket. "You're gonna catch a cold lying there, idiot," he muttered, his voice gruff. Izuku scrambled to his feet, his cheeks flushed from both the cold and the moment. "Why yeah, you're right," he stammered, avoiding Bakugou's gaze. They stood there awkwardly for a moment, the tension between them thicker than ever. "Let's just get food," Bakugou said, shoving his hands into his coat pockets. "I'm not cooking tonight." Izuku blinked, startled by the suggestion, but quickly nodded. "Okay, that sounds good." As they made their way back toward the village center, the snow continued to fall, their steps quieter now. The playful fight had left a mark, but neither of them was ready to address what had happened. The restaurant was cozy, with warm lighting and soft music playing in the background. The clinking of glasses and quiet chatter surrounded them as they sat at a small corner table, their plates half finished and a bottle of soju steadily emptying between them. The weight of the day hung heavy over their heads, compounded by the awkwardness lingering from their earlier scuffle in the snow. Every time Bakugou looked at Izuku, his mind betrayed him, pulling him back to the way the nerd had laughed so freely beneath him, the way their eyes had held for just a little too long. Izuku wasn't feeling better. He glanced up at Katsuki, who was uncharacteristically quiet as he sipped his soju. The memory of their tumble into the snow flashed in Izuku's mind. The laughter, the moment their gazes locked, and the jarring realization that had followed. Izuku swirled the soju in his glass, stealing another glance at Bakugou. Then Izuku cleared his throat, trying to shake off the unease. His gaze drifted back to the table as he fiddled with his chopsticks. "You know, this kind of reminds me of back at UE," he said after a moment. Bakugou raised an eyebrow. "What? Eating dinner with me?" Izuku laughed softly. "No, I mean, working through problems together. Back then, it always felt like we were preparing for something bigger, trying to figure things out before the next big fight. We only had one thing in mind. And now things are different, we have so many other things to worry about." Bakugou tilted his head, considering that. "You're not making sense," Izuku smiled faintly, his voice softening. "I guess for one, I think about my students a lot." Bakugou blinked, caught off guard by the shift in tone. "They've grown so much, Kaken," Izuku continued, his words spilling out as the tension in his shoulders eased slightly. "They've been through so much, and yet they're still so determined, so strong. Sometimes it feels like they're teaching me more than I'm teaching them. Bakugou rolled his eyes, though there was no real bite to it. You're being too soft on them. Izuku chuckled, leaning back in his chair as he swirled his drink. Maybe I am. But I miss them. For a moment, the conversation felt lighter, the tension between them easing as they fell into a more familiar rhythm. But it wasn't long before Bakugou, ever the blunt one, veered the conversation into uncharted territory. Bet you miss Uraraka too, huh? Izuku's laughter faltered for a split second, though he quickly masked it with a soft chuckle. Yeah, everything's fine there. Bakugou raised an eyebrow, skeptical. You didn't even answer the question, nerd. Izuku waved him off, forcing a grin. It's fine, Kaken. Don't worry about it. But in truth, the words felt hollow. How could he possibly explain the mess with Uraraka? Izuku took a sip of his drink, trying to push the thoughts away. He couldn't tell Kaken any of that. Not now. Not ever. Bakugou narrowed his eyes, setting his glass down with a thud. You're acting suspicious, Deku. You're a terrible liar, so spill it. The intensity in Bakugou's crimson gaze made him feel like he was under a spotlight. Finally, Izuku sighed, leaning back in his chair, his shoulders slumping. Fine, he muttered, his voice barely audible. She broke up with me. Bakugou blinked, his surprise evident for a brief moment before it was quickly replaced by curiosity. What? Izuku hesitated, looking down at his hands. He couldn't tell Bakugou the real reason. He swallowed strong, forcing the lie out as casually as he could. Because I was too focused on my job. On everything else. Bakugou's eyes narrowed further, clearly unconvinced. Bullshit. There's more to it than that. Izuku laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. It's the truth. Being a hero, teaching this mission. It's a lot. She said I wasn't making time for her, and she's right. I wasn't. Bakugou snorted, setting his glass down with an incredulous look. How the F did you mess that up, nerd? You're like, the most considerate guy on the planet. Isn't that your whole deal? Izuku laughed softly, shaking his head. Yeah, I guess I'm not as considerate as everyone thinks. They sat in silence for a moment, the faint hum of the restaurant filling the gaps in their conversation. Izuku picked at his food, glancing at Bakugou as a thought crossed his mind. His curiosity got the better of him. Kaken, he began hesitantly, what about you? Bakugou stiffened, his hand pausing midair as he reached for his glass. His eyes flickered toward Izuku before quickly looking away. Ren's just a friend, he muttered gruffly. Nothing to talk about? Izuku tilted his head, studying him. You two seem really close. Bakugou huffed, clearly irritated. I said it's nothing. Drop it. Izuku held up his hands in mock surrender, a small smile playing on his lips. All right. I was just curious. Izuku picked at his food, stealing occasional glances at Bakugou. Ever since Uraraka's words and their increasingly awkward moments in the small apartment, he hadn't been able to shake the lingering thoughts that trailed after him. Her accusations about his feelings for Kaken echoed louder with each passing day, gnawing at the edges of his mind. Was it possible? Could she have been right? Izuku's stomach churned as the thought rooted itself deeper. He wasn't sure what he felt. Confusion, sure. Maybe even curiosity. But beneath it all was a gnawing unease that wouldn't let go. He found himself questioning every interaction, every moment. Was he just overthinking everything like usual, or was there something more? That nagging curiosity, no, desperation to understand, pushed him to ask. His voice was quiet when he spoke, almost hesitant. Kaken, how did you know? Bakugou frowned, glancing at him out of the corner of his eye. Know what? Izuku hesitated, his fingers fidgeting with his chopsticks. His cheeks flushed slightly, and he avoided Bakugou's gaze. That you liked men, he said softly. Bakugou leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting to the ceiling as he considered the question. Dunno, he said after a moment. Probably back in middle school. Took me a while to figure it out. Didn't exactly scream it from the rooftops, either. Izuku nodded slowly, his brow furrowed. As Bakugou's words settled, The questions swirling in his own mind only grew louder. What about me? The thought came unbidden, startling him. His heart pounded, an unfamiliar tension building in his system. He had to ask, "But, how did you know?" Izuku's voice was quieter this time, almost hesitant. Bakugou arched an eyebrow, turning to look at him. "Why are you asking me that?" His tone wasn't accusatory, but it was cautious. Izuku shrugged, forcing a chuckle. "I guess I'm just curious, trying to understand it better." Bakugou studied him for a moment, then shrugged. "I dunno. It wasn't some big epiphany. It just clicked. The way I looked at people, the stuff that caught my attention, it wasn't the same as other guy friends. Took me a while to stop fighting it." Izuku hummed thoughtfully, his mind racing. "So, it just felt right. Like it made sense?" Izuku asked, his voice soft, but there was a flicker of nervousness behind his words. Bakugou leaned back slightly, crossing his arms as he thought about it. "I guess there was a moment," he began, his tone unusually reflective. "The old hag, my mom, she's always been nosy, you know. Can't leave anything alone." Izuku nodded, smiling faintly. He could already picture Mitsuki Bakugou poking her nose into things she probably shouldn't. One day she found, some stuff. A couple of magazines. "Not the kind you'd bring to school for show and tell," Bakugou said, his ears going a bit pink. Izuku's eyes widened, and a laugh slipped out before he could stop it. "Anyway," Bakugou continued, glaring at him but without much heat, "she didn't say anything at first. Just started acting weird, overly nice, which is always a bad sign with her. Then one day, I caught her red-handed snooping through my room, magazine in hand." Izuku covered his mouth, trying to stifle a laugh. "What did you do?" Bakugou smirked, though his cheeks were noticeably pinker now. "What could I do?" I yanked it out of her hands and yelled, "Yeah, it's mine, so what?" She just looked at me, dead serious, and said, "I knew it. You've got my good taste." Izuku blinked, then burst out laughing. "She said that?" "Yeah," Bakugou said, rolling his eyes but with a faint grin tugging at his lips. "Then she gave me this big speech about being safe, using condoms anyway, and all that CRP. Like she was a DMN health class teacher or something." Izuku's jaw dropped before he dissolved into laughter, nearly choking on his drink. "No way." "Oh yes," Bakugou groaned, dragging a hand down his face. "She even started throwing in advice about dating and trust, like I didn't already know. The whole time I was just standing there thinking, why the hell is this happening to me?" Izuku leaned back, clutching his stomach as his laughter echoed through the restaurant. "I can't believe Mitsuki-san. She's so thorough." "She's a menace," Bakugou muttered, though there was no malice in his voice, just the faintest trace of fondness. "But yeah, that was pretty much how it went. After that it was easier, I guess. Less of a big deal." Izuku wiped a tear from his eye, still giggling. "You're lucky to have her though. Not everyone gets that kind of reaction." Bakugou shrugged, his expression softening. "Yeah, I know. The old hag's annoying as hell, but she's always had my back. In her own, messed up way." Bakugou's brow furrowed as he snapped out of his momentary nostalgia, narrowing his eyes at Izuku. "Why the hell are you so interested in this? What's all this really about?" Izuku flinched, caught off guard, his cheeks reddening. He opened his mouth to stammer out some excuse, but before he could say anything, the door to the restaurant swung open. A man walked in with his wife and young daughter in tow. The little girl giggled as her father whispered something to her, his voice warm and familiar. That voice. Izuku and Bakugou froze, their eyes locking for a brief second before darting toward the man. It was unmistakable, the voice from the alley the night before. The man who had been threatened. His relaxed demeanor now seemed like a mask, his earlier desperation buried beneath a strained smile as he ushered his family to a table. Izuku leaned slightly toward Bakugou, his voice barely above a whisper. "That's him. It's got to be him." Bakugou's jaw tightened as he glanced at the man again. The man's laughter filled the room again as he helped his daughter into her chair, but there was a stiffness to his movements that betrayed his calm exterior. Izuku felt a pang of unease. This wasn't just about protecting himself, It was about protecting his family, too. What do we do? Izuku asked quietly, his voice laced with urgency. Bakugou's gaze remained fixed on the man. We watch. We wait. Let him lead us to the others. But for now, he leaned back in his chair, his expression hardening. Act normal. Izuku nodded, swallowing strong as he tried to focus on their surroundings. The man may have been putting on a show for his family, but Bakugou and Izuku knew better. The clock was ticking, and the stakes had just gotten a lot higher. The man stood abruptly, pulling his coat tighter around his shoulders as he muttered something to his wife. She looked at him with concern but didn't press. With a brief, forced smile, he ruffled his daughter's hair and whispered something that made her giggle before he excused himself from the table. His movements were tense, each step purposeful as he made his way to the exit. Bakugou and Izuku, seated a few tables away, exchanged a glance. Izuku raised a hand to call for the check, fumbling slightly as he reached for his wallet. Bakugou, impatient as ever, growled under his breath and threw a few bills onto the table. Come on, Deku, you're too slow, Bakugou muttered, already moving to follow the man out the door. Izuku scrambled after him, stuffing his wallet back into his pocket. Wait, Kaken. Bakugou ignored him, pushing the restaurant door open with more force than necessary. The bell above it jingled sharply, and the cold night air rushed in, biting against their skin. The man was already halfway down the street, his hands buried deep in his coat pockets as he walked with a quick, deliberate pace. Keep it subtle, Izuku whispered, falling in step beside Bakugou as they followed from a safe distance. Like I need you to tell me that, Bakugou grumbled, his crimson eyes locked on their target. The two of them trailed the man through the dimly lit streets, weaving between alleys and shadowed corners. The village's quiet hum of life made every misstep seem louder, every scuff of their shoes against the cobblestones amplified in the stillness. The man didn't look back, but his shoulders were stiff, his gait wary. Izuku's heart pounded in his iti as they rounded a corner and saw the man pause. He glanced around briefly, his expression hardening before slipping into a narrow alley. We've got him, Bakugou muttered, his voice low but sharp. Izuku nodded, and together they followed, keeping their movements light and careful. As they entered the alley, the man was already waiting for them, leaning against the damp wall with his arms crossed. His gaze darted between Bakugou and Izuku, calculating and tense. Heroes, huh, he said quietly, his voice steady but tinged with resignation. I figured someone would be sniffing around. Izuku straightened, his demeanor softening slightly. We're not here to hurt you, he said, raising his hands in a placating gesture. But we need answers. The man let out a dry chuckle, shaking his head. Answers? Do you think I have time to give answers? You're following me, do you know what kind of risk that puts me in? Bakugou stepped forward, his voice low and dangerous. Yeah, well, maybe you should have thought of that before getting involved with Breakpoint. The man's jaw tightened, his hands curling into fists at his sides. You think I wanted this, he hissed. You think I wanted to be part of something that could hurt people. I didn't have a choice. Izuku took a step closer, his tone earnest. Then help us. If you don't want to be part of this anymore, tell us what you know. We can stop them, stop him. The man hesitated, his eyes flickering with conflict. Finally, he exhaled heavily and nodded. Fine. I'll tell you what I know. But not here. Not now. And stop following me, he added sharply, his gaze hardening. If they think I'm talking my family, we won't let anything happen to them, Izuku interrupted firmly. The man's eyes softened briefly, but he shook his head. Just let me go for now. I'll reach out. Your name, Bakugou demanded, his tone brooking no argument. We need to know who we're dealing with. For a moment, the man said nothing, then finally muttered, Sure no. Izuku nodded, committing the name to memory. We'll wait for you, Hinoin. But please, don't let this go on any longer. Suda gave them one last, searching look before turning and walking briskly down the alley. Izuku started to move the other way, but Bakugou grabbed his arm. We're not done here, Bakugou muttered, his eyes narrowing as he gestured for Izuku to follow him discreetly. They trailed Suda at a greater distance this time, keeping to the shadows as he made his way through the village. After a few winding turns, Suda entered a dimly lit building that seemed to pulse with activity. Peering through a grimy window, Izuku and Bakugou could see several figures inside. One man in particular stood out, a tall, commanding presence who seemed to hold the room's attention effortlessly. The air in the room was tense, their body language screaming unease. As Suda approached, the man's sharp gaze fixed on him. Izuku strained to hear their conversation, but Bakugou's sharp ears picked up fragments. Tomorrow, group arrives, demonstrate power. The leader's voice carried a cold authority. What the hell are they planning? Bakugou muttered under his breath. Suda's movements were stiff, his body language betraying reluctance as he gave a small nod in response to the breakpoint leader's orders. The meeting was brief but charged, every exchange hinting at something bigger looming on the horizon. Izuku's stomach churned with unease as the group dispersed into the night. Back at the apartment, the tension from witnessing the meeting clung to them like a heavy fog. Neither said much as they moved through their usual routines, the weight of what they'd seen hanging over them. The apartment was quiet, the soft hum of the heater the only sound breaking the stillness. Snow continued to fall outside, blanketing the world in a serene, deceptive calm. Bakugou had turned in early, exhausted from their long day finally catching up with him. He lay sprawled on the tatami mat, his face turned toward the faint light of the moon filtering through the frosted window, his features softened in sleep. Izuku sat nearby, cross-legged on the floor, pretending to read through their notes for the mission. The papers felt heavy in his hands, their contents blurry and unimportant compared to the steady rhythm of Katsuki's breathing. His eyes kept wandering, drifting toward Bakugou as he lay sprawled on the tatami mat, moonlight tracing the sharp lines of his face. What struck Izuku most wasn't the calmness of Katsuki's sleeping form, it was the quiet realization of how little he truly knew about him. 20 years of shared history, and yet there were so many details that had slipped past him. He knew the big things, the obvious things, Katsuki's fiery temper, his unyielding determination, the way his hands clenched into fists when he felt cornered. But the smaller, more NTMT pieces of Katsuki's life, they were a mystery. What was his favorite book or movie? Did he even read or watch anything in his limited downtime? What were his thoughts on things like sunsets, the stars, or quiet moments like this? And then there were deeper questions, the kind that Izuku didn't dare ask aloud. Why was Katsuki's relationship with his mother so strained? What had shaped him into the person he was now, beyond the obvious trials and battles they'd all endured? And then there was something simpler, something far more immediate. The texture of Katsuki's hair. Izuku's gaze lingered on the unruly spikes, wondering if they were soft, coarse, or somewhere in between. The curiosity gnawed at him in a way that felt almost ridiculous, yet he couldn't shake it. How had he gone all these years without knowing something so basic about the person who'd occupied such a huge part of his life? Katsuki shifted slightly in his sleep, mumbling something incoherent. His hair caught the light again, and Izuku's curiosity surged. He'd never admitted out loud, but he'd always wondered what it felt like. His fingers twitched as he debated with himself. Just a quick touch, he thought. He's asleep. He won't notice. Slowly, almost hesitantly, Izuku shifted closer. He glanced at Bakugou's face, ensuring he was still sound asleep, before raising a tentative hand. His heart pounded in his ear, and his cheeks flushed with both embarrassment and anticipation. The moment his fingertips brushed against Bakugou's hair, a jolt of surprise shot through him. It was softer than he'd imagined, the strands slipping easily between his fingers. Izuku couldn't help the small smile that crept onto his face. So it is soft, he thought, gently running his fingers through a few strands. The sensation was oddly soothing, and for a moment he let himself forget everything else. The mission, the tension, the unspoken feelings between them. But his moment of indulgence was short-lived. Bakugou shifted slightly, a low grunt escaping him as his brow furrowed. Izuku froze, his hand hovering awkwardly above Bakugou's head. "What the hell are you doing, nerd?" Bakugou muttered groggily, his voice rough with sleep but laced with suspicion. Izuku panicked, yanking his hand back and scrambling to his feet. "And nothing. I was just, checking if you were cold." He stammered, his face burning. Bakugou blinked slowly, his eyelids heavy with exhaustion. "Oki," he murmured, his voice trailing off as he turned to the other side, already drifting back into sleep. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, his heart pounding in his ear, the sound echoing loudly in his ears. He stared at Bakugou's back, the rise and fall of his breath steady once again. Letting out a shaky, relieved sigh, he stepped back and sank down on his side of the bed, his hands trembling slightly as he pulled the covers over himself. He stared at the ceiling, the weight of the day, and the night, pressing down on him. The discoveries, the questions, the lingering tension between them, it was all too much. The days following Izuku's impulsive moment of touching Bakugou's hair, the fight in the snow, and the talk were marked by a fragile truce. Both avoided addressing the awkward tension from that day for the sake of the mission. They buried themselves in their work, contacting UH to gain Nizu's cautious approval to use Suda Inoue as a double agent and carefully crafting their approach to earn his trust. As they worked closely with Suta, the man's guarded demeanor began to crack, revealing vital pieces of Breakpoint's operations and Kayomura's personal vendetta against the hero training system. Both Izuku and Bakugou pushed past their own distractions to piece together the group's motives, but they couldn't completely avoid the undercurrent of their own unresolved feelings. A stray hand brushing against the others during a briefing or a fleeting glance across the room was enough to stir the simmering tension they were both desperately trying to suppress. The mission demanded their focus, but the lines between duty and personal emotions grew blurrier with every passing moment. Suda's revelations painted a horrifying picture of Breakpoint's next move, a plan more sinister and manipulative than Izuku and Bakugou could have imagined. The group wasn't just content with targeting Yuye. They had set their sights on a rival hero school, planning an attack that would put their ideology on full display. According to Suda, the mission wasn't about outright destruction but about proving their twisted philosophy through fear and suffering. In 4 days, a group of first-year students from another prestigious hero school would arrive on the island for a training excursion. Breakpoint's plan was to ambush the students, creating chaos while carefully filming every moment. Their aim was to showcase how unprepared these young heroes were for the harsh realities of their future. They wanted to capture the fear, the hesitation, and any injuries, physical or emotional, that the students would suffer. This footage would then be spread online and through media channels as irrefutable evidence of the system's failure to protect its own. But it didn't stop there. He explained that Breakpoint had been building support among disillusioned citizens and even a handful of retired and active pro-heroes. These individuals, embittered by their experiences in the hero system, had come forward with stories of trauma and disillusionment, lending weight to Breakpoint's propaganda. The group planned to tie their attack to a larger prophecy, framing it as the beginning of the end for the hero culture as it existed. They want to show that the hero system is crumbling, that it's not sustainable. Kayomura believes this footage will ignite a nationwide debate, maybe even force the government to reconsider hero schools entirely. Izuku's fists clenched at his sides as the gravity of the situation sank in. "They're willing to hurt innocent students just to make a point," he said, his voice trembling with anger. "This isn't about reform, it's about destruction." Bakugou's jaw tightened, his crimson eyes burning with fury. "They're gonna regret trying to pull this SHT, he growled. "We're stopping them before those kids ever set foot on this island." The mission became clear. They had 4 days to dismantle Breakpoint's plan and ensure the safety of the students. The challenge was enormous. Breakpoint had mobilized not only its core members but also sympathetic citizens who believed in their cause, making it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. Additionally, their careful planning meant the ambush would be meticulously coordinated, leaving little room for error. "We can't just stop the attack," Izuku said, his tone firm as he looked to Bakugou and Suda. "We need to expose them. If we can gather evidence of their plans and their tactics, we can dismantle their support network too." Bakugou smirked, cracking his knuckles. "Fine by me. Just means we've got to hit them harder and faster than they're expecting." Suda hesitated, his guilt evident as he finally spoke. "There's a rally point on the east side of the island. That's where they're stockpiling gear and preparing for the attack. If you arrest them there, Then the evidence will be more than enough. Both Izuku and Katsuki exchanged a glance, their shared determination evident in their hardened expressions. The weight of what lay ahead pressed heavily on their shoulders, but in this moment, they stood resolute. Izuku offered a small, genuine smile to Suda, his voice steady but warm. "Thank you, Suda," Izuku said sincerely. "For everything. We couldn't have gotten this far without your help." Then, with a firm handshake and a mutual nod of understanding, Suda turned and disappeared into the snowy night, leaving Izuku and Katsuki alone to face the final stretch of their mission. For the past 2 days, Izuku and Bakugou had thrown themselves into the mission with relentless focus, working day and night to map out breakpoints operations and dismantle their plans. There was no time to waste, not with the students arriving in 2 days and the group's ambush looming closer. Their makeshift apartment had become a war room, cluttered with notes, maps, and the few supplies they had managed to gather. The weight of their task pressed down on them, leaving little room for anything else. But tonight was New Year's Eve, and even as they worked, the faint sound of festivities carried through the air. Laughter, distant music, and the occasional crackle of fireworks teased at the edges of their focus. Izuku's tired eyes flicked toward the window, his mind momentarily drifting. He knew they didn't have time for distractions, but the thought of letting the new year arrive without even acknowledging it felt wrong. "Kaken," Izuku said softly, breaking the silence as he glanced at Bakugou, who was hunched over a map with a pen in hand. "Let's take a break." Bakugou didn't look up. "What the hell are you talking about, Deku? We're on a clock." "I know," Izuku replied quickly, his voice tinged with both guilt and determination. "But it's New Year's. We don't have to do anything big, but just for a few minutes, can we watch the fireworks? Then we'll get right back to work." Bakugou finally looked up, his crimson eyes narrowing. "Fireworks?" He leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. "You serious?" Izuku nodded, his green eyes earnest. "Just for a little bit. It's tradition, you know. Starting the new year off with hope or something like that." He offered a small, sheepish smile. "I think we could both use that right now." Bakugou let out a low grunt, rubbing the back of his neck as he stood. "Tisage fine. But if you start rambling about resolutions or some dumb SHT, I'm leaving." Izuku's smile widened, and he quickly grabbed his jacket. "Deal." The two headed out into the crisp night air, the village unusually quiet as most of the locals were gathered in the central square for the celebrations. They didn't go far, just to a small clearing on a hill near their rented house, where the view of the night sky was unobstructed. The cold bit at their cheeks and their breaths puffed out in white clouds as they stood side by side, waiting. The first burst of light painted the sky in brilliant hues of gold and red, followed by a series of shimmering explosions that illuminated the village below. Izuku's face lit up, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten as he watched the display with wide eyes. Bakugou stood silently beside him, his hands shoved into his pockets as his gaze followed the streaks of light. "It's appealing," Izuku murmured, almost to himself. "It's all right," Bakugou muttered, though there was no bite in his tone. He risked a glance at Katsuki, his gaze lingering a moment too long. The lines of his scowl were relaxed, his crimson eyes fixed on the sky with an almost peaceful expression. For once, Katsuki wasn't yelling or bristling with frustration. He was simply unfiltered. And Izuku couldn't tear his eyes away. "He is appealing." The thought struck Izuku with a force that left him breathless. He didn't want to brush it off this time, didn't want to drown it in excuses or confusion. Katsuki was appealing, not just in this fleeting moment, but in all the ways he had always been. His strength, his determination, his passion, and even the fire in his temper. Everything about him burned bright and undeniable, and Izuku's eyes tightened with the weight of finally admitting it to himself. He couldn't make sense of it yet. Izuku's lips parted, a shaky breath escaping as he turned his gaze back to the sky, his heart pounding like the explosions above. He had this undeniable need to be closer to Katsuki, to be in his space, to feel more, to have more. Without giving himself time to second-guess, Izuku stepped closer, wrapping his arms around Katsuki in a full embrace. His hands rested against Katsuki's broad back, his face pressing lightly into his shoulder. The heat of Katsuki's body against the chill of the night air felt grounding, calming, and exactly what Izuku needed. Katsuki froze, his body going completely rigid. "What the hell?" he barked, his voice sharp, though there was a faint waver in it. Izuku didn't let go. "I wanted to say thank you," he murmured, his voice soft but steady. "For everything. For being in my life, for pushing me, for believing in me, even if you don't say it out loud. I don't think I've ever told you, but I'm so grateful, Kaken." Katsuki didn't respond right away. Izuku could feel the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands hovered at his sides as if unsure what to do. For a moment, Izuku thought Katsuki might shove him away. But then, slowly, almost hesitantly, Katsuki's arms lifted, and he hugged Izuku back. His grip was firm, strong, and grounding. Katsuki's chin rested lightly on Izuku's shoulder, and his voice came out quieter than Izuku had ever heard it. "You're so dim and annoying, you know that?" Izuku laughed softly, his breath warm against Katsuki's neck. "I know." They stayed like that, wrapped in each other's arms as the fireworks continued to light up the sky. Izuku closed his eyes, focusing on the steady rise and fall of Katsuki's ichi, the faint scent of smoke and citrus clinging to him. Katsuki's grip tightened slightly, and Izuku could have sworn he heard a faint sigh, almost like Katsuki was allowing himself to relax completely for the first time in a long while. Neither of them wanted to move, to let go of the warmth and the unspoken connection they shared. This moment, in the quiet of the New Year's night, felt like it belonged to just them. When the fireworks faded and the world around them seemed to return to normal, Katsuki finally pulled back, though his hands lingered on Izuku's shoulders. His crimson eyes locked onto Izuku's. "Don't make this a habit," Katsuki muttered, his tone gruff but lacking any real edge. Izuku smiled, a warmth spreading through his easy. "I won't. Only on New Year's." Katsuki huffed, rolling his eyes, but there was a faint smirk tugging at his lips. As they turned to leave the hilltop, neither of them said another word, but the air between them felt lighter. The warehouse loomed against the cliffside. The salt and wind have caused corrosion and deterioration, giving the walls an aged, rough appearance. Lanterns hung from the eaves, casting flickering light over the figures gathering within. Beyond the warehouse, the ocean churned against the rocks far below, its roar muffled by the height. Snow flurries danced in the icy wind, cloaking the cliffside in an eerie stillness that belied the tension in the air. Izuku and Bakugou crouched behind a snow-laden outcrop, their breath visible in the icy air. From their position, they could see the warehouse clearly. The heroes had surrounded the building, lying in wait for the signal to strike. Inside, the warehouse was alive with activity. Breakpoint's members milled about, assembling weapons, double-checking their plans, and murmuring anxiously. Haruto, their leader, stood at the center of the room, gesturing animatedly to the crowd. "They'll be here soon," Haruto declared, his voice cutting through the din. "This is our moment to show the world the truth. The hero system is a failure, and training children for war is monstrous. When they see what happens to these so-called heroes in the making, the public will finally listen." There was a murmur of agreement, but unease rippled through the room. Beside Haruto stood his bodyguard, a towering figure clad in dark armor, their longbow slung across their back. The quiver brimming with glowing arrows hinted at a dangerous arsenal. The bodyguard's gaze swept over the gathered group, their stance radiating quiet menace. Unbeknownst to Breakpoint, their plans were already unraveling. With UA's intervention, the rival school students were safe, their departure delayed indefinitely under the guise of logistical issues. Cementos crouched nearby, his hands already glowing faintly as he prepared to manipulate the warehouse structure. MD Lady was stationed further back, ready to grow to her full size and block any escape routes. Shoto Todoroki stood to Izuku's left, his hands flexing as frost began to creep along the ground. Eraserhead and Kirishima were positioned at the warehouse's side entrance, ready to breach and neutralize Breakpoint's operatives. "You two ready?" Shoto's voice was low, his breath fogging in the cold air. Bakugou grunted, his hands crackling faintly with sparks. "I've been ready. Let's just get this over with." Izuku nodded, his expression focused. Remember, our priority is Haruto. If we capture him, we can dismantle this group from the top down. Everyone else will handle the rest. A crackling voice came through their earpieces. It was Eraserhead. Positions are set. Cementos, give us an opening. Empty Lady, block the east exit. Everyone else, move in on my mark. The air seemed to hold its breath as Cementos raised his hands. The ground beneath the warehouse shuddered, and the walls groaned as concrete spikes erupted from the earth, piercing the structure and locking it in place. Inside, panicked shouts erupted as Breakpoint's members scrambled. Now, Eraserhead's voice cut through the chaos. Emmy Lady surged to her full height, her massive form blocking the warehouse's east exit as planned. Her voice boomed over the storm's howl. Nobody's leaving this place. Shoto stepped forward, sending a wave of ice surging toward the warehouse. The frost raced up the walls, freezing the doors shut and trapping Breakpoint's members inside. Kirishima charged the side entrance, his skin hardening as he barreled through the door, scattering operatives with a single swing of his armored fist. Eraserhead followed close behind, his scarf snapping through the air as he disarmed and restrained several members with practiced efficiency. "Surrender now, and you won't get hurt," he warned. Once the immediate threats were neutralized, Eraserhead turned his attention to Bakugou and Izuku, who were already rushing toward the next phase of the mission. Amid the chaos, Haruto's bodyguard stepped forward, their bow already in hand. With a practiced motion, they drew an arrow and fired toward the entrance where Kirishima stood. The arrow struck with precision, forcing Kirishima to shield himself as shards of debris flew around him. "Kaken, that's them," Izuku shouted, pointing toward the archer. Bakugou's grin was feral. "About time we had some fun." He rocketed forward, his explosions propelling him straight toward the bodyguard. Izuku followed close behind, his legs surging with energy. The bodyguard met Bakugou's charge with another arrow, its tip glinting wickedly. Bakugou twisted midair, dodging the projectile as it shattered against the wall behind him. "You missed, but—" Bakugou snarled, landing and launching himself into a flurry of close-quarters attacks. His explosions lit up the dim warehouse, the blasts forcing the bodyguard to retreat and reposition. Izuku joined the fray, zigzagging through the chaos to avoid stray arrows. The bodyguard fired another arrow, this one splitting midair into three. Izuku leapt over the projectiles, his focus unshaken. Their quirk lets them manipulate the arrows, he realized aloud. "Stop talking and attack," Bakugou retorted, diving into another explosive assault. He closed the distance in a flash, his hands igniting as he aimed a direct blast at the bodyguard. The explosion struck, sending arrows scattering across the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku activated more power from his suit, surging forward with enhanced speed. As he prepared to attack, the bodyguard sidestepped, retreating toward Haruto, who was prying open a hidden passage beneath a stack of crates. With a final glance at the heroes, Haruto jumped into the, followed by the bodyguard and two other operatives. Izuku and Bakugou rushed to the passage, but it slammed shut before they could reach it. Frustrated, Bakugou growled, "We'll find another way." Bakugou and Izuku rushed outside, their breaths fogging in the cold air as they scanned the snow-covered terrain. A faint metallic clang echoed through the stillness, drawing their attention. Without hesitation, they sprinted toward the sound, weaving through the trees and scaling the rocky incline. The trail led down the mountains, closer to the beachside. The wind howled fiercely and the cliffside was looming dangerously close. There they found Haruto, the bodyguard, and two other Breakpoint members. The leader's calm facade faltered as he spotted the heroes approaching. "They're relentless," Haruto muttered, his voice tinged with frustration. "Stop them." The two operatives lunged forward, weapons drawn. Bakugou met them head-on, his explosions propelling him into the fray with a ferocious battle cry. He dodged a swing from one operative and countered with a blast that sent them sprawling. Izuku engaged the second, his movements fluid as he ducked and weaved, landing a decisive kick that knocked the weapon from their hand. The operatives were down, but Haruto and the bodyguard were already retreating toward the treeline. "You're not getting away," Bakugou roared, Izuku standing resolutely at his side. As the culprits turned, the archer moved with precision, extending their bow. Bakugou sprang into motion. Each of his movements was calculated chaos, his body a blur of explosive power and unrelenting speed. The archer nocked an arrow, their aim steady and deliberate, but Katsuki was faster. With a deafening roar, he dodged the shot, the arrow whizzing past him harmlessly. Seizing the opening, Bakugou unleashed a concussive blast, the explosion reverberating through the clearing and sending the archers sprawling to the ground. Before they could recover, Bakugou was on them in an instant. His knee pinned them down, he slapped a pair of HNDCFFs onto their wrists with a decisive click. "Got you, UB," he growled, rising to his feet. His ego heaved with exertion, but his crimson eyes blazed with triumph. He turned, scanning the scene for Haruto, and caught sight of the leader darting further into the forest. "Oi, Dek," he began, turning toward Izuku, ready to yell at him for slacking off and letting the leader escape. But the words froze in his throat. Izuku stood a few meters away, elevated on the edge of a jagged rock formation. The ocean waves crashed against the cliffside below, spraying foam into the cold air. The scene might have been picturesque if not for the sight that made Bakugou's BLD run cold. There, lodged squarely in the middle of Izuku's ichi, was an arrow. Izuku's wide green eyes were concentrated on the arrow, then slowly he lifted them to meet Bakugou's. For a moment, their gazes locked, a silent conversation passing between them. Bakugou saw the shock in Izuku's expression, the way his breath caught unevenly. But then, something shifted. Acceptance washed over Izuku's features, and he smiled, gentle, resigned. "Oh." The word came out as a whisper, a plea, but it was too late. Izuku's foot slipped as he took a small, unsteady step back. The movement cost him his balance, and he teetered on edge before falling backwards. His cape billowed around him as he plunged into the dark, churning water below. For a fraction of a second, time seemed to freeze. The horizon stretched endlessly before Bakugou, the sky painted with strokes of twilight, deep oranges and purples bleeding into the darkening blue. The ocean roared below, an untamed beast swallowing everything in its path. Bakugou ignited his hands and dove at the edge of the cliff, explosions propelling him forward through the air. As he got to the edge, he swiftly changed the trajectory of his explosion. He launched himself off the jagged cliff, his body hurtling toward the sea below. Mid-fall, he put his arms to the sides, igniting a deafening explosion that sent a shockwave through the air. The force propelled him downward like a meteor, the light of his blast illuminating the dark waters as he plunged into the icy depths with ferocious speed. The world below the surface was a void, silent and suffocating. The shock of the cold water stole the breath from his lungs, but Katsuki didn't care. He pushed deeper, his arms slicing through the liquid darkness. His hands sparked instinctively, small, futile explosions flickering in the water, their light swallowed almost instantly by the sea's abyss. The water pressed against him from all sides, cold and unrelenting, but he didn't stop. He couldn't. Through the haze of panic, he caught a glimpse, faint and distant. There, sinking deeper into the depths, was Izuku. His cape billowed around him like ghostly tendrils, his limp body framed against the fleeting light from above, and for a moment, Bakugou thought he looked like a fallen angel, cast into the sea by cruel fate. With every ounce of strength he had, Bakugou surged forward, his body straining against the crushing pressure. The water seemed alive, pulling him back, trying to separate them. But he pushed harder, his arms burning, his lungs screaming for air. Bakugou's hands stretched out, trembling, reaching for Izuku's as the distance between them closed. The closer he got, the more the image of Izuku burned into his mind. His face was calm, almost peaceful, his eyes closed as if he'd already made peace with his fate. The arrow in his ichi was like a cruel punctuation mark on his story. "Izuku, you're not done yet." His thoughts became a mantra, a desperate prayer. "You still have so much to do. You have to see your students graduate and become heroes. You have to keep saving lives and beating villains with all of your friends. Most importantly, you've got to get married, have a family. You are not yet done finding your happiness, your peace, Izuku." Bakugou's ichi felt like it would explode. "I will make sure of it." His fingers brushed Izuku's wrist, and with one final surge of power he grabbed it, clutching it tightly as if to anchor him back to the living. Bakugou thought fiercely, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. The journey upward was agonizing. The light above seemed impossibly far, the ocean pressing down on them like the weight of the world. Bakugou kicked with everything he had, dragging Izuku's lifeless form toward the surface. His arms burned, his vision blurred, but he refused to let go. When the surface finally broke, Bakugou gasped, the sharp, freezing air stabbing into his lungs. He dragged Izuku with him, the waves crashing against them like relentless hands trying to pull them back under. Every inch toward the shore felt like a battle. His body ached, but his grip on Izuku never wavered. When his knees hit the sand, Bakugou collapsed forward, his body trembling with the cold and exertion. The roar of the ocean faded into a dull hum as he laid Izuku down, his cape trailing across the wet sand like a flag at half-mast. No time, he thought, adrenaline taking over. He snapped the arrow still embedded in Izuku's iste with grim precision, his hands moving quickly but carefully. He pressed his hands against Izuku's iste and began seppa, each compression precise, his movements mechanical, unrelenting. We still need you. I still need you. His thoughts were frantic, his iste tight with emotion. His voice cracked as he tilted Izuku's head back as he forced air into his lungs. You're not allowed to leave us. Bakugou growled through gritted teeth, his hands trembling as he pushed down again and again. The distant wail of sirens grew louder, flashing red and blue lights, but Bakugou didn't stop. His world had narrowed to just this, the rhythmic motion of compressions, the hope that with each one, Izuku would come back.